What's the worst thing someone tried to correct you about something you're specialized at? I studied history at uni and worked for a while as a tour guide in Prague, Czech Republic. I had a customer once on a walking tour of the city who got really snarky with me because I called the river running through the city the Vltava. He declared to the whole tour that that wasn't its name. I asked him if he'd heard it referred to as the Moldor, as that was the German name for the river during the Habsburg era when German was the official language, but he said no. And was I stupid? The river was called the Danube. I pointed out to him that the Danube doesn't run through Prague and asked if maybe he was thinking of Brno. No, he had definitely read in a guidebook that it was the Danube, and why the hell was he paying money for this tour if the guide didn't even know what the river was called? At which point another tourist in the group showed him her guidebook where it clearly said Vltava. Then another showed him a map, and another showed him another guidebook, and so on, until the whole group had basically shown him what a twaza he was. He didn't apologize, of course, but at least he shut up for the rest of the tour. A new house gets built next door to mine, and shortly after the owners move in, they knock on my door to complain that my house is built too high. I explain that my house is built on flat ground and their builder has built their house lower and undercut my fence. The guy proceeds to give long-winded spiel about how earthworks are done and my house is too high and I have to fix it. I then explain that I do earthworks for a living and have done the earthworks for 300 plus houses in my suburb alone and around 1200 in the local area. I name his builder, site supervisor, engineer, the exact floor levels in the street, and the law that says that he has to pay to fix my fence. He still hasn't paid, and legal procedures are beginning soon. Edit 1. Earthworks in this case is the removal of topsoil and any mud/clay/organic matter from beneath where the house is going to go and replacing it with clean compacted sand, trimmed dead flat to within 10 millimeters. Edit 2. Because his block was lowered and leveled to suit his engineer, he is responsible for retaining the land around him, which is now higher than his. Edit 3. I was prepared to let it slide because his place being lower now helps my drainage in heavy rain. But when he wanted me to pay for his retaining wall responsibility and would not pay for his half of the fence, I decided that I had enough bluster and bullshit. Time to pay up. I work in lightning protection here in the States. I do the estimating and the designs for the largest company in the Southeast. Have 4 going on 7 years. Certified through our industry certification company. The amount of engineers and architects that love to argue with me about the code is astounding. I live by that code. Being I estimate and design systems, my main job is to know that code. The worst was the Army Corps of Engineers. We had a project that their designer designed that was in the bid package drawings. Pretty standard. Pick out the materials requested and ignore the incorrect design. That is how we bid it, won it, and designed it. This would have provided them with a fully certified system. In our business, a UL master label certification is as close to a requirement for every job as anything can be. 2 weeks after we submit our design, it comes back with a revise/resubmit stamp and a very snarky demand from the Corps that we change our design to the one provided in the bid package. I went back and forth on email and calls with the engineers trying to explain to them that their system would not work, was potentially a dangerous hazard, and ultimately could not be certified or warranted. They came back basically with "We don't care what you say, we know better, do it." So I did. Designed exactly like they had, and put a disclaimer on the drawing saying there would be issues and we were not responsible. A few months go by, it's installed and ready for certification. They call the inspector out, and he fails it without even getting on the roof. The army was pissed and tried to come back at us. I politely forward the countless email chains to the officer in charge. Now they scramble to get it up to code. As a consequence, it resulted in us issuing a change order to bring it up to code that was around 75% of the original cost of the project. Edit. This has also now been posted at r/malicious compliance. So go show the love over there, and thanks for the advice. Thank you for the silver. I used to work as an outdoor guide on one of the Channel Islands off the coast of Southern California. Once, I was hiking with a pair of women in their late 40s or early 50s. They were asking me all sorts of questions about the natural history of the island. Mostly simple stuff, but they had a lot of questions. Then one of them hit me with this gem. So, how often do you guys go out to feed the whales and dolphins? I was genuinely confused for a moment. What did she mean? I asked her. Well, you have to make sure all those whales get to eat. When do you go feed them? It must be expensive to have enough food for them all. This woman thought that every day our boat captains would drive around the channel, tossing fish to dolphins and whales until they were all fed. I have no idea where she got this, considering she'd come over on that very boat. It took me a little while to politely convince her otherwise. I worked in orthopedics as a medical assistant for over 13 years. In the last practice I worked there was a surgeon who was always right and could never admit to being wrong about anything. He also always had to point out if someone else was wrong. You know the type. Point. I had worked up a patient and took her history regarding her hip issues. If the patient had any prior x-rays or other images we would pull those images up on the computer. This lady had previously had a fluoroscopic hip injection. So I pulled up the images from that procedure and documented it in the office note. After the doctor in question had seen the patient, he was at the computer workstation making more documentation into her record. I was standing there at the desk along with a couple of other medical assistants. The doctor says, "Oh, by the way, that lady has not had a fluoroscopic hip injection." So I took that documentation out of her note. As I said earlier, I had been working in ortho for 13 years and I knew a little bit about it. So me being the hard-headed person, I began to argue with the doctor that yes, indeed this woman had had that procedure. He argued right back. I said I pulled the images up in the exam room. He said sometimes you can confuse a hip injection with an C injection. No. No, you can't. You can literally see the needle going into the hip joint. And it was also labeled. So then he said, "Okay, let's go back and look at those images and I'll show you." So we went back to the exam room and I pulled the images back up and he sat down at the computer to look at them. I stood there and watched him look at those pictures for at least a minute as he realized he was wrong and didn't want to admit it. He finally stood up and said, "You were right. I'll add the documentation back to the note," and he stormed out of the room without another word. I hated that as whole. In the Netherlands we have different sized glasses for our Pilsner. They all have a different name. The smallest, 0,18 L is called a flute, fluidge, the middle of ours, varsge, and the large, 0,5 L we just call half a liter or pint. Sometimes the bar has a medium of 0.33 L as well. That doesn't really have a name. Anyway, most people drink flutes or vases. You'd order a flute, please, or a vase, please, and you'll always be served the house Pilsner. The most well-known one is Heineken, of course, in the size you ordered. As you might have guessed by now, I'm a bartender. I was at work in a bar and had a group of 5 dudes drinking vases, a lot of them too. Thing is, if you order a beer, you'll be served a vase of Pilsner as a standard. Everyone knows this. It's common knowledge in the Netherlands, and no one ever objects to it. These dudes had been ordering 5 beers, please, the whole night. They were served vases, so 0,25 L, the whole night. When it was time to pay, I gave them their bill, and it said 35x case of Heineken. Then they tried to argue with me that the glass I served them, the 0,25 L one, is not a vase but a flute, that a flute was 0,25 and not 0,18, and that a vase is 0,33 L. I told them, dudes, I was not going to argue about something as ridiculous as this, as anyone who drinks beer in the Netherlands knows what a flute and a vase is, and everyone knows what size they are. But they refused to pay, so I told them to Google it. They did. They found a website that listed the sizes and names of the glasses, but they wouldn't believe it, because the website must be owned by Heineken. Sure, a flute and vase conspiracy. That's a new one. They told me the bar next door serves a vase of 0,33 L for the same price we serve a 0,25 L one, so they weren't going to pay. I told them to cut their crap, that I work in that bar too, I do, and that the price of a 0,33 was higher than our 0,25 and that it's not called a vase. He didn't believe me and looked up their drinks menu as if it would even matter what the prices next door were, even if they would be lower. He found out that, once again, I was right, but had some bullshit excuses to why I was still wrong. In the end I told them to pay or I'd call the cops, so they paid, but said they were going to write a complaint email, which I encouraged them to do. At this point even other customers were telling them to stop being ridiculous cunts. I kindly asked them to never return again. They came back a week later, but I told them they would not be served. They tried ordering drink from my coworker, but he told them to fuck off too, so they just stood at the bar for a while and left. Fecking idiots. I worked in a jewelry store, specialized in vintage, and this 50+ yo man with a much younger woman dangling from his arm asked me to pull out a few pieces, shushed me when I tried to present the products, and went on a pompous rant about, and you see, darling, in the Middle Ages doctors would grind precious stones, like emeralds, to dust, and make it drink to their patients as a remedy. They called it ambrosia. He turned to me, grinning, and added, but I bet you didn't know that. I just said, in the meekest voice possible, I'm sorry sir, I think you mean electuaire. Ambrosia was the drink of the divinities in Grecian mythology. His mouth just dangled open for a couple seconds before snapping audibly shut, and he barked, and how does someone like you know that? Still with the meekest voice possible, because that's my job, sir. Sorry, sir, but you asked, sir. I don't know if it was the utter powerlessness on his face or my very serious eager to please the customer face, but his girlfriend just started to gleefully laugh at him, and he just turned his heels and power walked out of the shop. Guess I lost a sale, but hey, he did ask me. Not 100% the question, but I was training a coworker the other day. I work at a gas station with an app where you can pay without a card or coming inside. It doesn't always work great, so the customer came in to pay inside, and my other coworker was dealing with them, until she said, hey virtual suit, the register is giving me this error. While I'm trying to pay this lady, I look over there, and see that the pump had been authorized via the app. And as I start explaining this to the person, who has worked for the company less than a week, and the customer, the newbie, starts yelling at me saying, no, that's the money I just prepaid on the pump. As she was waving the money the customer had handed her in front of my face. I continued to try and explain it to her, and she continued to give me an attitude, like she knew she was right. It took all my energy to not say, you mean the money that is still in your hand, that the register is not letting you put in, because the pump is already authorized and cannot be prepaid. The pump that is showing someone's wiped a card at it. Beach. You've been here 2 weeks, I've been here 2 years. Don't ask me questions if you don't want the answers. What I did actually say was, after the customer had left, hey, could you not give me an attitude when I answer your questions? That'd be great. I've been here 2 years. I know what I'm talking about. Some gal crawled up my ass just yesterday about medical tropes having actual merit in emergency situations. I'm an EMT, so that sticks out. Edit. She's back at it again in the comments. If y'all want to chuckle, edit too, since she's accusing me of lying about the conversion. I'll be posting some of the dumb shit she said here, so you can judge it for yourself. All of this is in my post history, so feel free to read it in its entirety. For context, we are discussing the validity of field cauterizing a heavily bleeding wound, like they do in movies. You think it just somehow sucks the plasma out of your whole body. Note, that's specifically what hypovolemic shock is. Not every burn sends you into shock. Yes, I'm using the colloquial term she's been asserting for 2 days, that surgery is defined solely by the act of making incisions, and conveniently omitting the part about manipulating the body using instruments. Apparently, heating up a red hot spike and sticking it into your flesh is something else. Cauterizing also does not fit the definition of surgery. Med term 101. Surgery, r/noun, treatment of injuries or disorders of the body by incision or manipulation, especially with instruments. Did you say incision? Putting a hot metal object on the outside of your faking body isn't incising anything. If someone is already losing mass amounts of blood and can't move because the bleeding doesn't stop, it really doesn't faking matter if cauterizing can cause other issue. Every post since has been her deflecting any attempts to get her to properly define even a single one of the terms she herself used. Lots of calling me uneducated, lots of bragging about being a freshman in college, and even some about a science fair she attended once as a child. But despite how called out and embarrassed I am, not a single example of how I'm wrong. Edit 3. Now she's saying the burden of proof is on me, like I didn't just write out a whole dissertation for her already. I specialize in mental health, and a friend tried to argue that bulimia is the throwing up thing. After explaining that bulimia consists of the binge purge cycle, and that even though vomiting is a common purge method, it's not the only one, she still didn't quite get it. She seemed to think that, because it was a common method of purge, it must be present to be diagnosed as bulimia. I've had to make clarifications to many people about many different mental health issues, but that one stuck out, I think because of how certain she was that she was right. Wasn't the first time she'd refused to believe she was anything other than right. Edit. A lot of responses have asked about other methods of purging. Some include abusing laxatives and dieting aids, abnormal amounts of exercise, periods of starvation to counter the binge, and using syrup of ipecac to induce vomiting. Edit. I just wanted to clarify the differences between anorexia and bulimia. Someone with bulimia will likely have a very normal diet, but when they experience a depressive or anxious episode, they'll go on an uncontrolled binge. In more severe cases, this binge could be higher than 2000 calories on top of their normal daily intake. Following a binge, the individual will feel enormous amounts of regret, anger, and/or fear about the binge, and they'll begin trying to purge it from their body in whatever way they choose. With anorexia, the individual will likely have reduced their daily caloric intake to below 1000 calories. They may engage in compulsively checking the calorie content of their food, and perhaps weighing foods that otherwise don't need to be weighed out. Additionally, an individual with anorexia may also purge as an aid to their weight loss intentions. I give planetarium shows, and at the end I hang around so that people can come talk to me / ask questions. Usually it's small children that want to tell me about their favorite planet or something equally cute, but there are always old dudes that wait around so they can tell me something wrong they noticed in the show. They are never correct. Most recently, during part of my show, I put up a picture of the moon and the earth, and when I show it I point out that this picture is to scale, that is, the size and distance between them is accurate. After the show, this guy was adamant that to scale is meaningless unless you give the conversion 1:5:672. I tried to make a joke a couple times to defuse the situation, but he wouldn't leave. It was so hard not to tell him he was wrong. Edit. Since I forgot to say this the first time around, the weirdest part of this interaction was that this was something I said exactly one time around 7 minutes into an hour-long show, and after all that time he still thought it was important enough to spend like 5 minutes correcting me on it. I firmly believe that there are amateur astronomers who go to planetarium shows just because they want to correct people on things. It's weird. Wrote software for a large interactive art piece. It was presented in such a way that it encouraged self-discovery of how it was used, but it wasn't difficult and most people picked up on the main operation of it very quickly, as it should have been. There were 3 stations that interacted together, but separated by some distance. I see some guy very flamboyantly operating the device. It created music, lights, and fire, and explaining how it works to a small crowd around him. I'm intrigued, so I walk over to hear him. He's figured it all out and basking in the adulation of those around him. But he's wrong. Like, way off. So, after listening a bit, I gently and politely point out how it differs from what he is saying. He looks around at his crowd and tells me I'm way off and don't get it, that I just don't understand. This is more perplexing because simple operation and observation contradicted what he was stating. Anyway, I again, politely, explained a bit more to further illustrate where he was wrong. He told me I just didn't know what I was talking about. I hesitated and considered just thanking him and walking away, but then thought better of it. I looked at him and told him I wrote the software for what he was doing and had been writing and running it on my laptop at home every night for the last 6 months. The crowd's attitude changed. People thank me, and I wandered off. It was weird how invested that guy was in being right and the center of attention. At least he was polite at the end. Literally every time I get in a debate with a young earth creationist point yes, evolution is a theory, but that doesn't mean what you think it means no. Entropy does not preclude evolution point no. We did not come from monkeys, but even if we did, that wouldn't mean monkeys would no longer exist point no. The eye is not irreducibly complex point yes. It's true that we do not know exactly how life first started, but we don't need to know that in order to know evolution is true. Yes. Piltdown Man was a hoax, but that doesn't mean evolution isn't real. Just like some religious artifact turning out to be a hoax wouldn't mean Jesus wasn't real point no. Darwin did not refute evolution on his deathbed, but even if he did, we still know evolution is true regardless of what he did or didn't say on his deathbed or any other time in his life. Yes, it is true that we have not witnessed something like a fish species becoming a bird species, because something like that would take hundreds of millions of years. So if we witnessed it in a lifetime then something other than evolution would be going on point saying macroevolution is real, but macroevolution isn't is like saying minutes are real but centuries aren't, or you can walk across the room, but you can't walk across town. It's the exact same mechanism, just happening over a longer period of time point those cover about 90% of any conversation I've ever had with a yak. I'm a computer science student, so technically not specified yet, but still. A friend of mine asked me to help pick up a phone, so I told her I'd meet her at the store. When I get there, I see she's taking to a sales rep for a local band, a shitty local brand, so I walk up to them, say hi, and just start inspecting the phone he's trying to sell to her. I ask her how much RAM does the phone have, and he just interrupts her asking me can you tell me what RAM is used for, in this very condescending tone. I just looked at him and told him it helps with multitasking and retrieving data faster than from the main memory, then turned around. He shuts up for maybe half a minute, then starts telling me how the processor has 8 cores and whatnot, still with his shitty attitude. So, I pointedly told my friend, cores mean a lot less than speed, especially for a phone. He just gives me a dirty look and keeps talking to my friend. Then, the best one, my friend was taking a trip to Japan in a couple of weeks, and one of the phones she was considering, not the shitty brand one, had NFC, which I thought might be useful. I point this out to her, but that one has NFC, and this one doesn't, and he again interrupts me, and tells me she doesn't need to worry about that, as NFC is practically non-existent where we live. I just look at him for maybe 5 seconds, turn to my friend, and tell her that she can use it to pay for a lot of stuff on her trip. His face when he asked oh, so where are you going, was priceless. Faking prick. I'm a musician with a few classical credits and work as an orchestrator. This means when amateur snobs find out I'm a composer/musician they always want to trash some pop music or hip hop and have me back up their opinions. Thing is, I'm not a classical musician. I specialize in popular and commercial music, theater music, pop R&B, etc. And I've literally traveled the world teaching pop singing songwriting. So when some motherfucker likes to tell me why so and so has bad vocal technique, amplified technique equals unamplified technique, or why some pop musician is totally unknowledgeable/unskilled, I enjoy beach slapping them. Point the worst is old white dudes who love the blues but hate hip hop because any idiot can do it. There's no skill. Dude, your favorite genre is playable by any 15-year-old with a guitar and a few weeks free to practice. You're really gonna pretend to be too sophisticated for rap right now? A long time ago in a kitchen far away I was an aspiring chef who worked as the grill cook in a high-end restaurant. Point back in the day my claim to fame was personally sending out more than $21,000 of beef, chicken, pork and seafood without a single dish being returned to the kitchen one particularly busy week during tourist season. Aside, I blew that streak with a salmon being sent back overcooked and another salmon being sent back undercooked in a 20-minute time span. Guess I wasn't in the zone that day. I was never Michelin star material. Safe to say I know how to grill a piece of meat. I'd go so far to say I fear no backyard BBQ, nor any grill short of a professional grade 1 on the line on a Saturday night. If I had $2 plus interest for every unsolicited tip I've gotten running the grill at Backyard BBQ, since leaving the food industry it would probably add up to more than I ever made as a line cook. No disrespect to YouTube food channels and people new to cooking gaining a love for it, but it winds me up something fierce when somebody who hasn't set foot in a restaurant kitchen enlightens me with the secrets to grilling. A steak point. By the time I was 25 I grilled and sold more steaks than you will eat in a lifetime, bucko. I lived in Hawaii for 4 years and the sheer number of times I've heard people who have never even been to the islands before try to lecture me about Hawaii politics and culture is insane. Probably the worst case was a guy who was trying to argue that the worst crime the American government had ever committed was colonizing Hawaii, which he insisted was worse even than slavery or Native American genocide. I told him that most people in Hawaii wouldn't agree with that sentiment and that if he actually bothered to go out there and talk to people he would realize how insane his argument was. He then told me that as a white man it would be an insult to the Hawaiian people for him to even go out there, and he told me this knowing full well that I, also a white man, had lived out there. That put me over the edge and I started yelling at him about how common interracial relationships are out there and how many white people live peacefully and respectfully on the islands until a mutual Canadian friend of ours rushed over and started defusing things. I now live in Japan, and when I think back on all the idiotic arguments I've gotten into with people in regards to Hawaii I can only dread the endless mountains of stupid I'm going to have to deal with from people about this place. I'm just a nurse, but where I work you have to be highly specialized. I have more letters behind my name than in it, and it's a pretty long name, y'all. It's also a teaching hospital, so we have doctors going through their internships, residency, and fellowships working on the floor with us. I had a resident, so yes, technically a doctor, argue with me because he was explaining way wrong how a patient's temporary heart pump was working to the patient's family. I politely interrupted and said he meant to say this way and he blew up and yelled at me in front of them, losing his mind that I'd correct him. I'm the doctor, I know. I wasn't even really arguing. I just said okay, the way you're explaining it makes zero sense. It couldn't possibly work that way for any reason and I've done this for years, this is how it works. Attending walks in to see what the fuss is about and politely excuses all of us from the room to tell the resident he's a dumb shit and to never talk to people, especially nurses, like that. I used to be in the spirits business and sold a lot of high-end wines, Camus, Beringer, etc. for those of you in the know. I used to go to wine shows where it wasn't uncommon to be drinking $100 to $200 bottles of wine. These things are loaded with wine snobs, some who haven't a clue or a developed palate to really be able to properly evaluate a wine. I have a ton of stories to tell, but the standouts are one person bragging to me that he had a 20-year-old bottle of Beaujolais Nouveau he was saving for a special occasion. He asked me what it was worth. Probably nothing because it has turned to vinegar by now, I replied. He got all in my face telling me I didn't know anything. Fortunately I had the chief winemaker of a well-known winery with me. Let's ask him, then. His reply was something along the lines of I'm not sure what the going rate for a bottle of rancid vinegar would be. FYI, some wines are designed to be aged, while others are drunk right away. I'm an application engineer for big plants and mills and such, power, paper, chemical, etc. My specialization is to make sure that, given process data, their pumps, pipes, valves, and controllers, pneumatic pressure operated physical part, all work nicely with the DCS, digital control system, electric part, so nothing breaks or explodes a tank or whatnot. I had an old school professional engineer at a power company come to me and hand me a valve with a hole in it and basically tell me to fix it. Let me explain. Valves don't just magically get holes in them. That's a very strange mode of failure, and your newly religious valve's not going to get fixed. You have to get a new one at that point. This is about a $30,000 valve too. Not cheap. I tactfully explained that he needed a new one, and we redo the data. Everything checks out. We relay this to the pet, stating that he should recheck his process. He scoffs, saying, all of our data is correct. It's your valve that broke. Okay, not technically wrong, but we size using conditions given to us by the facility. He is going on and on about how I'm, ironically, not a professional. Technically I'm not a pet. Generally pod about 30 grand. Forgot to mention there were 4 identical lines going to a boiler. Identical valves. $30,000 a pop. Sent the findings to the failure analysis team. They came back saying the damage is consistent with low flow. That is, dude gave us the wrong data. Then insisted we were wrong and insulted me in the process. MFW, it's their fault and they're paying $120k for replacements. It gets better. High and Mighty doesn't want to buy new, then buys from a reseller. Fine and cheaper if it works. Resellers don't size, they just try to match and sell, and this is a very particular application. Using my work, he sends the bad data to the reseller, got refurbished valves for cheaper, installed them, destroyed his multi-million-dollar boiler in 2 months. Never felt bad for the guy. Was at the range with my hunting rifle, Tikka T3, 300 WSM, banging steel at 800 yards. Dude walks up to me in a 5.11 tuxedo with a completely tapped out oversized black rifle sporting an absolutely gigantic Night Force scope. Pure stereotype. Begins lecturing me about external ballistics and how I'd never be able to hit a target at 800 yards without a gun like his and all his experience. He sets up, bang, misses. Grumbles to himself, spins the turrets on his scope, bang, misses. This goes on for a few minutes. He never is able to hit the target. As he's getting more frustrated, I can see he's jerking the trigger worse and worse and starting to develop an anticipatory flinch. He starts yelling that his scope and rifle are faked up and someone must have messed with his zero. I sight in and bang. Hit. Do it again. And again. Guy just looks at me. I give him a grin and say Army Scout / sniper for 4 years. TLDR, nascent coffee enthusiast guy tries to teach his barista roommate how to make coffee. Not me but pretty close. I, male, live in an apartment with 2 other people, 1 male, 1 female. The other guy tends to act in low-key sexist ways towards our female roommate, which is obvious to me because he will treat her differently even when we do the exact same things. Anyway, this girl was a barista for 3 years. She knows how to make coffee. In the last month or so, the male roommate started getting really into coffee. He got a fancy grinder, fancy espresso machine, and started buying really good whole bean coffee. As his suitormates, he said we were welcome to use his equipment anytime. One day, a female roommate decided to make some coffee. Male roommate immediately starts hovering, looking nervous, and trying to correct her when she had done nothing wrong. B. He knows she was a barista. C. His coffee making experience was limited to the last few weeks at best. And D. She reminded him of these facts. He gets defensive, talking about how I don't want you to break it, and it's pretty complicated. I don't know if you know what you're doing. Of course, he has never said any of this to me, despite the fact that I've never used anything more complicated than a French press. Guess who I asked for help when I needed it? Another one, but my son, not me. Took my 7-year-old son to see a mummy, cause how cool is that to see a real one? It's a small museum, but they have a real mummy or 3, so we head over. Needless to say, my son was into mummies at the time and had been reading about them. So, we are looking at the main mummy and the docent, older woman, comes up and tells us some things, and my son asks some things. Then, she makes some statement, don't recall, and my son tells her that wasn't the case and instead it went down a different way. I think it had to do with when Egyptian mummies were made or something like that. She firmly tells this little 7-year-old boy that he is mistaken and wrong, not nicely at all. But, he only gets firmer in his resolve. After another statement or 2 between them, not especially nice, I tell him that we should get out. There was no cell reception where we were, but we walked a bit, and I told him, I think you're right, let's look it up. It only took a click or 2 to completely validate what my son asserted, and the rude museum docent was in error. F her, she was rude to an interested 7-year-old. I don't know if this really counts, but in 8th grade I had this Taiwanese classmate suddenly speak to me in random Mandarin. Point being, Korean American, I had no clue what this guy was trying to say, so I told him that I didn't understand anything he was saying. Point he started teasing me and calling me a disgrace for being a Chinese person who didn't know any Mandarin, at which point I told him I was Korean. For whatever reason this blew his mind, and so for the next 10 minutes this Taiwanese guy who only understood like 5 Korean words due to pop tried to quiz me, a bilingual Korean American, on Korean. I ended up speaking Korean to him for the rest of the class, and I finally convinced him that I was Korean, not Chinese. Point later I learned that he thought I was Chinese because, get this, he overheard me on the phone calling my mom Ma. Literally every language in the world refers to their mom in some variation of Ma. Not me, but the exam board, who would be marking the entire year's papers. Okay, so back when I did my A-levels, UK, I was dead set on passing business as I needed this for university. I would spend 14 plus hours a week outside of school studying. I watched a lot of videos made by the examiners themselves and ex-examiners on how to answer business questions, so I had it down to an art. During this time my teacher was lazy and actually missed half the content, whilst even worse teaching us the wrong way to answer questions. She would expect us to write double what we needed in order to get the marks for 12 over 24 markers. I put in place a test. I copy and pasted an example answer certified by the exam board, submitted it to her as my own. She gave me, from what I remember, 9 over 15, perhaps lower. I then proceeded to try and prove she was using the wrong kind of structure, only to be shot down and made to write a written apology. In the end I didn't fight back anymore, otherwise I would have been kicked from the class. But I did pass the year with flying colors, while everyone else who followed her method of writing a 12 maker like a 24 maker failed miserably. Point TLDR teacher believed you needed to write 2x as much to get full marks. Printed off exam board's answer, teacher still marked it as not full marks. Past year because I stuck to what the exam board taught me. I'm in marketing. I write a ton of copy and create ads of various sorts. I'm a native speaker of English. Point I had a co-worker Din whose native language was not English ask me to proofread something for him before he sent it to the printer. I was happy to help. There was a grammatical error in one of the sentences, one that wouldn't be immediately evident to a non-native speaker. I marked the change and gave it back to him. This was on a Friday at the end of the day, so I left after giving it to him and thought any more of it. Point well, fast forward to Monday afternoon. It ends up with the printer printing the piece over the weekend with the error. Dan's boss Ali was in his office, and she was livid because it would need to be reprinted to the tune of several $1,000s. She asked him if he had it proofed, and he had the nerve to say yes. Lena proved it before I sent it. Oh, no. I went in at that point and said, hey, Ali, I did proof it, but Dan opted to print it without making the change I noted. Ali said, Dan, is this true? Well, knowing he was called out, he said yes, Lena did mark the change, but it just didn't sound right to me. What? The fact, Dan? Anyway, Ali turned on her heel and walked out at that point. As she was walking out she said, Dan, have that change made now and see how quickly you can get the piece back on press. Going forward, you pass any printer proofs by me before going to press. Needless to say, I never ever proved anything for Dan again. I sent him elsewhere because I refused to be thrown under the bus again. I'm an intensivist and internist, i.e., I'm a doctor in the ICU. I was at a party and someone started having an anaphylactic reaction to something they ate. Thankfully they had their EpiPen on them, so I gave them the dose to their thigh, got someone else to call the paramedics, and asked another person to try and find some Benadryl lying around. They started having some more wheeze a minute after the EP, so I got them on the floor and gave them a jaw thrust to help suboptimally manage their already edematous, swollen airway until the paramedics came with more meds/Nambu bag in case a random buddy comes by and says what I'm doing goes against first aid principles and asks me where I got my first aid training. I said I'm a physician and they asked what type of doctor and that they should be in the recovery position. Point I get it. Community first aid courses teach you an approach that can be applied to everyone. But I think I know my way around monitoring an airway point. Everything ended up okay though. IMS got them to the ED, and they gave another dose of EP, and discharged them after a few hours. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology, PhD, and my areas of specialization are PTSD, depression, anxiety, and narcissism, both narcissists and survivors of narcissistic abuse. I treat patients all day long. I was in casual clothes on my day off, and hanging at a friend's house with 4 other moms for a kid's playdate. Someone mentioned having a troubled sibling, and red flags were going off. I asked if the sibling had ever been evaluated for post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. I was promptly informed that PTSD isn't even a real thing, it's all for attention, and the sibling just needs to get his sheet together. I remember thinking sarcastically, wow, thanks for the correction as whole, and this is where the severe stigma around therapy and mental health comes from. I'll let her know she was wrong, and that I was a doctor and an expert in PTSD. She turned bright red. I welcomed the sibling, a combat veteran by the way, to come in for a free consultation, gave her my card, grabbed my kid and left. Not specialized as such, but knew more than they did. It was about first aid. Student was absent in class. Teacher started laying into her, but she didn't react, and when the teacher reached her crescendo, the student went from absent to a full-blown seizure. Someone runs into the room I'm in, mid-session, and says someone is having a seizure and needs my help. I run in, I'm a student, and find the teacher still laying into her, presumably thinking this is an act. I walk in, and tell her to shut up, and ask for everyone to move to the side/back of the room. I go to start moving tables out of the way, so this girl can seize to completion, when the teacher says nope. No one is moving. She's fine. This girl is foaming at the mouth with blood running down her face from her mouth, and writhing in her chair, and has been for a minute or two at least. My response was basically sod off. I know a seizure when I see one. That's a seizure. Then I ask for help moving tables, chairs out of the way, and this lady says no, you leave her be. Don't go near her. I'm first aid certified, and I know full well that she needs to be in open space, otherwise she could seriously hurt herself. I completely ignore her and get help moving stuff, and someone fetches a pillow for her head. At this point, she is seizing on the floor, in open space with a pillow under her head. I then ask for someone to go and get the nurse and to bring her medical records. It's important to know if this is the first time or it's known, while I start asking people who know her what, if anything, they know. This woman then tries to lecture me on confidentiality and how I can't ask those sorts of things, when 5 minutes ago she was screaming at a seizing student. Turns out, it was her first seizure. I called an ambulance, handed her over, and she went to hospital. Last I heard she was fine. She bit her tongue quite badly during the seizure and banged her head and limbs a bit while she was getting screamed at, but other than that I never heard of another seizure, so that's a plus. TLDR. Some people are faking idiots who would rather risk someone's life than be shown up and admit they were wrong. Oh my god. So there's this one method of rubber modification that's used pretty universally in asphalt pavements since the 80s. My master's advisor was part of the team that invented this process around the time I was born, and I've published peer-reviewed research in the finer points of its most current application in recent years. My master's thesis and my dissertation, PhD, are related to molecular level analysis of the aging process of asphalt when various methods of this type of modification are used. You get the point. This type of modification exists. Once I was having a conversation about this at a party. I was a PhD candidate at the time, having completed my master's in this exact thing roughly a year prior. Some belligerently drunk guy interrupts me and says, "No, that will never happen. People would not go for that, and you people need to stop trying to make people accept shit like this." I let him finish, and then said, "I think you're misinformed. You are roughly my age. Therefore, you've probably never driven on an asphalt road that didn't use at least some of these methods in its mixed design." He was all, "What makes you think you know more about this than I do?" That's when I got to tell him this was literally my job, that I have a master's degree in this exact thing, and was working on a PhD in it at that moment. He said some other things, but I forgot what they were. It was really funny. I've been an optician for over a decade and earned my national board certification 5 years ago, but recently did a stint in manufacturing quality control when I needed a change. Had a know-it-all at work, always had to one-up every conversation with his own experiences. Everybody hates him for this, and several other reasons. Try to get into it with me about how different light colors affect vision. I know more than he does, despite his beliefs. I refused to get into it with him though, because I knew he'd ignore me and just piss me off. Point at it. I wasn't corrected, but just this week I had a guy explain all about this particular design of eyeglasses and how they work and how they can be customized, etc, etc. We carry the line and I've worked with it for years. I was even taught how to work on them from our company rep himself. I was telling him as he was rambling that I'm incredibly familiar with how they work, but the guy either loved to hear himself talk or he was mansplaining. I'm super late on this one, but I've had arguments with pro-child coffin industry people, more commonly known as anti-vaxxers, where they have looked me in the eye and told me that I just wouldn't understand their viewpoint because I've never had to look into my autistic child's eye and seen there was nothing there. Again, I must point out multiple anti-vaxxers have told me this while pointedly looking me in the eye. My first cousin is diagnosed severely autistic, my second cousin has diagnosed severe Asperger's, my grandfather has autism, my aunt has autism, and I was diagnosed with severe Asperger's syndrome when I was 13. After 27 years of therapy I'm pretty passable for normal with some quirks now. When I tell them this, they either accuse me of lying or being misdiagnosed. Either way they generally don't believe me because I'm so normal. Get your faking child vaccinated, and, if they have autism, get them as much treatment as you can as early as you can. Properly treated from a young age. Even severe autism can be managed by adulthood, but not if they don't get treatment until adulthood because their parents think it's some sort of death sentence. I'm an archer in a club where the youngest student, don't know if I can use that word though, is something like 6 or 7 years old, and the oldest student is me at 18. Every student in this club is using an archery sight. Don't know the correct translation in English though. I'm the only one shooting with a naked bow because I don't use those, which surprised the oldest members of the club because I'm shooting with this old school style. The only thing about my bow that is modern is a little metallic weight placed on it to make my bow heavier, so my arm is less let loose when I aim, but that's basically it. You can probably guess where this is going. A dumb kid start bragging about how he has more gadgets, that's the term he used, and that I don't have these because I'm probably poor or some shit like that, and that he's a way better archer than me. He's like what? 10, maybe 12 at best. He then proceeds to shoot. He scores the entire day on his target, which is 10 meters away from him, while my poorer shoot 3 bullseyes in a row and 3 others in the red part of the target. At 30 meters of distance. I know it's a kid with barely any experience, while I'm an archer with 6 to 7 years of experience, but still. He kinda asked for it. And I realize as I'm rereading this that it sounds so freaking made up, but fuck it, I'm too lazy to correct it. I had a homie wanna tell me I was wrong and the wall they wanted to remove was in fact not load bearing. It was a free consultation with no obligation. I was doing it for a friend of a friend. I pulled out my phone and recorded myself touching said wall and saying, if you remove this load bearing wall you're going to have problems. Even though it was free, the owner was a dick, and I had zero faith they'd not try to blame me for the dumb shit that would ensue. I also filed our in-house paperwork, which we always do for every situation. The best part comes now. A week later in their DIY renovation he removed said wall and posted on Facebook after. The house didn't come crashing down, so he said something along the lines, so many engineers don't know anything about buildings. They sit in their classes and get fancy paper degrees. The wall is removed. The living room looks so much better and more open, and the engineer was wrong. Today's a great day. 2 days later a gas guy adding a line from the fireplace to the attic looked up and noticed some bowing in the ceiling. I've worked with the guy before, so I trust his version of this event. He makes some excuse about a work emergency, and he has to leave immediately, and he's terribly sorry. Owner was apparently livid, but accepted the story and the guy left. He went to the city building inspector's office and let them know there was a major situation going on. Now, he's technically in the deep sheet because he's accepting work without a permit, but he still makes the right call. They look up the address, and there's no permit on file for the home renovations. This is very bad. Building inspector tightens his suspenders, and they roll out to the house. When they show up, the building inspector knocks on the door and the man answers. After he says he's a building inspector, the gas buddy says the owner's face went ghostly white. After entering, it's easy to see which ceiling area is the problem. The inspector asks, "You have no permit for renovation on file. Did you bother getting an engineer to see if you could even remove this wall because of its load bearing?" The man had the audacity to faking straight lie to the inspector and said, "I said it was fine." Inspector goes, "Okay, where's your paperwork?" Then he blamed me for not providing paperwork. Needless to say, I get a call inquiring about said job and paperwork. We lived in a pretty small area, so if there's an inspector making calls on site, it's best to just go by and find out what the fuck is the problem. I ask for the address and immediately recognize it saying I'll be right there. I grabbed my paperwork I filled out for our in-house record keeping, which is time/date stamped, and checked my phone for the video, still there. After I got there, I told the inspector I was there. I gave a free preliminary screening and said the wall was unfit for removal due to load bearing unless they wanted to place a beam. Man immediately says, "That's not what you said. You said we could remove it." Knowing it's turning into he said, she said, I pulled out the paperwork and my phone, which shows the inspector exactly me saying, "Don't faking remove the wall." Inspector looks at me, then the owner, then me. How bad is it? If they don't brace this and begin immediately salvaging this problem, the second story could collapse and essentially destroy the entire home. What's next? They need to hire someone to get in here and emergency support the floor above. Even then it might not be enough. The house may be unlivable. We'd have to condemn the property then. Yes, it's not great. This whole conversation is happening between me and the inspector. Although he knows all this, he's just informally informing the owner how serious this problem is. Owner goes, "Can't you fix it?" Without hesitating, I reply, "I believe my firm would be unwilling to take on a project where there's no trust in the building owner and an already harsh feeling regarding not taking our safety recommendations seriously. You can call and ask the office, but if they ask my opinion, I will be firm on the topic." He calls, our CEO says no. Pretty sure he did so cause I was on site and didn't ask myself to take the project, so obviously I didn't want it for, and that was good enough for him. He was a great boss, honestly. Owner feels a ton of panic and the building inspector gives him some numbers to call. Finally someone is willing to come out and look. Guy sees me there, remember small areas so small circles, and is giving me the casual "what the fuck am I here for" eyes. I look up to the problem and smile and he's like, "Oh fuck face." They had to remove the family, brace, and support, replace several ceiling joists that showed damage, place a massive beam and several things. No one was hurt, but the owner's pride thankfully TLDR. Man removed load bearing wall when told not to, spent tens of thousands fixing his mistake. Edit. Holy shit, I got gold for this comment and just noticed. First time. Worked as a counselor at an afternoon childcare center at a school. Job was pretty great. Didn't mind the kids and all their stupid kid bullshit. Gave me lots of stories to tell. But the parents sometimes would just astound us with their demands and special care instructions for their child. The worst of it was a father who wanted us, the $7 an hour counselors, to spend more time organizing soccer related activities. He sat down with the program director with lots of printed off materials, very proud that he'd organized this massive presentation to turn our simple no frills babysitters club into a prestigious soccer academy. We were to set up cones and balls and goals and posts for various drills in handling and passing. The counselors were supposed to be coaches, and we would referee the scrimmage soccer matches his son played in. He had the whole thing planned out. The pockets of papers he brought were stuffed with diagrams and plays, as well as numerous exercises to improve their game. Dad just wanted to help his son become a superstar soccer player and ensure he could get in every hour of quality practice. My boss responded by recommending he send his son to an actual soccer club and make the effort driving him there and back. Dad countered with, "Well, I'm not gonna pay $2 grand a month and leave work early to send him there." We were explicitly instructed by our boss to decline if his son asked us to referee any soccer matches he started. Our job was to hang back and keep an eye on all kids under our watch, not get distracted by getting deeply involved in their activities. We'll intervene if you little nose pickers start throwing fists, but not if the ball goes out of bounds. I'm a woman, a musician, and I play low brass. This happens frequently with people trying to explain to me how to play trombone, or how music works, or how to transpose, etc. It's exhausting point in a different arena though. When I worked at Starbucks I had a lady who wanted her latte heated to precisely 185 degrees and the barista taking the order misheard and wrote down 180. I made the drink, it ended up heated to 183. The steam wand isn't super precise, and gave it to her. She saw 180 written on the cup, insisted on 185, even after I told her it was actually 183, and told me to stick it back on to heat the last 2 degrees, saying you don't even need to pour it out of the cup into the pitcher, just stick it on there. No amount of explaining that the one steams the milk alone and that one's espresso and milk are combined. The drink can't just be stuck back on the wand would sway her. She was livid that I had to remake her drink and berated me endlessly about being bad at my job and you can just heat it up. Why won't you just heat it up? That's ridiculous. How are you so stupid you don't know how to just heat up a drink? I'm in a hurry. This is wasting time. Your supervisor will hear about this. Sure, January. Go right ahead. I've a degree in multimedia. That has a lot of stuff in it, but I was doing video/animation work for a company whose content director was not qualified for that job at all. Sales and making connections, brilliant. Telling me what to do and critiquing my work, no point, he has no idea about pop culture or memes, or what the kids like to do today. Bad when you work for a social media based company. It was a book lovers Facebook page and they centered around Harry Potter, got in Disney a lot. I was there 5 months before I was trusted enough to make a different style video. I found these 2 raps about Harry Potter. One Gryffindor and one Slytherin, so I cut them together to make a battle video. It blew up and showed our normal video style was boring. Took another 3 months for them to allow me post a video on a pub in Carey Island that's LOTR themed. I'm Irish so I was able to email the lads and get all exclusive content not even on their social media. A video that would have taken 3 days got 3 weeks. Pisses me off that he hired me to freshen up their video department, but stuck me right into their routine that was getting them nowhere. Let me show you what I go at. I have multiple autoimmune diseases, primarily celiac disease. One of the traveling syndromes I have related to that is a sensitivity to smells, called hyperosmia. It's very inconvenient, but I have to strictly stay away from all sorts of chemicals like fragrances, because they make me sick. It's not anything that's logical to other people. A lot of people went to debate it with me. For some reason I had a girlfriend become extremely angry, and we broke up over a fight where she wanted me to use some scented cleaner that I was pretty sure was going to make me sick, and she pointed to how I use a hand soap that is lightly scented. Told me I'm so faking stupid because of my choices about which cleaners to use. I have similar issues with celiac, which is a near crippling, delayed sensitivity to gluten, which means wheat, barley and rye. People tell me all sorts of things, like I can eat a little, it's caused by something I did, it's caused by fertilizers, I can get away with a bit, or it's not as a big a deal as I make it out to be. I'm a cinematographer of 16 years. I've shot on more cameras and lenses than I can count. People talk about how sensor size changes depth of field. It does not. The laws of physics do not change based on what is behind the lens. A lens transmits the same light and image, no matter what is behind it, be it film, sensor, or even a sheet of paper. What does change with sensor size, but same focal length such as 50mm, is field or angle of view. With a narrower or wider FOV, one might then change the position of the camera to adjust the composition of the shot, and therefore change the focal distance that changes depth of field. The fact that the sensor is bigger or smaller does not. End of story. There will be a million comments after this telling me how wrong I'm, even though Panavision, one of the foremost authorities on optics and cinema technologies, agrees with me and even has posted that very information on their website. Sensor size has no effect on depth of field. A 21mm at t2.8 will always be a 21mm at t2.8, whether it is on a 70mm camera, a Red Dragon, or a Super 35 camera. Panavision source. But what do we know? The internet people say otherwise, therefore popular conjecture rules. I'm a mathematician. PhD, published articles, given talks, etc. There's a funny thing about math. When you don't know much of it, you think it's about using methods with hardly any justification. When you know a bit, and have seen some easy proofs, you think every single sentence needs to be explicitly justified in full. When you've seen some hard proofs, you realize it's better, necessary, in fact, to assume your reader can fill in easy deductive steps on his own. And then there's homological algebra, but that's another discussion. I've taken a few programming classes on the side this year, since I hadn't done any in 10 years. In one I had to write a theoretical assignment which used, without properly stating it, but anyway, the transitive closure of a relation point. The reasoning to get the final result was a very straightforward application of the definition above to the initial statement, so I pretty much just wrote that as justification. I lost points for that, and, when I asked the tar about it, his reply was, your answer was correct, but I wanted more justification. You're probably just not very used to higher level math. Had to make an effort to keep myself from laughing. Also, formally, a mathematician, but this logic is faulty. The detail required is specific to that class, and not to your background or indeed the level that would be required in a math class, or certainly not a journal article. I have been in a similar position, in that I have published articles, but then have since done a lower level electronic engineering course, where I was expected to write out excruciating detail for simple calculations with Fourier series etc. Your job is to try to understand what the marking scheme of the exam and satisfy that, not to understand something yourself, and assume it's okay. Even when submitting the same preprint to different journals, you have to assess your audience sometimes, and try to understand how much detail is appropriate in the context of a course in a different subject that involves a small amount of maths, where you are quite possibly more mathematically advanced than the instructor. The smart and classy thing is to wind your neck in and adapt to what is expected. I taught a basic calculus course once where I had a cocky student who had a bit more background in maths compared to other students. So there were questions like solve this integral using method X, and he was basically refusing on the grounds that he knew the integral from memory and it was beneath him or something. I kept trying to explain that the question was testing knowledge and application of a technique, and he wasn't answering the question as phrased, but he refused to listen. A shame, as he got lower marks than he would have got if he hadn't have been pointlessly stubborn. The course was audited and had to have a clear mark scheme etc. So I couldn't just give him full marks based on I'm pretty sure he knows how to do what he is being asked to. Was a military finance officer, and seeing armchair strategists argue that the military absolutely needs the insane budget that it gets, and more. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen the books. I've seen what we spend that money on, and the overruns are not at all tied to readiness or pay benefits. So much goes to contractors who sit around, go over schedule and demand price increases knowing that they are going to get it, because cancelling or stopping a project part way through just isn't done. They do just enough at the beginning to get the project off the ground, then slow it to an almost complete standstill until they get more money, then do a little more and stop again. Or contracting agencies who contract for janitorial services, charging the government $80k/year and only paying the janitor $30k. The rest goes to contracting fees. It's also going to logistics contracting agencies that know how to use it or lose it budget mentality works, so they actively pump TVS, computer monitors, keyboards, and mice, and all sorts of other high cost items that are easy to order to supply officers in order to help them commit their funds and get a bigger budget next year. I work as a device repair tech and I always have people telling me that I'm wrong when I diagnose the issue or issues with their devices. A few favorites: when someone drops their phone in liquid, which makes them nearly impossible to fix, and I explain that there's extensive liquid damage, and they claim that they've never dropped it in water, and that it has to be something that I damaged by opening the device. When someone comes in with a cracked screen and damaged LCD, when there's black spots and lines on the screen, basically rendering the phone 100% useless, and they don't want to pay for a repair, so they go, "Oh, you must just need to tighten some screws or something, and then the phone will be fine. I can't afford a repair, so if you could just fix it by tightening the screws, that'd be great." Then having to explain exactly what's wrong, that tightening screws won't fix it, and watching them blow up because they can't afford to replace the whole screen, and I'm supposed to be a magical fix-it genie. Another fun one is when a person gets a key phrase stuck in their head. For instance, a phone comes in with touch issues after being dropped repeatedly, and the customer is convinced it's the Touch IQ chip. 9 times out of 10 it's just a damaged screen, but they insist that it's Touch IQ because they heard someone on YouTube say that's what it was. It's always lots of fun explaining that no, we can't fix Touch IQ because it's soldered to the motherboard, and we don't do that. Point: never a dull moment in the tech industry. I'm a boxer in university, and as a girl, and relatively young, it's always a little harder to prove your worth, especially as my club is very male dominated. There was this one guy who came to our training maybe 5 times in the semester altogether. He clearly was not serious about the whole thing, and only started coming towards the last sessions. I found myself training with him a couple times, and I was the one to teach him a lot of the basic stuff: posture, how to punch properly, etc. We usually have sparring sessions during training, and you're only allowed to do those with a certain amount of experience, and if you own a mouth guard, for safety reasons. This was the last training, and this guy wanted to spar. We weren't doing it very intensely, so he was allowed to on the condition that he would be careful he did not have a mouth guard. At some point it became my turn to spar him. We begin, and I really hold back on what I'm doing, because I don't want to hurt him accidentally, and because he's not as experienced. Mind you, this guy stops the fight to tell me that my posture is wrong, and my elbows are too far out. I cannot move my elbows further back in, because I have those things called boobs, and this has not proved a problem for me as I've always been able to block stomach punches easily in spite of my chest. I get a little pissed, but say nothing, and tell him to carry on. He continues to stop me, and tells me how wrong I am. When I move to punch him, he literally turns his back to me like absolutely no one does in this sport, and he is almost always turned away from his opponent from fear of being punched. I was livid that he would stop a fight to tell me those things when he clearly has stuff to work on himself. TLDR, guy from my boxing club tries to teach me what he has failed to learn all semester long. I work with cameras in the film industry. The amount of time people argued with me that I watch MYTVIN 4K guys. 4K, first of all, is higher resolution that the human eye can take and is not meant to be viewed as a final product. It looks way too harsh because your eye is rushing and compressing, and it is really not cinematic. Point: we film in 4K and above, 9K often, so that when we edit /VFX/CGI and compress back to Full HD 1080p when exporting, we suppress the loss of information that comes with compression. We film and edit above the human eye to have maximum quality when compressed to the human eye. Second of all, as I said, it is related to recording, not to display. You are not watching The Bachelor in 4K, and never will, because your TV does not have the power to magically transform the resolution of their file. It's like saying your TV could magically transform a black-white film into color. It's called marketing. And you fell in the trap, and you bought that TV because you simply don't know better, and it's okay to feel like you've been played, but don't yell at me that the Best Buy employee knows better than I do, Karen. Although it is true to say that 4K TVs support a 4K signal, but unless you are plugging a 4K camera straight into your TV and watching the raw footage off of it, I'm sorry, but you never watched anything in 4K on that TV. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Note, on the other hand, OLED screens are wonderful. Get an OLED TV. OLED is a display technology. See. I play a lot of video games in my free time and tend to focus and specialize on strategy and card games these days. 10 to 15 years ago I was competing in the FPS MLG circuits and practicing my APM for StarCraft Brood War, but now I mostly work and play to keep my brain active. Despite that I'm consistently global best or top 10 hundredths for most of the strategy games I regularly sit down for. Hearthstone would be the one that most people would recognize, and I've also done rank 1 challenger for the 3v3 bracket of League of Legends, but I also have some 300 plus hours wrapped up in a little game called Cards and Castles. At one point I was sitting at the global rank 1 position by a landslide. No close second. My original decks were defining the beta and the game's staff themselves had awarded me badges for both of these things, which I still have. One thing that is interesting to note about this particular game is that it automatically records the matches of games at the highest elos and stores them to be watched by the player base to see how the best players play. It's called Cards TV, and on this particular season every single game I played was automatically uploaded and featured for viewing. Because of the elo difference between rank 1 and 2 as a result, my replays made up between 90% to 100% of all viewable games at the time. Another piece of background for me is that at one point I was a game theory professor. I used to hang out on the game Discord chat channels, where I would chat with people on strategies and give advice on improving. The staff would sit in there and talk to me about balance or gamma play. It was a good time. After providing some feedback on a particular card that someone asked me about, someone else in the channel was like, "You don't know what you're talking about." And I was like, how do you mean? They started explaining how all of my points were just speculative and that the decks I was talking about wouldn't work. The card counters could simply be shut down by X, Y, and Z. And I'm totally cool with constructive criticism and feedback, but the guy was being a serious dick. Really condescending point. And I was like, man, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm literally the highest rated player in the world by a landslide playing these decks. So which do you think is more likely? That all of the rest of the world has been oblivious to these obvious counters you've suggested, or that maybe your maths is a little off? Like, I don't think there is another player in this game who is literally more qualified at the moment to voice this position. He said, well, I highly doubt that you're the top player. Other people laughed. Someone else said, dude, the tags rank 1 and Deckmaster are right next to his name. You could tell this shook him a bit, and he said, well, I saw on Cards TV, to which I interrupted and said, I am the TV. Everyone laughed. Even him. And that earned me the nickname of the TV in that Discord channel. Good times. This happened to me just this week. I'm a veterinarian, so long hours of study and hard work to learn about animals. I deal with people and pets, and I consider myself, if not an expert, at least sufficiently knowledgeable about canine reproduction. Brachycephalic breeds, dogs with flat noses like the bulldog, particularly the Old English bulldogs, French bulldogs, ECT, are prone to difficulty giving birth. The puppy's head is too big to fit through mom's pelvic canal. All this means is that 85-90% of pregnancies for these breeds will require a C-section. A woman phoned my clinic because her Old English bulldog has been in labor for the last 8 hours without delivering a pup. She is calling because she needs help. I advise her of dystocia. Difficulty giving birth is common in this breed, and that if we are going to help we will need to perform a C-section. She informs me that I'm wrong. This is an Old English bulldog. She does not need a C-section. She just needs help to deliver the pups. I explain again that to help her I need to perform a C-section. No, she is an Old English bulldog. You just need to flip the puppy and she will deliver it. I explain that manipulation of a puppy through the vagina is not possible in a dog. The vagina is too small to use my hands to manipulate a puppy from the outside. The only thing I can offer to help her dog is to perform a C-section, and the sooner the better, especially since the dog has already been in labor for the last 8 hours. Listen, my dog is an old English bulldog. She just needs you to reach in and flip the puppy. I have been trying, but I can't do it myself, so you have to. Again, I'm trying to explain about this known problem for the breed of dog she has. Unfortunately, it's known to happen. I'm willing to help, but all I can offer is a C-section. It's during this third round of explaining what I can do when she interrupted me again to tell me that I obviously don't know what I'm doing, so she will find a competent vet elsewhere. I feel very sorry for that dog, and I hope that her owner took her into someone who was able to convince mom the truth of what is needed to save her dog's life. I work in information security. We had a customer who was deploying a whole new network security infrastructure. I was there to support one of the appliances specifically, as the company couldn't find anyone internally and didn't want to spend the money training someone. This is normal, happens a lot. That's basically my company's bread and butter, being external short to medium term resident Smiths. So here I am, about a month into this project, being told that the director of its security was not happy with what I had been delivering and claimed that I had lied to the company about key features of the product I was supporting. For reference, the appliance does, but is not limited to, web content filtering and SSL/TLS decryption. It is important to note that this means that it can block content that comes or is downloaded from. This distinction, though technically unnecessary, is important in a second. From HTTPS websites, I'm called into a meeting with the director, $DIRECTOR, of network security, a couple people with VP, $VPS, in their job titles, and the $POCS that I've been working with at the company, along with a sales engineer, OSE, from the vendor of the appliance. For context, it's kind of like you're called to the principal's office, and the superintendent for the school district, your teacher, and the people who make your textbooks are there. $DIRECTOR immediately starts going off about the fact that this product doesn't do what it's advertised to do, and that the vendor has lied to them, and so has the SME that was brought in. Yours truly, specifically, he said that the appliance that I was supporting could not possibly block or even detect downloaded content. Remember, this is specifically what it's designed to do. Why can't it do this? It only decrypts HTTPS. The room was silent for a solid 10 seconds. $DIRECTOR had just said, unequivocally, that it couldn't do something, because it can do one of the necessary steps for doing that thing. For you non-technical folks, that's like saying this oven won't bake a cake, because it heats up. Literally nonsense. A sir, who is one of the best, most intelligent people I have ever had the privilege to work with, calmly asked $DIRECTOR to explain what he meant. $DIRECTOR responded with the words, "Are you faking stupid?" I went off. Okay, no, I didn't yell and scream and do everything that everyone fantasizes about. But I asked, in probably the most professional but least friendly way possible, if $DIRECTOR could explain to us exactly how he thinks the process of web filtering happens within the context of encrypted traffic. He got things wrong, to say the least. But it all culminated in his saying, and then the browser uses FTP to download the content from the website, and the appliance doesn't scan FTP. Not only is that statement wrong, you download things from websites using HTTP, whether or not it is encrypted. This is why URLs on the web invariably start with HTTP1. He's also incorrect. The appliance can actually apply policy, scan, and block FTP traffic. Again, for the non-technical of you, he essentially said this oven won't bake a cake because it can only bake cookies. Now, it was my turn to be as professional as I possibly could. I explained that that was not how the process worked at all, and that, although irrelevant to the conversation, since you don't use FTP at all, the appliance did actually have that capability. When $DIRECTOR smugly, emphasis for just how damned smug he seemed, turned to $POCS and $VPS, all but saying see, all lies, the main $POC spoke up and said, yeah. That's how we have things designed, and why we bought this specific appliance. Then one of the $VPS decided to end the meeting at it or doesn't work for that company anymore. I'm not sure if it was how poorly he handled being lied to, even if we had been lying his behavior was atrocious, or if it was due to having no technical understanding, even at a basic level, of the systems he was supposed to be, well, directing one. For those technical people out there, yes, I know you can have URLs for other protocols. I think it was already a bit too long to start inlining further in-depth explanations. I was an intern at a small company that produced industrial equipment a few years back. At the time I was studying electrical engineering at university. One customer was emailing about some products we sold him. He was upset because they weren't working properly and wanted a refund. We told him, when we sold him the product, that the fuse he was using to run the product was too small. He then demanded that we send him our measurements for the product running. I don't remember exactly how the email chain led to that, but it did. Me being the young intern, who was full of energy and ready to help, went and got several of the things off the shelf and connected them together as requested to measure their overall load. After sending the numbers to the customer, we got this angry reply from some guy who said he was brought in by the customer and said some shit about bringing an AV seal or something. He went on to accuse us of lying about our numbers and being frauds because our numbers didn't match Ohm's law, which he was familiar with from the military. He demanded that we fully refund or else blah blah blah. I simply responded that Ohm's law holds for DC current, but this was AC that we were dealing with, and when measuring AC power and current, you measure averages over time. Because of this, something called power factor comes into play, which means our numbers were spot on. Our company decided to drop the client after all the fuss. TLDR. Some guy rudely claims our electrical measurements are fabrications. He is wrong. I'm a programmer first, it's certified tech second, and video editor third. I think it's safe to say I know my way around a computer. I've been using them literally as soon as I had the capacity to, not counting the number of people that have tried to correct me about programming, or that's not programming. Where's the black screen with all the green text? The one incident I remember was when I took a Mint boot USB to school, along with my personal Surface, to show a friend what Linux looked like. Teacher saw me and confiscated the device for hacking school property. I looked her in the eye and stated that 1. It's not the school's property, it's mine, especially given that it lacks a property if badge on it, and that it has a very identifying sticker on it for those that know me well enough. You're still hacking, and that's illegal. No, miss, it's called using a computer. I've been doing it for about 16 years. Just because you learned how to open Word for the first time by yourself does not make you an expert on the subject, and before you start poking around in other people's business, maybe make sure you aren't going to make a total ass of yourself first. This is a perfectly legal, no destructive, and sometimes encouraged thing to do, so if you will please give me back my sheet, I'd be happy. I got a suspension for it, sure. The look on her face when she realized she walked into the fundamentals class and told the top student that what he was doing was completely illegal in front of 5 others that knew exactly what he was doing was purely priceless. I've got plenty of other stories in the same vein, but this is already getting long as it is. Tattoo artist here. Had a client come in with his daughter while she was getting a tattoo on her upper arm. He insists that I'm not going deep enough because she isn't bleeding. Side note, the blood that you see while getting tattooed isn't really blood, it's plasma mixed with whatever ink you're using. The darker the pigment, the darker the plasma. Says I need to go deeper if I'm gonna penetrate all 17 layers of skin. He goes on to say she should be bleeding dark red. I corrected him saying that the needle needed to only hit the second layer of skin, the dermis, and that there were only 3 layers total. He tells me I'm wrong, and that he should know because he had a partial tattoo apprenticeship in the late 80s. He then told his daughter that she should clean her tattoo with rubbing alcohol. At that point I lost it and told him I'd punch him square in the nose if he went anywhere near that tattoo with alcohol. His poor daughter was mortified and embarrassed, but followed my guideline for aftercare and she healed up fine. Man, I feel sorry for that chick. Female engineer, lol. So many. One of my favorite stories. This is shortly into my second job. I had moved from being a failure analyst who pretty much slept behind a SEM to taking the xi coordinates and inclinometer on a moving part of a tool, was spitting out and correlating it to the tool native clock/magnitude output. The idea was to match clock/mag between different tools, and over time the little rubber parts involved in the movement would degrade over time. It was cool, but also entirely new, and the guy I was pseudo-reporting to was less than pleased at my speed point. Finally, lots of pain and data later, I figure out a conversion calculation. Offset the tool in any direction. I can see from the inclinometer what you set it to. I show this guy the software patch I want to get built, obviously pretty impressed with myself, not just a SEM monkey anymore. He says, and I quote, "Do you even understand trigonometry?" The conversion calculation I had looked nothing like what he was expecting. He was also an a-hole, if I didn't mention that previously. FTR, I took 2 solid years of upper div math and quantum mechanics, not the fun version, so I'm a little incensed. Punch my inclinometer data into his correct calculation, show him the deviation from the actual tool output, and say, if you'd like I can show you where your equation is wrong. He said in a very small voice that he did not. Grumbled about how I should have mentioned it was data derived. Jerk. TLDR. Dude exercised his mouth instead of his brain and got told. I was in the pub early waiting to meet a friend. The place was empty apart from me and a guy in a suit sitting at a table working on a laptop. I ordered a pint. The barman gave it to me and I took a sip. It was off and tasted horrible. I told the barman it was off. He said it was a brand new barrel, tasted it and said it was fine, and back quote, "That was how it was supposed to taste," implying I was some sort of Philistine who didn't know what a good beer was meant to taste like. I insisted that it wasn't right and there was definitely something wrong with it. He insisted it was fine and said that he wouldn't give me a replacement or give me money back. At this point the guy who was sitting at the table had overheard the exchange. He came to the bar and asked me if he could taste it. He sipped it, grimaced and said back quote, "That's definitely not right. Either the beer has gone off or the pipes have some cleaning fluid in them." The barman said back quote, "Oh yeah. Well, I've worked here for 2 years and I can guarantee you that is how it's supposed to taste." The guy placed his business card on the bar and said back quote, "Well, I've worked for 20th Brewery, the one who made the beer in question, for 20 years. I started as an apprentice brewer, then became head brewer, and am now national sales director. I can guarantee you that is not how it is supposed to taste. If you think it is, then I can always call 30, the pub chain owner, and tell him that we'll refuse to sell our beers to his publies if his staff don't have a clue about how to serve our beers and misrepresent them to their customers. If you want." I have a BS in mathematics. While trying to explain probability to someone, I tried to make the problem simpler and just used a coin example instead. If you flip a coin, you have a 50% chance to get heads. Flipping 2 coins doesn't mean you have a 50% plus 50% equals 100% chance of getting at least 1 heads. It's pretty trivial to see that it's possible to get tails twice, meaning that it can't be a 100% chance. In fact, you can easily enumerate all the possible outcomes to see how it really works. Heads, tails, heads, heads, tails, heads, tails, tails. So, you have a 75% chance of getting at least 1 heads. I tried to make the point that you can't just add the chances of each individual flip together by saying that flipping a coin 3 times doesn't mean that there's a 150% chance of getting at least 1 heads. That just doesn't make sense. Someone argued with me that the number is correct and I'm wrong. After 3 flips, there's a 150% chance. That doesn't actually work. 0% means it will never happen. 100% means it will always happen. 150% is meaningless in this context. On a similar note, I've lost track of how many times I've had to explain to people that if there's a 1/n chance of something happening and you go through n trials, you are not guaranteed to get the outcome you want. Like, if you roll a d6 6 times, if you don't get a 4, it's actually not that improbable. It surprises most people to learn that in general, if you have a 1/n chance of something you want, and you try n times, your chance of success is about 64%. If you still haven't won, the game isn't rigged or anything. You were just slightly unlucky. I'm not as super specialized as some people here, but during my last year in biochemistry, had this second year kinesiology dude try to explain the basic central dogma to me for whatever reason. He got transcription and translation mixed up in ways that I didn't even know could get mixed up, added like so many extraneous and clearly false steps, and then had the balls to look at my shocked face and smugly say, "Hey, I'm sorry if you don't understand what I'm talking about. I'm probably using a lot of big unfamiliar words that are too difficult for you to comprehend. I think I may have facepalmed myself to the moon." Oh, by the way, this is the same guy who said "I love you" to girl after their first kiss on a second date, got illegally high on weed right before a job interview where he was supposed to get drug tested, told me that his Fitbit research was more relevant to the world because a normal person could understand it more rather than my work on ribosomes, told me that guys just can't control themselves whilst drunk, therefore ape wasn't their fault but it was the girls, and somehow got into a good PT school in New York despite cheating and asking for help on all of their work. Going to get buried, but what the fuck not. I was a wrestler for a number of years, the TV kind, not the high school kind, and I had suffered a pretty serious injury. I just couldn't keep myself away, so once I healed up enough the promoter had me train some new folks to come in. Most people would stay for a day or two, but once they realized bumps suck and it is hard work, they would leave. I once had the distinct misfortune to train two brothers who, while motivated, were dumber than dirt, and one of them would constantly try to correct me about the correct way to do the moves. It seemed like every move would get interrupted with, "But technically wouldn't you do it like this?" Wrong, because that is how we do it on our mattresses. Every single move. Now I know they are dumb as shit, and I try to be patient, so I explain to them why that is wrong, and why it needs to be done the way I say, but then I would get another "but technically." It took about 3 months, but eventually I was just like, "Look motherfucker, I have been doing this for years. Either you do it my way or you can go back to your faking mattress." It isn't like I don't understand that bad trainers exist, but the guys who taught me were trained by and still work with the NWA and have wrestled for promotions all over the world. I myself have been around the states. I know why we do things the way we do. Not me myself personally, I work in it so there are enough stories, but this one was from my college professor. I shared several classes with a guy who we called Mr. Google. Because every statement a teacher said he googled, it was annoying, but we ignored him. One particular day we had a guest lecturer. I skipped some classes just to attend, and sure as hell Mr. Google was there. The lecturer is teaching us about certain models and such for interpreting data and management results. Mr. Google chimes up and tells the guy he is wrong because he just googled it. The lecturer tells him that he was sure he wasn't. Mr. Google insists. The lecturer asks him to read out loud what it said. So Mr. Google starts reading out loud, and he is looking quite smug while doing it. The lecturer just said, "Alright, check paragraph 3 from that page. It clearly states the exact opposite, and when you're done make sure you do not start a discussion with the man that actually wrote the book. Thank you." Never seen Mr. Google shrink so fast in his seat. I did my bachelor's degree as a double major in economics and finance. I've also earned the designation of CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst. Here's some of the concepts people seem to have no idea about, but are absolutely confident they do. What the Federal Reserve does and doesn't do, how interest rates work, how small average Joe investors can beat the stock market. Spoiler, they can't reliably over any meaningful period of time. Derivatives. A swap with a notional value of $100 million is not a security that's worth $100 million. Whether you can predict recessions, kind of, but not in any way that's reliably useful for making investment decisions. Timing the market. No one can do it. Period. What things economically the president does and doesn't control. Hint. He/she doesn't control nearly as much as people assume. What the term free market even means. Way too often used as a hand wave term. The free market will take care of it. In what ways? Wall Street is and isn't evil. They do faked up shit, but the things people get most angry about aren't the worst things. Dividends aren't free. Faking money. What is and isn't investing. The economic truth behind every major political issue is never black and white. Immigration, welfare, tax rates, education funding, healthcare spending, insurance, etc. None of these are simple. Often heard as they could just fix X. If they did, why point how to pick individual stocks? Real estate investment is the best way to get rich. It's not appropriate for most people outside their primary residence, but can be very lucrative for people able and willing to be a landlord. Yes, working in the financial industry. I sometimes get information about companies that are non-public, and if you knew this information could make a crap ton of money trading that stock. No, I cannot and will not share material non-public information about publicly traded companies with you. That's called insider trading, and I would lose my CFA designation, my job, and probably go to prison. I used to be a slot tech, and one game we had a 3 real $1 progressive had an accumulated top prize of $125,000. It cost $1 per bet and you could bet $1, $2 or $3 per spin. The prize won was determined by your bet. One person I saw playing it for a while had been changing their bet randomly. For instance, bet 1 then bet 3 then bet 2, cycled that way. I'll let them know they could only win the top prize if they were betting 3. If they chose to not bet 3, the maximum they could win would be $1,200 if the 3 symbols appeared on the center line, as clearly shown on the paintable glass right in front of their face, plus me telling them. Of course they argued the usual spiel, they had a method, where have the machines rigged, etc. I walked away to help others who needed my help. Wouldn't you know it, the top 3 symbols appeared on the reels for the top prize, but their crazy cycling method had them at a bet of 2. They won $1,200, but if they had been betting just $1 more they would have won $125,000. I calculated the time they played. If $3 spin and 1 spin 5 seconds is $36 a minute per $2,160 hour, and they were there for hours actually trying to win the top prize. They probably spent at least $20,000 only to be stubborn and lose it all. I fix musical instruments for a living. I'm female. Just by the nature of being female in a trade and a male-dominated industry, I get a lot of dads who think they know more than I do. No, sir, superglue will not be an acceptable substitute for solder. That's a high-tension area. The post is a double, and superglue won't be strong enough. If you superglue it and come back to me, I'm afraid I'll have to charge labor for removal of the adhesive. Well, I didn't ask for the opinion of an apprentice. I just wanted you to change this pad. I'm not an apprentice. I'm the primary woodwind technician. Sorry, we cannot perform the repair until the corrective action the horn actually needs is done. Then we can warranty the work and ensure the horn is playable. I can't seat a new pad on that key if the key can't be put on the body. Right. Goodbye. Comes back a week later. He superglued the double post on a sax, ended up gluing the pivot screws, the keys were frozen, and somehow got it on the palm keys, too. Can you fix this? Yes. But now the estimate will be higher. You could have saved a lot of money had you taken me seriously to begin with. No retort from dad. I fixed it, and he paid. Surprisingly, he's come back and doesn't argue with me anymore. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I run a club at my university that teaches kids about financial derivatives. Things like swaps, options, futures, etc. Anyway, there was a day when a freshman came into the club and started blabbing his mouth off about crude oil futures. He probably wanted to sound smart in front of all the other new business school freshmen. He is telling the group like he's an expert. Unbeknownst to him, crude oil is the one thing I specialize in. I traded crude oil futures, options, and equities for a few years during high school. I had a nice understanding of the fundamentals. The kid starts telling everyone that the price of crude oil that is always referred to in the news is the average price of crude oil around the world, which doesn't really make any sense. I stopped him right there, because this is one of the most incorrect things I have ever heard. The crude oil prices that is constantly quoted in the news is WTI, West Texas Intermediate. I went on to describe WTI in more detail, thus showing him my knowledge of the topic. He promptly shut up, and his face turned bright red as other kids started chuckling. Martial arts. I'd trained since I was 12, assisted in classes since 15, taught my own since 18, got to first dan at 20. I was discussing a public self-defense seminar a friend, and I had just assisted a senior instructor with over dinner with my mum and stepdad later. That month. Got onto describing what we had taught. If an attacker had a knife and our sensei had an awesome demonstration for why even trained people should run from an assailant with a knife. If the option is there, of course. We covered what to do worst case scenario. If you're backed into a corner, but ideally don't be there, right? This is an open seminar for like 2 days. Keep it simple, stupid. He would put however many instructors he had with him in pairs, while the public watched. Had one of the pairs a red marker, and explained to everyone this was meant to symbolize a knife. Then with the instructors lined up opposite their partner, he would instruct us to fight. We are all wearing white GIs. A room full of soon to be or full-fledged black belts going at each other could be quite a spectacle if you had the right team that day. At the end, he would line us up and point out every red dot or line the attacker had managed to land, and then said, now imagine that was a knife. Even just a dot is enough. And sure enough, no matter how good we were, we all had several marks all over us. I thought this was an awesomely humbling way to explain the importance of picking your fight. Stepdad however proceeds to tell me over a pint of Stella exactly how he'd disarm the assailant. Multiple assailants in fact. TLDR. Who's more well equipped to deal with a knife attack? A room full of black belts, be a 59-year-old man 6 beers deep. I work as a chemical tester at a local pool company. On a normal day a pool can be relatively easy to take care of, as long as you follow the instructions and do weekly maintenance. We test the water using a spin lab that gives the readouts to a computer for us to print, and like all technology, this machine has tolerances. To preface the customer, the machine has a limiter at a pH of 6.6 and won't read lower. Now my favorite was a brand new customer coming in claiming they had a crystal clear pool that nothing was wrong with. Quick possible to do if you are good at what you do, or listen to the pool guy. His pool tested with a pH of 6.6, the minimum that is possible. Chemically, an acidic pool like this will be crystal clear because the water will eat everything in it. He proceeds to blow up on me that I, a 18-year-old, am wrong and that his years of wisdom are correct. He leaves in a huff without getting anything and nearly tells me to off myself for telling him what to do. Following him leaving, I manually tested the water using the old school drops. His water was so acidic that it was off the scale for the color. The minimum for the color was about 6. This was more acidic. My estimation was that his water had a pH of about 3. This eats away at anything it is in contact with. Not 2 weeks later the customer is back saying his heater isn't working. We go through the song and dance of what's wrong, and he says water is leaking from the bottom of the heater. Not good. The water tested with 4 ppm of copper in the water, the maximum of the system. This is a sight that the water ate through the heat exchange coil in the heater. This fix on his new pool is nearly a $3,000 fix. The customer has to front this cost as it's out of warranty because we have proof that he was negligent to the water. Sweet revenge. TLDR. Customer tells me off for a $50 chemical fix for his low pH because he doesn't trust me or the machine. 2 weeks later is facing a $3,000 fix for the heater he destroyed due to negligence. Not something that one person does, but rather what the collective does that really gets me, and I'm sure anyone else in my field understands, is the lack of common knowledge which people have about philosophy. I'm currently finishing my master's in the philosophy of sciences. Physics, biology, psychology, medicine. All the time I have people say the same things. Common misconceptions. Philosophy is largely concerned with ethics, right? Philosophy is spirituality and it's about Zen and learning from the world to reach enlightenment. Philosophy is just all opinions anyway, throwing around the word illogical or rational like it is a buzzword. Philosophy is pointless as there is science. If you literally understood or read the field, it's not religious studies, it's not just ethics. It's not just opinions. Philosophy is a rigorous understanding into systems of knowledge about areas which are up for debate. For example, is the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics incomplete? Do we accept non-locality? Is there a hidden variable? Can the measurement problem be solved? Can we have an empirically realized reality without appealing to beliefs our brains modular or plastic? Is mental illness defined biologically or sociologically? Do current scientific theories across the natural sciences accurately define the object in question? Or is the methodology leading to problems such as confirmation bias, unfalsifiability, or giving a metaphorical/epistemological belief about the world? Does statistical data capture enough information to draw scientific theories upon or to make inferences based on that zeitgeist? We're not sitting around worrying about the trolley problem or giving crafty slogans for your shampoo bottle. We are trying damn hard to keep up with the latest scientific journals and offer theoretical explanations and try and assist with current affairs. Had an older broadband connection. Advertised up to 45 Mbps. Normally got around 10 Mbps, which was acceptable point. Then one day it fell to below 1.0 Mbps. And I had to continue calling for support. Everything looks fine on our end. Pay us more money to upgrade to higher speed. Finally sent a technician out who used his 3G iPad to connect to the hub and show me that it's receiving a signal, so it's not their problem. He then proceeds to tell me how I have half a dozen devices connected to my network, 2 computers, 2 security cameras, Roku, etc. Then he starts rambling off, well, your Roku is 12 Mbps, and then your cameras are 10 Mbps per camera, so that's already 32 Mbps right there. And then these 3D printers use a lot of bandwidth, as he proceeds to point at my wall of 4 3D printers. Now I went to college for a decade studying COM/IT. And when I say multiple network speed tests are reporting 1.0 Mbps, something's wrong. And yet the man still refused to test a single cable for me. I didn't even have it in me to argue about the fact that all of my 3D printers don't contain any sort of networking adapters and rely on SD cards for data. Later on I discovered the original tech who installed my broadband used a loose wire, which resulted in a poor connection. After a year dealing with that's terrible customer service, I switched to the only other ISP in my region. I'm paying $10 less and getting significantly faster speeds. Can I do a not me? But in college I took a class called English Grammar, which ended up being a huge waste of time because it was basically intro to linguistics for English majors, and I'd already taken intro to linguistics. Ironically, the class was taught by a Chinese grad student who spoke English with an accent. I'd already learned most of the material from that other class, but the rest of the students were, as should be expected, complete novices. But because they spoke English natively and were dicks, they constantly tried to correct the teacher and throw up oddball possible exceptions to the concepts he was explaining. It was really annoying and painful to listen to, because he knew his stuff and always patiently explained everything to them after they asked their silly questions. But sometimes I would look at their faces and I saw them smirking so smugly. They didn't believe him when he explained, because he said it with a Chinese accent. So one day he was talking about compounds, and he brought up the difference between the phrase blackbird and the compound blackbird. They have different intonations. One is a description, the other refers to a specific kind of bird. Cool. But no, not cool. Because this one girl in the front pipes up with but aren't they really the same? Because all blackbirds are black. So he does his usual, patiently explaining that the detail doesn't bear on the substance of the concept. He gives other examples. He writes things on the board, but she won't give it up. But blackbirds are only called that because they are blackbirds. He explains a different way one more time. Then the girl turns around, faces the other students with this real shit-eating grin, and with a half laugh she declares again, but they're all black. At this point I couldn't take it anymore, and I yelled out, what if it's an albino? It's still a blackbird. This doubles as a story about creating a long awkward silence. Worked as a welder in the towing industry. I specialized in permanent weld on hitches for any vehicle, anything from Hondas to Lamborghinis. Our hitches were rated to outlast the vehicle they were installed on. Had a guy come in with a Chevy Tahoe who wanted to haul a 7,000-pound boat. Started welding the hitch on, and he came storming out of the showroom demanding to know why I was welding the hitch on and not bolting it. I tried explaining how bolt-ons are notorious for breaking or tearing the frame of the car out. He wasn't having it, so I showed him the pile of old, broken and defective bolt-ons we kept out back. I specifically showed him a broken factory hitch that would have come with the Tahoe if it was ordered/bought that way. He still wasn't having it, so I removed the hitch I had started installing, since I only got one weld done, and told him to go to U-Haul. He came in a month later after the U-Haul hitch broke, while he was towing the boat down the highway. He lost the boat. All through college I did delivery and set up for an offsite caterer. I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I set up a sheet load of chafing dishes in my day and understand the principles behind them. So I show up to this lady's house once, and I can immediately tell that she is going to get on my nerves. She's hovering right behind me the whole time and being really particular about everything, but it's her party, so I'll let it go. I set up the chafing dishes, and I'm about to start bringing in the hot trays when she stops and says it doesn't look like I put in enough water. It's a busy day, and I don't have time to tell her how the cycle of heat transfer within the dish works, so I just tell her that the trays she ordered were deep, and too much water in them will cause them to spill when I drop the trays in, which is also true. So I come back in with the first deep, heavy tray and put it in the dish. Splash. Water all over her very particular table setting. I just stare confusedly for a second, and she says, "Oh no, I put more water in to be safe." It took a lot of effort for me to not laugh in her face. I, female, 20-ish at the time, work for my dad who, amongst other things, sells firewood. The way we do it, I'm assuming that's what most people do, is to cut the wood in 1-meter pieces and sell them as steer. Of course, many people want them cut smaller, so they can just toss the wood into their fireplaces and don't have to cut them themselves. The smaller you want the wood to be, the more you have to pay, because it's more work to cut the 1-meter pieces into fifths and thirds, because each piece of wood needs to be picked up, etc etc. For reference, 1 meter equals 1 meter equals 100 centimeter equals 100 centimeter. Anyways, this lady calls. She wants 3 steer 30 centimeter pieces. I tell her we don't sell 30 centimeter pieces, we sell either 33 centimeter pieces for X/stir or 25 centimeter pieces for Y/stir. She begins arguing with me, claiming she's always had 30 centimeter pieces and she's been buying for years and whatnot. I politely explain again, we don't offer 30 centimeter pieces. She demands to talk to my father. I can only imagine her haircut, and that she was mad he wasn't my manager. I tell her I'll happily get him, but he'll tell her the same. How would you even cut 30 centimeter pieces from a 100 centimeter piece of wood? Like, does she think we measure them with tape and then throw away 10% of every meter? Obviously we only cut thirds and quarters of the 1 meter piece. After she complained to and about me for about 15 minutes, my father offered her 30 centimeter pieces for like 5 times the price of 33 centimeter pieces, explaining that to ensure the 3 centimeter difference, he would need about 5 times longer to cut the pieces. She then declined to buy from us because apparently we had been lying to her for the last couple years. A couple days later, she called again and ordered 33 centimeter pieces after she'd been laughed at by about every other firewood seller in the area. Edit. Spelling. Everyone always tries to correct me in my field, refrigeration. Most of the people in this field are awful, which is the reason I'm one of the best and pretty well paid at only 24. No bragging, just giving a mini background. When I work at bars, there will be ex-contractors, or current, drinking, and they always have to tell me they used to do HVAC. For one, HVAC isn't the same as refrigeration, but anyways, they have no idea what they are saying. Sometimes they will look at the unit for the customer before I get there as a favor, and if the compressor is off, they almost always say it's dead, just because the compressor is off. There's so many reasons this could be: electrical burnout, starting components, thermostat failure or ice up coil causing it to shut off, defrost clock, etc. Some of the smarter ones might see if the condenser fan is on, and if it is, but the compressor isn't, then they assume it's dead. That's at least a little better, but more than likely it's still just starting components. There's also new units now that run the condenser fan all the time. So there's that haha point. I realize I'm probably talking to myself, but I thought I'd share. I farm shellfish for a living, and the oysters I help grow are massively popular, especially in the area I live. Not too long ago, a buddy of mine hosted a pretty big party. I brought along a little over 100 oysters to shuck and serve as a favor. Everyone was very gracious and had interesting questions and compliments. As the party started to fill in more and people got rowdier, one drunk individual seemed to think I was hired help or something. He came over and asked me about the oysters I was shucking, saying he considered himself a bit of an expert. At this point I was excited. I love to talk about marine biology and oyster farming in particular. I told him the oysters' names and he said he was familiar with them. At this point most everyone who I had spoken to had been told by my buddy that I farmed the oysters I brought, and so I assumed he knew. After having a few oysters, he commented on how wild caught oysters, suggesting the oysters I was shucking were so much better, and how he could taste the difference between farmed and wild caught. I tried to kindly tell him they were grown on suspended long lines, and he got pretty snarky with me and told me he knew his oysters and could tell a wild caught from a farmed oyster. At that point I got fed up and pulled up a picture of the oysters I brought from when they were seed sized and told him I'd spent the last 1.5 years growing these at every step of the way. I watched as he pieced things together and realized he was completely full of shit. I'm a native Malayalam speaker, Malayalam being the language of the people in Kerala, India. My manager at work, who's from North India and speaks Hindi, told me that my language evolved from Sanskrit like every other language in India. I tried to convince her that actually Malayalam was a Dravidian language that has no relationship with any Indo-European language, including Sanskrit and Hindi, in its origin, and originated completely independent in the Indian peninsula long before Hindi formed. Nope. She was adamant that every language in India was of Sanskrit origin. Wrong. All Dravidian languages originated independently of Indo-European languages and have only been slightly influenced by Sanskrit later in their evolutions. She googled it after I told her. She read the facts. Then she stuck on the fact that Malayalam, in its classical literary form, was influenced by Sanskrit in its vocabulary and would not budge. I then realized that she was one of those people who read, but didn't understand. They hear, but don't listen. I posted this before but here it is again. So I was at a bar with a friend of mine, and we got to talking with this girl who was there on her 21st birthday. We congratulate her and buy her a round point. Shortly thereafter we get into a conversation about the peopling of South America. She then, incredibly arrogantly, explains that there were people there and that I'm whitewashing history. I explain, again, that I'm not, and that there were no human beings there until they migrated there at a time we are still trying to figure out. No, she insists, these invaders wiped out the indigenous populations. No, I say, that happened thousands of years later. She accuses me of mansplaining. I'm like, at a loss, and I'm like, okay well I'm sorry. She yells at my friend, female, and is like, how are you friends with him? And it's like, God, what do you even do? Like, sell faking stocks. I'm a geographer. I majored in psychology and was a counselor for teens for 3 years. My ex-wife and I have a number of kids, but about a year and a half ago I started noticing our oldest exhibiting symptoms of ADHD inattentive type. At first it was just at home, so I held off saying anything, but over time it was clear by reports from her teachers that this was becoming pervasive and affecting many aspects of her life. One day I texted my wife politely explaining what I and the teachers have been noticing and how it's been hurting her performance at school. Now, keep in mind she majored in biology and wanted to be a pediatrician, but changed her mind after graduating. Part of her schooling was shadowing doctors, and she spent about 2 weeks shadowing an adolescent mental health counselor. After I told her this, and that I'd like for us to get her a mental health evaluation, her response was she doesn't have ADHD. I would know, because I shadowed a counselor. Okay. I literally did this for a living, and was trained in the DSM. I couldn't press the issue at the time, though, in order to not cause unnecessary drama. Luckily, our oldest just squeaked by in school and moved on to the next grade. This year, her mother finally relented and allowed her to see a counselor, and, surprise surprise, she now has a diagnosis of AD/HD inattentive type and is currently medicated and doing much better. Back in the back quote 90 quote s, I was transferred to a ship that was preparing for a defense nuclear surety inspection point during an observed operation on a missile. We experienced an equipment failure. An air hose fitting broke. My workers got the deer in the headlights look. I closed my WP-50 and exited the security area. I turned off the valve to make everything safe and told the Air Force colonel that I would return. Colonel Sanders shouted at me that I was not allowed to leave because I was the man in charge. I told him that not only was I going to leave, but he was directed to come with me. Needless to say, there was a thing going on. I called my department head and co to the area, first on the SWS announcing system, and then directed one of the armed guards to prepare for a nuclear weapons security violation. My co and department head showed up very soon after along with the entire inspection team. My O6 and the Inspiration O6 also asked me what was going on. My reply was that I was trying to explain the O5 to E6 relationship. My skipper asked what happened, and I asked that inspector to go first. The lead inspector and a squadron monitor were scribbling furiously in their notebooks. To his credit, the inspector was spot on in his description and very close to verbatim about my discount with him. When he finished, my co asked me if all of this was true. And of course it was. The lead inspector, my co, the squadron monitor all left. My department head was horse laughing the entire situation. We had one change to the inspection itinerary. I had to teach a standard lesson on how to recover from equipment failures and mistakes. Colonel Sanders was my sole pupil. I introduced myself as a newly reported member of ship's force. I came directly from the training facility, where my responsibilities were to instruct COSOs, SWOs and SMOs, plus had provided personalized laboratory exercises to prospective engineering officers who were also required to know how to launch weapons, though there was no curriculum for them yet. The squadron commander had arrived by then. While we were debriefing our flawless inspection, SQDN called me to the front of the meeting and introduced me. He told everyone that I didn't write the books on nuclear weapons safety and security. I tech edited all of it. My CV at the time was pretty extensive. As a side note, my next short tour included other service officers and senior enlisted training and lab exercises. I work with wild plants for a living and often discuss poisonous plants with people I'm teaching. I frequently get people telling me that pockweed roots and berries are perfectly safe to consume. After I tell them that's not the case due to alkaloids like phenylcatoxin, amongst others, they insist that I'm wrong and have bought into plant phobia propaganda because their grandfather/grandmother ate 20 to 100 berries every day. I ask them what happened to him/her afterwards. The response is usually vomiting, diarrhea, and respiratory issues. Well duh, that's due to toxic chemicals in the plant. They proceed to tell me that it is just the plant purging toxins from the body. It's not the body reacting to toxic chemicals from the plant. That can't be the case. Another common one is when people tell me that if the plant is edible then it can't be invasive, which couldn't be further from the truth. Yes people, garlic mustard is a noxious invasive plant, and it decimates native plants due to choking out, and a naturally occurring herbicide it produces, that many native plants have no resistance to. It is edible and extremely healthy, one of the most nutrient-dense greens ever analyzed actually, but it is incredibly invasive and needs to be removed before going to seed, as one plant can produce thousands of seeds. Lastly, when people tell me that staghorn sumac is poisonous because it's sumac, I'll explain the difference between it and poison sumac and that staghorn sumac is incredibly safe to consume. Sometimes they even ask for scientific white papers. I'll provide them, and they retort back that they both have sumac in the name, and it says so in the papers. Of course they do, that is their common name, but they are completely different plants with different chemical compounds and different botanical names. Why ask for scientific data and then ignore it when a damn goldfish has better reading comprehension skills? It sucks because I've been studying wild plants for over 10 years and these people come to me to teach them because they know very little. Yet I must be wrong, and so must the herbalists, botanists, universities, and nutritionists who publish these papers. I'm a dental hygienist. Granted, I only went to community college to get licensed, but I've had to take quite a few science classes that aren't directly related to oral health before I could even apply. My school accepts 20 students a year, and to say it was a mental and emotional challenge is an understatement. They don't just teach students how to clean teeth, but pharmacology, anatomy, theory, community education, nutrition, medical emergencies. It was often overwhelming. Last week I saw a preteen patient, and her mom came into the room with us. It's optional for parents. They are welcome to join, but are also welcome to wait in the lobby. Anyway, this was the first time I was meeting them, and I asked the usual questions. What's your home care routine like? Electric or manual toothbrush? How often do you floss? And what kind do you prefer? The mom tells me that they don't floss. They don't believe in flossing because it cuts the gums and makes you bleed. They don't believe that there's any science that supports daily flossing, improves oral health. Well, buckle up, buttercup, because you're in for a treat. I educated the plaque out of them on the science, method, and technique of flossing. I do my best to not lecture, but to educate and explain what flossing does and why it's important. I don't shame people. I help set obtainable goals working towards more healthier habits. They both left in a good mood. Even if they only floss once a week, it'll be an improvement and I'll be happy. Not really exciting, but I have a bachelor's in finance. Worked for one of the largest banks in the US until this week. Now working at a Fortune 100 company as a financial analyst. Currently a CFA level 2nd candidate. I spent a lot of time trading derivatives and fixed income on my own time, so I know a decent amount about finance. My former boss, Senior VP, National Portfolio Management Director, $210 million norm, tried to correct me that US Treasury securities were denominated in $1000s instead of $100s during conversation, and claimed he had no idea how I was able to buy $100s denominations myself when I said I trade them in $100, but it was probably something illegal. We started to argue little, so he decides to call up the bank's trading desk to confirm $1,000 denominations, and condescendingly refers to me as a trainee to them, so me, just has no idea. I get pretty upset about this, because I'm literally trading US Treasury securities as the cash portion of my personal portfolio. I tell him the bank trading desk is wrong, and it's denominated in $100s. He then starts cursing and yelling at me, saying, "Why do you always have to faking argue?" I called the faking trade desk. I kept my cool and just kept repeating that US Treasury securities are denominated in $100s. He yells, "Then faking Google it and see for yourself." I go to my desk and pull up the US Treasury Department's website and email him the link with the correct information. I look from my desk and watch him just staring at it for 5 minutes. This man literally manages millions for people. No specialized designation. Just someone that convinces others to let him manage their money for 1.5%. Redditors like to correct me about art etiquette all the faking time. Nobody likes to properly source artwork or give decent comments. My latest argument was telling people not to tell an artist their work was vomit-inducing and disturbing. It really wasn't even that bad. It was cute. My most memorable one was on Insinepia Pla Facebook or Choosing Buggers, where someone had reposted a lady's comic on their Facebook page, like a complete new upload, and the lady found the post, which had a couple million views, and asked for proper credit. The poster told her to fuck off. He didn't need to. Basically the whole thread was frothing at the woman who dared to even ask for proper credit. She had a signature included at the bottom of the comic, but I had to explain that that wasn't enough, that you can't repost someone's work and not link back to the source material. If you want to support original content, you have to support the artist. I was basically drowning in downvotes because her signature in the comic was enough that they shouldn't have to put any extra work. I'm a software engineering manager and a director who runs our manufacturing testing with no software training or experience, continues to tell the business how we don't know how to make software. The director has a small group of PHP developers from China that work for him, and a manager that reports to him in a similar capacity with a team of developers. Also without any software experience. The director pulled everyone into a meeting with C-level and directors to show his amazing software his team made and why he should handle software development going forward. I voiced concerns about the legitimacy of the program, issues in the code, security and legal problems, and they finally agreed to let me see the code. A week and 50 to 60 hours later of scanning, I found out his team created a program with 2 million lines of code. Most programs that size have about 10 to 20,000, 14,000, not a typo, bugs, and in violation of about 20 copyleft non-commercial licenses, and lots of basic injection vulnerabilities a first-year CS student is taught about. That program was put into production. It has got to the point where he took a team of my resources for 4 months, created nothing but a throwaway prototype, said it was very valuable time, never told the team what the purpose was, says we don't know what we are doing because he already made it and we should be able to use his throwaway work, and now tells everyone we are 4 months behind. The board and C-level continue to support him and ask us why we are so much slower than him. This isn't someone specifically, but a slew of tourists that would come down to experience food culture and fail miserably in a city built on food. So I spent a few years in an open kitchen that specialized in medium cooked cheeseburgers. Hands down the best burger I've tried to date, and I've been in the cooking world for 10 plus years anyways. As a sous chef I was in charge of handing out the food to guests once finished, and while our servers were required and strictly checked on to explain our burger cook temp policy, once a day someone would freak out on me about serving raw meat. We would politely explain how our burger was meant to be cooked and immediately offer to bring their temp up to well done for them. 9/10 people would say they didn't want it well done, they wanted it medium, and again 9/10 their burger would be a perfect medium. We had a great system in place, and I don't mean the McDonald's kind. If they were polite we would bump it up to medium well and send them on their way. Taking were wrong, but as anyone in food knows, people can't really be polite when they're hungry. So yeah, if someone was extremely rude and would tell us they knew more about meat temperatures than we did, and that medium was supposed to be a light hue of pink, we would put the hammer down and throw a weight on their burger until it was beyond raw and essentially inedible to anyone that knows anything about good food. Half the time people would be ecstatic and tell us that it was perfect, please kill me. The other half they would scowl and tell us they would never be back. Our business did extremely well financially, so we pulled this move often. This happened this week. I work in a scrapyard. It's my job to know my metals, but based on how the market is now, my job went from this is copper to this is #2 copper with a 97% purity. Also Trump will sign a trade deal that will either make the prices skyrocket or plummet. I'm also 22. I had a customer come in and sell me some copper, understandably a lot. But his stuff was a lower grade due to oxidation. It wasn't until recently founders started caring about tarnish, so I explained to him what was going on. And then he started yelling, saying things like I don't know what I'm doing, and how I'm retarded. He makes so much money because he goes around the country blah blah blah. Then he went into the office and yelled at my boss, who a year ago would go into my workstation and fired me on the spot. But this time he called the sales guy who knows what he's doing and found out I was right. And he turned to the customer and told him I was right. Then the next day the customer demanded that someone else buy his material, and my boss told him that he either works with me or leave. It's good to have your boss have your back for once. Maybe not the worst thing, but the first thing that comes to mind. I used to be the calibration and testing tech for a manufacturing company that made artificial lift components. Part of my job was to perform the setups and verifications for the eddy current test equipment. I'd been certified NDT level 2 for about 10 years and had gone through pretty extensive training on the concepts of eddy current inspection. One day I was trying to explain to our plant manager that we need to invest in calibration standards that match the grades of steel that we produce and that without it, we are compromising the integrity of our tests. We'd argued about 10 minutes back and forth about it. He tried to explain to me that this wasn't required and he's been doing manufacturing for 30 plus years and it was a waste of money. He said I don't know about all that. Seems like a waste of money to me. My response was, well, I do, since I'm a certified tech, and if we want to do it right, I suggest we get the right test bars. I wasn't trying to throw around that in certified, but I think I'm way more specialized to understand the things we need. I was at my friend's day party in college. There was drinking by everyone except me, religious reasons, at the time. To which I no longer subscribe. There's a complicated story to how this happened, and if anyone cares, I'll elaborate in an edit, but the bottom line is the cops showed up. He starts checking IDs. I decided to try and help out anyone who was about to get in trouble and go first, because I had nothing to fear. I hadn't had a beer all night. I handed the cop my out-of-state ID, went to college in the next state over from where I grew up, and told him I haven't been drinking, but here's my ID anyway. He immediately boasts, well, this is obviously a fake ID. I'm aghast. I tell him that it's real. He starts going on about how he has this second job and he's seen tons of out-of-state IDs, and how you college kids all think you can get a fake out-of-state ID because cops won't recognize the fakes. But he could tell the difference. Curious, I asked him what about it looks fake. He starts scratching off a sticker or something and saying, see how I can scratch that off. And I go, yeah, because you're scratching it off. Please stop. I then ask him, if this is a fake ID, why does it say I'm underage by over a year? He looks back at the ID, realizes that the ID has a big red bar on it that says under the age of 21, or whatever those IDs used to say. I can't remember specifically, and I haven't had an underage ID for a while. But my home state did that thing with the red bar, and it changed the orientation of the ID for underage driver's licenses. He then pretends that he sees something that proves it was a real ID all along, hands it back to me, and starts going through everyone else. I probably should have wasted more time for my friends, but this sheet was just too funny. I was the guy everyone at this company came to for help with anything that plugged into a wall, because people either just didn't know or didn't want to learn. So I knew a lot about social media and how to use it, and I was invited to a meeting under this assumption that I was going to help the company better utilize social media. Really, there was no reason for the company to use social media because it wasn't the standard business that relied on the public for a constant revenue stream. So reaching out to the public via Twitter and the like seemed to be counterproductive, and I was going into this meeting to tell them that this older woman is the president of the company, really as a favor to her being a close family friend of the owners, more than anything else. She was nothing more than a racist who thought she knew more than she really did, didn't do much for the company, except when it could make her look good and important, etc. Not a very pleasant person either, very rude. But that's beside the point. We went into the meeting and they began talking about how they wanted to start a Twitter and use hashtags to get word out to people. I opened my mouth and said one word and she immediately cut me off and began talking. She told me, excuse me, I'm talking, while having her finger up in the air to shush me. Then she began talking about we'll use hashtags like /ash or company ice the greatest company but for Arizona and hash or company helping pia plini wakan. I'll let her finish her stupid rambling, and then when she seemed to be done and had taken a break, I spoke up. She rudely interrupted me again, same sheet as before, excuse me, I'm not done talking, with her finger in the air, and went on to ramble on some more dumb shit that wouldn't work. She did this to other people in the meeting as well, cutting them off and acting like they were rude, and as if she hadn't just spoken over them. I ended up just getting up and walking out of the meeting without saying anything to anyone. It was obvious no one wanted my input, even though I knew the most of anyone else in the room on this topic. Whenever wrestling comes up, I could puke right on the spot about how wrong most people are. I've been a lifelong fan, and my first wrestling training was with Aleister Black, who's now on SmackDown I think, who at the time Trained the WXW West Side Dojo that day as Tommy End. I didn't hold on to my dreams for long, but every single person feels like they know everything about wrestling. Somehow, and I don't know how, everyone thinks that, just because they know that wrestling isn't real, that they know exactly what kind of maneuver hurts and which doesn't, what's real in the programming and what isn't. The amount of times people think that something fake is real, and believe something that has been a slip up to be fake is a sight to behold. Point. Whenever someone gets hurt in the story at a big match, people look at me with shock and ask if that's real. Point. Yes, the other wrestler really did just break his arm in the middle of a fake programming while the referee tried to pull him off of him. Jesus Christ. I've been a type 1 diabetic since I was 4 years old. Type 1 diabetes is also called insulin-dependent diabetes, meaning that I quite literally rely on injected insulin in order to stay alive. Point. I worked as a pharmacy technician for a short time. One time, the pharmacist I was working with and I were chatting about what it's like to live with my illness. He asked if I take pills, and I gently corrected him and explained that pills only work for type 2 diabetes. He seemed absolutely baffled and tried, repeatedly, to correct me on that, and even had the nerve to say that I was wrong about literally needing insulin to live. He seemed to think that I was silly for only being on insulin and not even trying the pills. Eventually I was able to point out to him that I was the one living with the disease and that just maybe he had no idea what he was going on about. Point. It deeply concerns me that someone who has worked in pharmacy for decades and dispenses these kinds of medications regularly seemed to not even have the slightest clue that not only are there different treatments that work for different people, but that type 1 and 2 diabetes are entirely different diseases. I'm Chinese and my parents have had Chinese takeout at / restaurants. I've worked in them some. Here I was teaching someone to make fried rice in my dorm as a lot of young people can't cook. He was spending too much money on takeout, so I was trying to help him. This other dude was like, you can't make fried rice without a wok. I was using a frying pan as the guy didn't have one. So I divide the rice up and make half with the frying pan and then get my friend to make the other half in a saucepan, imitating what I was doing. I wouldn't say I was specialized at it, but I know how to make fried rice, even though I almost never eat it. Point. Once there was an old white couple that asked to look inside our restaurant kitchen. The wife had a eureka moment and exclaimed, "No wonder our dishes never work out. You need super stoves and woks like this." I mean, sure, the equipment does make a difference, but most dishes can be replicated at home. Everyone had a laugh about it, but it just meant they'd be customers for life. I was in theater class with the worst class you could ask for. Super rude, treating people who haven't known them for years like children. We had to do a whole class project, and we had 3 corners of a class period to make up, practice, then perform an original story based on the winning story one kid had. So at the end they wanted to play a live and let die. Now I have an awful memory, but if there is one thing I can remember, it's things about music, especially classic rock, because I want to go into music. So to clarify, I say the one by Paul McCartney. And they all looked at me in disgust, like I was crazy, and one guy went, "What? No." Then continued to ignore me again. Point. When we were done, I thought maybe I was wrong, so I was walking with my friend when we were leaving that class and I whipped out my phone, looked at my Spotify, and bam, those jerks were wrong. Damn. Never second guessing myself again, I was right. Those guys thought it was from Shrek, so it couldn't be from someone famous. They acted like it was written for Shrek. Damn dude, those people. There was a James Bond movie off of it too, like come on. Ag. Excuse me while I rage about my horrible class. I dropped it after I started realizing the problem more, and it hit a breaking point. The class that always talked about being a safe place and a kind environment where we all belong was one of the worst classes I've ever had. Close saint I've ever gotten to bullying. Point. I was still nice to everyone, though one of the nicer kids really liked Kiss, so when I saw them in concert, I went back to that class to give him a pic I bought there. I'm not necessarily specialized, but I'm pretty up there in the grammar department. I had a bachelor's degree and had just returned from a year and a half traveling abroad teaching English. I was working in a Walmart photo lab while I figured out what I wanted to do next. It was Christmas, and a lot of customers were putting in orders for personalized Christmas cards. For these types of orders, we would have the customer write out the wording, and we would follow it exactly. Whenever I was taking these orders at the counter, I noticed that everyone kept adding an apostrophe where it didn't belong. Merry Christmas from the Smiths. I was able to get most people to listen when I would tell them the apostrophe didn't belong there in this case. But there was this one guy and his girlfriend who were not convinced. An older lady standing behind them heard the discussion and asked if she could be of help, as she had been a school teacher. I gratefully said sure, thanks. She then looked at the guy's spelling and proceeded to tell me that the apostrophe was correct. I was startled and said no, the Smiths aren't possessing anything, and it's not from the Smith, so it should be from the Smiths, plural. At that point, everyone in both lines was looking at me with pity. The poor, stupid Walmart girl, who didn't even know when she was dumb. The school teacher couldn't possibly be wrong. Seething inside, red-faced, and at the verge of tears, I took the order as they wanted, and barely made it through the rest of the day. So infuriating. I'm an EMT. I'm a dinosaur with 20+ experience, so I usually drive the paramedic truck. For the most part, they are great. Then, there are a few that obviously didn't spend much time as an EMT before upgrading. One in particular was really ignorant and stubborn. Or maybe just stupid. We worked for a private ambulance, so we mostly took people to psychiatric wards. Juvenile patients are generally undiagnosed, especially teens, since there are so many other factors. Their charts may say possible depression/PTSD/bipolar, etc. Paramedics insisted they just needed to be scared straight. As in, put them in prison for a week or two, and they'll shape up. It took the better part of a week of 12-hour shifts to explain that's not how it works. That I have bipolar depression, PTSD, an anxiety disorder, and so on. That I will have them forever and will need meds and therapy for the rest of my life. That I had these symptoms my whole life. That these kids were lucky that someone caught them early. Thought I got through to him. The next week, he brought me lavender oil. It cures depression, he said. I poured one of his boots while he was sleeping. My favorite example of this was when I got sent to attend an IEP, individualized education plan, meeting for a high school student with autism as a graduate student getting my master's in clinical psychology. The shitty special education team was making a case that they needed to remove the majority of the services my client was legally entitled to under ADL or for his upcoming junior and senior years under the justification that the student wanted to attend college eventually and no college would give him that much help, so he needed to get used to it now. We are not talking about any crazy or unreasonable accommodations, just basic things like access to the teacher's lecture notes, extended time for exams, and a reduced distraction environment for test taking. They went on and on to me about how college professors are different, and how the student wouldn't get any extra help even with an autism diagnosis. That's when I formally introduced myself as a college psychology instructor at the very university where my client planned to attend, who also worked closely with the university's Office of Disability Services. I explained that not only did I give my college students the services they wanted to withdraw from my high school client, but that I gave them to any student who requested them, regardless of whether or not they had a disability. I also told them that university professors are required to give all of the listed accommodations to their college students, because not doing so for a student with a documented disability broke the law. They couldn't argue with that, and bent over backwards to rewrite the IEP on the spot, most likely fearing a lawsuit. So incredibly satisfying to watch them start panicking and backtracking like mad. I have worked in 4 different spas/nail salons over the past decade. One day after work I was hanging out with some friends and was talking about how a coworker was having an issue on her hands, skin badly peeling, due to lots of exposure to the pure acetone. A friend who is into cars promptly spoke up and asked what the acetone percentage is that we use. I told him it's 100%. He replied yeah, but what is it diluted down to? I replied it's not diluted. We work with gel polishes and acrylics and it's absolutely 100% acetone. He insisted it wasn't actually pure 100% acetone, that it's used to remove car paint and daily exposure to skin would damage it. I just stared at him and replied, nice and slow yes. That's exactly what is happening. That's exactly what I said. I showed him a picture of her affected fingers and he finally believed me. For extra measure I gave him a brief history of how nail polish formulas were originally inspired by car paint and sent him a picture of our acetone bottles with the ingredients list. It was a short list. 100% acetone. Late to the party, but I was interviewing a chemical engineering student from the nearby university for an internship position at my company, and I asked a few technical questions, some of which were softball and some of which were trick questions, just to see how they approached the problems. Correct answers weren't as important with the trick questions, so one of the pretty straightforward knowledge questions was what is the difference between heat and temperature? She confidently gives me the definition of temperature as the definition of heat and some hand wave nonsense as the definition of temperature. I assume she was a bit nervous and just mixed some things up, so I asked if maybe she meant that temperature definition was for temperature. Nope, she confidently declared that she just had a test with that exact question on it, and that she got it right. Point, she did not get the job, because while some things do require rote memorization in engineering, when questioned on something, appealing to authority is not the right way to respond. I'm not a specialist, but in college I got to study abroad in Mali one summer. While there, we went out to visit Dogon country for a few days. A few years later, some guy posted a conspiracy theory video on some message board I frequented, in the off-topic section, which was using Dogon culture as proof of the crazy theory. It was something about this isolated African tribe does this ritual about some planet in another system, which is proof that they've contacted extraterrestrials or something dumb like that. Basically, it relied on people having never heard of this African tribe before, and being like, oh wow, look at that point. So I just posted something like, lol, that ritual has nothing to do with space, it's about the harvest and animals, since I had actually gotten to watch them perform it, but I didn't say anything beyond that. He replied with this lengthy response about how he helped research this, and they had read all about this tribe and blah blah blah. I then replied saying, well, I've actually been there and seen this, and that long mask you're claiming is a planet orbiting a sun is actually just a snake. And then I posted pictures I had taken of it, and debunked a few of his other points with pictures I had taken myself. He never replied back, and eventually a mod deleted his dumb conspiracy post, lol. A while ago I went to a car dealership with my mom, because there was a recall on the transmission in her car. It was under warranty, since it's a recall, and the car's still within the mileage. For context, I've been a massive car enthusiast since I was 12, and could tell you pretty much anything related to cars or engines. The mechanic at the dealership tells us that 6th gear is severely worn, which would require a replacement of the transmission that wouldn't be covered by warranty, and that the compression in cylinder 5 is low, which requires an engine rebuild. First of all, no it doesn't. Second of all, that would cost about $10,000. My mom almost agreed to it before I walked over and said to the guy, huh, that's interesting. I'd love for you to explain that, since this car has a CVT and an inline 4. For those of you unfamiliar with car terms, a CVT is a transmission that doesn't have gears, and an inline 4 is an engine with only 4 cylinders. I used to be a health inspector. I went to a small mall food court place one time that was basically only run by teens. Their bucket for sanitizer water only had soap in it, instead of bleach. So I politely asked the girl in charge if she had a separate sanitizer bucket somewhere with the bleach. Added point, she looked at me like I grew a 4th arm or something. I'm pretty sure it only has to be soapy water to clean the counters, she said, very matter of fact, as if she was going to educate the health inspector. Bleach is only for the floors. I reassured her that she did, in fact, need to use sanitizer for the prep surfaces, and that bleach was overkill for the floors. I took my food handler's course, and I'm pretty sure I'm right. This time said with a flavor of confidence only a teen girl can possess. I just lifted up my badge, looked at her kind of confused, and said I'm a health inspector. We write that test, which isn't altogether true, but got the point across. I asked her for the store manager's info after that. I needed someone in charge to know what was going on, so it could be enforced, rather than these teens continue to be confused. While in the military we had to go through safety training on various things. One such training was on a high voltage piece of equipment. You had to have proper grounding and a whole list of things before you work on it. The instructor went through step by step when one sergeant scoffed and said we were teaching it wrong and that he had always done it differently. Not only was the sergeant wrong, I was utterly surprised that he was still alive with the way he was handling the equipment. He started boasting that his way was faster and that's how he was teaching his unit. Things got heated as the whole room tried telling him that he was going to kill someone using his method or at least short out the equipment. I specifically spoke up and said your step by step is very wrong and is probably why your unit is always breaking these things. He got very angry and started yelling at me, "Shut up, Airman, this is way above your pay grade. What would you know? Let the big boys talk." The instructor spoke up. Actually, his unit made this equipment and are the ones that fix it when you break them. In fact, that particular airman wrote the guide and safety procedures for this and that's why he's here to overlook this course. The sergeant was later demoted and was moved out of maintenance. They didn't want him working on things anymore. Edit. Words. I was in a group of people when the conversation took a turn down how to get extended due dates on finals and such. I know quite a bit about this since I've spent many weeks of my first year in and out of hospital. The conversation turned to just me and one other girl as we talked, and the others just pretty much listened. She told me how unfair it was and how students with non-excusable disabilities get extra time. Like people with asthma, diabetes or other more common disabilities that are treatable with medication. She was saying how others shouldn't be allowed extra time if there is an easy treatment for it. I told her that things like asthma and diabetes have medications, but it is still an illness and the stress of university can make your sickness worse. She just kept telling me I had no idea what I was talking about because her father was type 2 diabetic and he only ever had to take pills. I have been type 1 diabetic since I was 1 and have been in DKA multiple times. One that involved me being comatose for 3 days and missing an important project. Yes, I do know what I'm talking about. I teach engineering and specialize in thermodynamics, and I do consulting on the side. Years ago I was approached by an inventor who had an idea for hydropower that very obviously violated conservation of energy. He was completely convinced that it could develop 5 MW of power when at best it could develop 2 kilowatts, something an average junior engineer in college could verify in a minute with 2 basic lines of math, which is what I did. I have bilateral club feet. I used to work in a rehabilitation hospital where one of the specialties was club feet. I was talking to a coworker about my feet and a coworker asked what club feet meant. A third person, a goddamned registered nurse, said it's when you're born without toes. Completely perplexed, I said no, that wasn't right. Club feet basically, to dumb it down, just means that your feet bones were born twisted and even after surgery, my weight distribution is off. Nurse insists I'm wrong about a congenital birth defect I live with, which literally means I have dealt with it since the second I was born. She fought with me so much that I took off my shoes to show that I did, in fact, have toes. Then you don't have club feet, she snapped. You have something else, and you're confused about what you have. I was dumbfounded. Fortunately, this whole time, the first person had been googling club feet, and at this point, she cut nurse off with pictures to say I knew what I was talking about. Nurse stormed off in a huff. It was wild. Teaching. I'm a trained classroom music teacher, and I was chatting to a former friend about a situation with a challenging student. Basically the kid has severe learning difficulties and is prone to outbursts. the boy just suddenly completely lost it in my class, and I was telling this person about what happened and how I handled it. I'm not one to pat myself on the back, but the principal had me in his office later to shake my hand and let me know that he couldn't have handled it any better himself. I was proud of myself. It was a nice little moment, so I felt pulled to tell someone. You know how it goes. My old pal then went on to tell me how wrong I was and how I could have handled it better. She's never been in a classroom a day in her life. Never been exposed to a classroom management situation, especially a child who completely sees red and is virtually uncontrollable. This wasn't the first time either. She was one of those people that always seemed to want to correct you on sheets she knew nothing about. It was infuriating. Not me, but my dad, who's an electrician for a large company. Someone came in to check the wires for a part of his factory. Note: 9 years before he was building the factory and putting in the electricity, the checker, Chad for short, said that the wires were put in incorrectly and needed to be fixed by an electrician. Dad's manager, Mike, told Chad that 4 electricians were right next to him, my dad and 3 others, and they could fix it in no time. Chad looked at my dad's team and said these aren't electricians. Obviously, this made my dad, a master electrician, very mad. What do you mean? This is my best team, Mike answered. Chad still refused to let the team work on the wiring. Dad eventually told Chad, take your wire checker thing, I don't remember what it's called, and check if the wires are dead. Sure enough, Chad was wrong. Mike called Chad's company. Last we heard he was on leave, probably not coming back. My mom's boyfriend was a veterinarian, a very well-known one that specialized in reptiles and amphibians. One time, we were all in the car going to pick up his 8-year-old son from school. When we arrived in the classroom, his son was arguing with the teacher if salamanders were real or not. Being the son of a veterinarian, of course, his son was arguing with the stubborn teacher that salamanders were a real thing, not fictional creatures as the teacher argued. The veterinarian chimed in and informed the teacher that salamanders were a real thing. She was visibly flustered and turned to the veterinarian to go on about how she minored in biology when she went to college. So clearly she knew not to fall for the trick. At this point, the veterinarian showed the teacher a picture of him holding a salamander. She still refused to acknowledge salamander's existence. My mom then told her to go look it up. She did. I will never forget the transition she made from a proud stroll to the computer, giving us dirty looks, so sure she would be proven right, to a look of embarrassment mixed with anger. But she wouldn't admit that she was wrong. She claimed that the search results were rigged. After that, we gave up. It's just crazy to me that people like that exist, especially an educator. I found out from the kid a few years later that she was fired because of the way she acted towards students. Big surprise. Also, sorry for bad formatting. Mobile user typing this out at stoplights lol. I'm a professional tailor at a department store. I asked a legal question on the internet once, and the entire thread was people cheating on me because I said custom wedding dresses, and they, having read some askman.com slideshow about getting suits made, insisted I couldn't be a real tailor or I would have said bespoke, and they started a new thread to mock my arrogance in using the word tailor, saying I was somehow claiming to be equivalent to like Anderson and Shepard or something, people who fit suits for royalty and celebrities. Reader, bespoke is almost never used outside of menswear, and if we are being pedantic, they are not even talking about tailors in the Savile Row sense, who only sew and don't even meet clients generally. They're thinking of cutters. I was totally polite and apologetic about my bad choice of words. My official title at the job I've been doing for a decade, because fighting on the internet never accomplishes anything, but I'm still annoyed to this day. My question was never answered. I worked as an 4th nurse on the night shift. That was my specialty. Very specialized. Needle and catheter intervene, and troubleshooting and managing central lines, but primarily get the hard sticks. So I would have folks tell me how to do my job, or have mothers tell me that I only have, angrily, 1 shot. Now most often I was called after at least 1, often 2, and sometimes 3 other nurses missed. So pickings in the vein department would be slim at this point. Feet and scalps, in infants, were not out of bounds. So when I would get folks who were angry or threatening, I would gently remind them that I don't need to try even once. And if I do, in fact, miss, I'm still their last option outside of a central line. So I understand that in emergency situations people need a bit of control and lash out or act like dinks. And I know that some people know their bodies best, and it always attempts the vein of their choosing. But if I missed it, I'd gently ask if I can try the vein of my choosing. Fun times. Not exactly a correction, but still faked up. Point was an animator and graphics guy for years. Kept up my Adobe certifications and everything, just to not lose the skills. After I joined the military and was put in the media department, we had a huge base event and they wanted to advertise about my faking former specialty. Point my leadership knew of my background. It was all in my file and they bragged about it to other officers, but never had me use those former skills. The topic comes up in a meeting and I wait to be selected to do the graphics work, but no, they select some first term kid straight out of HS and have me back them up. So I ask why do that given my obvious abilities, and they said that this kid was best for the job as they had a Microsoft user certification that guaranteed them knowing PowerPoint, the military's favorite sheet sandwich to torture people with, and since that program wasn't on my list of skills they figured that I could learn from them. Point they had spent months bragging about me, but apparently had no idea what my skills were or what it meant I could do. Faking idiots. I work at a garden center and have for several years. We tackle trial and error on a first-hand basis of all sorts of insect and disease control. Through the university you can become a certified master gardener. This entails them basically troubleshooting common bugs and diseases for a few weeks over the phone with the public, and some plant identification. Unfortunately it's mainly based on common ornamental and natives. It's also just 6 weeks long. I can't tell you how many master gardeners start with well I'm a master gardener, so I might have more knowledge than you, but maybe I can help. Maybe just ask the question and see what I say as an answer. Usually if they don't believe me and ask 2 or more colleagues the same question, more often than not, they are given the same answer and leave unhappy. Most of the people I work with have been here for 15 to 30 years and are much more reputable than a 6-week public course they took online/over the phone. So frustrating. Also anyone in the restaurant business that was in culinary school for pastry and baking. Because baking is scientific and that means they know everything and more about cooking than the rest of us. I roll. Artist here. I've lost count of how many times someone has tried to tell me how much my time is worth. Point I do a lot of metal work, woodworking, mold making. Sometimes I'll do a little graphic design on the side, but my specialty is fabrication. I have a steady income and I haven't even graduated yet. Point I charge roughly $15-20 an hour plus materials for commissions. You're paying for my time, talent, and knowledge on what I'm creating for you. I'm almost done with my BFA from a very high-ranking institution here in America, so technically I'm still a very young artist, but I've been in this game for years now, and the fact I'm making money off my work says something. Point my uncle recently hired me to create something for him and tried to give me career advice about how to talk to customers as an artist, since I was goofing with him on the phone. I reassured him that I was only being unprofessional because I'm talking to my damn uncle, and it just made me think, if you want me to be Mrs. Professional when I speak to my very close family about my practice, then get your cheeky book out, because I'll charge you more than I normally do for family and actually treat you like a customer. Not me personally, however. My first year thermodynamics lecturer once told us of a PhD student he had who was extremely cocky about his work. The student had chosen to write his thesis on a supposedly brand new theory he had come up with about heat transfer cycles that he was convinced was going to be groundbreaking. It would of course be quite literally groundbreaking, as my professor would later explain. The student was proposing an idea so fundamental to the field it would have completely overturned the basic principles on which it has developed and known definitively to be correct. This only spurred him on, however, as he was convinced he would end up going down in the history books. So he went for his briefing with my professor, whose research has been some of the top in the world, who gently attempted to tell him that Carnot and Kelvin were highly unlikely to be wrong, and also that his theory would have to involve the laws of physics breaking. Said student insisted he was right and would start work right away to prove it. Flash forward to the next consultation, and he had started his full-scale analysis of the theory, except in blind faith and arrogance he couldn't see how he was just plain wrong. My professor was getting annoyed at this point, and stated how, if the student was correct, physics would have to be so broken we would have perpetual motion machines. He stated if the student was to carry on, and have his work marked, he should know it would fail. The response was something similar to "you're holding me back, because you can't bear someone so young being more successful." Low, and behold, when it was time to mark, the student received a mark of stone dead zero with feedback from multiple professors. Where he had made his fundamental misunderstanding point, he decided not to pursue his studies any further. I'm a forensic geotechnical engineer. I specialize in analyzing homes, buildings and roadways that are in distress due to an underlying soil condition. One time I was looking at a guy's house that had large cracks all throughout the house, but the worst were in the corner of the house. I had a tech with me doing a floor level survey, which basically measures how level a slab is and can detect soil movement. The homeowner kept talking to me about all his problems and cracks in the house. I told him I think his home is experiencing distress due to expansive soils, and even said that this corner of the house is probably being lifted up. Expansive soils expand when exposed to water and can lift up structures. He questioned me on why, and I said, based on my experience and the patterns of distress in the house, it's the most likely cause. He said, experience? You don't have any experience. I was 27 at the time and was rather insulted. So I said, well, we will know once the floor level survey is done, and walked away. My field tech was still inside, and the guy asked him about the corner of the house. It ended up being the high spot. He came to me outside and was like, yeah, you're right, all sullen about it. I just smiled and said, this is what I do. I'm a forensic geotechnical engineer. I specialize in analyzing homes, buildings and roadways that are in distress due to an underlying soil condition. One time I was looking at a guy's house that had large cracks all throughout the house, but the worst were in the corner of the house. I had a tech with me doing a floor level survey, which basically measures how level a slab is and can detect soil movement. The homeowner kept talking to me about all his problems and cracks in the house. I told him I think his home is experiencing distress due to expansive soils, and even said that this corner of the house is probably being lifted up. Expansive soils expand when exposed to water and can lift up structures. He questioned me on why, and I said, based on my experience and the patterns of distress in the house, it's the most likely cause. He said, experience? You don't have any experience. I was 27 at the time and was rather insulted. So I said, well, we will know once the floor level survey is done, and walked away. My field tech was still inside, and the guy asked him about the corner of the house. It ended up being the high spot. He came to me outside and was like, yeah, you're right, all sullen about it. I just smiled and said, this is what I do. I'm a pilot and used to teach people to fly helicopters. In terms of job satisfaction, it was one of the best jobs I ever had. The students were almost always highly motivated, which made it an absolute pleasure to see them succeed. That being said, they would often leave the school after their lessons and start reading misinformation on the internet, only to bring said misinformation into the school to share with other students, assuming that the flight instructors were wrong about one point or another. What we would see, out of the blue, is a bunch of students making the same dangerous mistakes all at once, and often acting indignant about the underlying theory. There were several occasions I had to get everyone together to get to the bottom of things, and to reiterate that if they had found some piece of information somewhere else and thought that my instructors or I were mistaken about something, they needed to bring it to us first so we could figure it out. Most students got the idea pretty quick, but there were a few that we had to constantly battle with. Unfortunately, it's an industry where you can't afford to simply throw up your hands and walk away, so we practiced patience and made sure we were all on the same page, no matter how long it took. I've been working with young learners for 10 years now. I don't know if I'm qualified as a specialist, but whatever, I had a kid a few years back who was just an absolute monster. He was 3 years old and clearly dealing with his first time in any kind of socialized school setting. He couldn't control anything he did. He was physically abusive to everyone around him. Normally I don't have many meetings with parents of 3-year-olds simply because they are still in the process of figuring shit out, and they can be reasoned with. I had a meeting with this kid's mom within the first week of having to deal with him. I calmly explained the situation as I saw it, and asked what kind of structure she gives him at home. Oh, I don't believe in structure for him. He's free to do whatever he likes. Okay. I explained to her what was going to happen if she didn't start giving him structure as soon as she got home. I told her that he'd struggle socially and scholastically to epic proportions if she didn't get this shit under control. I have a goddamn master's degree in ed, and at the time 7 years of experience. Her response to my suggestions: no, I don't need to do that. I've read books. I know how to raise my son. I conceded the point, thanked her for her time, and ended the meeting. Fast forward 2.5 years and many incidents, both inside the program and outside, and she's back in my room 7 months pregnant, afraid for the baby, and crying her eyes out. It took every ounce of willpower I had to not say, "I told you so." Not necessarily specialized in, but I'm a paleontology enthusiast, and I know quite a bit about prehistoric life. I had this classmate once tell me that whales evolved from marine dinosaurs. Now there is a fact wrong with this sentence. Marine dinosaurs weren't actually dinosaurs at all. They were reptiles more closely related to squamates, lizards, snakes and turtles. They weren't even archosaurs, a taxon containing dinosaurs, crocodilomorphs and pterosaurs. Yes, pterosaurs aren't dinosaurs either. Whales are mammals, not descendants of dinosaurs or marine reptiles. The only living descendants of dinosaurs are birds. They evolved from small, feathered dromaeosaurids, dinosaurs from the same family as Velociraptor. When I pointed this out to him, he blatantly dismissed the first 2 arguments and said, "Birds evolved from dinosaurs? You're an idiot." We kept going back and forth, cause I wasn't gonna let this guy, who often picks on me, get away with arguing about this with me, especially with his obvious lack of knowledge on the subject. Eventually he just said okay, and just walked away. Win, I guess. I had someone try to explain my master's thesis to me after I'd spent 2 years researching and writing on the topic. She kept spewing off all these misconceptions about psychopathy and their characteristics, and it made me mad. I don't need someone explaining my own speciality to me when I've worked so hard on it, especially when they're not considering the exact topic I was writing on at all. For reference, I was comparing the development of psychopathic traits of non-criminal individuals in adolescent and adult samples. They don't have social skills problems. They aren't the same as sociopaths, and no, they aren't all violent. They are so much more nuanced than people think, and it really fascinates me. I just hate when people try to cheat on something that I'm really passionate about. I know that's not the same as being a trained professional electrician or a lawyer or someone who does this for a living, but I was just so excited to write a topic that may make a difference to people's understanding, and quite a few people who read my work were still so prejudiced. Once I told my teacher, I was in 4th grade, about how this book he had given me was totally unrealistic. The book was about wolves, and it was written that the wolves have blue eyes. I specifically told my teacher I wanted realistic fiction, and was pissed because I was being forced to read this book. My teacher told me, no, wolves have blue eyes. This made me only more pissed, because I had spent the last 3 years finding out everything I could about canines, and I was not going to let some adult tell me that I wasn't right. I knew this stuff. I told him to faking Google it, and he stared at me, knew that I was pissed, and lied saying wolves did have blue eyes, not wanting to admit he was wrong. Point. If you do want to know, wolves can have blue eyes when they are babies, but a full grown wolf with blue eyes isn't a real wolf. Either its dad humped a dog or this wolf is just the very fluffy doggo across the street. Someone invaded a Facebook group and posted an ad, already a faux pas, in all caps like 10 lines high. Everyone was poking fun at her for yelling. It wasn't just inappropriately located and in all caps, but long and rambling and poorly written. A hot disaster. I made some super short joke about yelling, like why are you yelling, and she began to lecture me about how rude and nasty I am, and I realized she wasn't a native English speaker, Korean. So I apologized about the joke and tried to explain why everyone was making fun of her in the nicest way possible. She had asked why, because I genuinely felt bad and saw she didn't know better. I explained the etiquette around it. She proceeded to tell me that all caps was good for ads, and I'm the fool. Point Beach. I'm a native English speaker who happens to be a creative director of an advertising agency who also happens to write copy for our clients' social media presences. I didn't tier her a new one, but I did cheerfully notify her of this and not look at the responses. I used to work at Sherwin-Williams. To be fair, 80% of the people that came in there knew way more about paint and painting than I did. My knowledge was of the store itself, because I've lived in the same town as it since it opened. Point anyway, a lady comes in and is talking about paint, and she mentions, yeah, I came by at 9 last night to try to grab some, and you guys were closed. Yes ma'am, we close at 7 PM every day. Oh, I thought you all were still 24 hours. Ma'am, we've never been open 24 hours. Oh no, this store used to be. I remember. Cue me, still in eye contact, leaning back to yell over my shoulder to the office, where Lisa, not real name, the manager was. Hey Lisa, how long has this store been open? Since 2001. How long have you been the manager here? Since day one. How long ago did we stop being 24 hours? We've never been open 24 hours. The lady, with a slight scowl, says, oh, well it must have been another one then. I could tell from her body language, she just couldn't be wrong. I hate people like that, so just to twist the knife a little, I said, hey Lisa, have you ever heard of a 24-hour Sherwin? No, at least not in our state. She didn't say much more, and after we rung her up, never came back. Point also, the amount of people that are confident the name is Sherwin-Williams, although they could look anywhere in the store or the sign out front at any point in time to realize. I only argued with one, maybe two people about that before I realized that it would always be a losing battle. I have a degree in religious studies. Lots of people have tried to tell me that Catholic teaching doesn't require employers to pay a living wage, despite the fact that this quote from Pope John Paul II, Centesimus in Us, paragraph 8 exists. A workman's wages should be sufficient to enable him to support himself, his wife and his children. If through necessity or fear of a worse evil the workman accepts harder conditions, because an employer or contractor will afford no better, he is made the victim of force and injustice. Point and this one from Pope Pius XI, Quadragesimo Anno, paragraph 71. In the first place, the worker must be paid a wage sufficient to support him and his family. But if this cannot always be done under existing circumstances, social justice demands that changes be introduced as soon as possible whereby such a wage will be assured to every adult working man. Point, and also this one from the official book of Catholic teaching, the Catechism of the Catholic Church, paragraph 2434. A just wage is a legitimate fruit of work. To refuse or withhold it can be a grave injustice. In determining fair pay, both the needs and the contributions of each person must be taken into account. Remuneration for work should guarantee man the opportunity to provide a dignified livelihood for himself and his family on the material, social, cultural, and spiritual level, taking into account the role and the productivity of each, the state of the business, and the common good. Agreement between the parties is not sufficient to justify morally the amount to be received in wages when this is shown to them. Most of them insist that I'm peddling socialism, refuse to accept it, and continue believing they agree with the church on everything. It's maddening. Silly enough, someone tried to correct me on how to take care of my chickens. When it comes to something like raising an animal, research is helpful, but personal experience and natural instinct are better tools to use than the internet. One of my friends told me to get rid of one of my roosters, because according to research, 2 roosters will fight to the death over the hens. This much is true, since I've seen it happen before, when I've had 2 roosters, and had to get rid of one to save him. However, in this case, my dominant boy, who's either a Java or a Moolah rooster, Blacksmith, was very old, and wasn't even bothered by the presence of my young, strapping, bantam rooster, Pasha when I brought him in. In fact, I saw the 2 bonding, as if Blacksmith was passing down the knowledge and duties of a leader on to little Pasha. I refused to get rid of him, and he did his job, alright. Pasha died a few months later protecting one of the hens from a hawk. Now Blacksmith appears distraught over losing Pasha, along with 3 hens, Snow Moon, Phoenix, and Pebble, along with the fact that he, in his old, tired state, had to resume the duties of the leader. If I had followed my friend's advice, Blacksmith wouldn't have been able to defend the hens against the hawk, and all of them would have died. Luckily, I think my new batch of chicks has a rooster in it. A bit of medical jargon in this one point: had a guy come in on peritoneal dialysis who has peritonitis, infection of abdominal cavity, and it's his 3rd time in 2 years. Most people only get one infection every 2 to 3 years, some even less. I ask him about his sterilization techniques when changing the bags, and he says yeah, I use colloidal silver to disinfect and inject it in the peritoneal cavity as well. I'm like, dude, don't. That's what's causing your infections. He replies, nah, it's all good. My friend makes it, so I know what's going in. So you're using an unknown mixture of silver particles made by your friend in most likely a non-sterile environment, injecting it into your abdomen, and that's definitely not what's causing the infections. Peritoneal dialysis is for people with end-stage kidney failure. You have a small tube inserted into your abdominal wall that connects your abdominal cavity to the outside world. You then have to put fluid into your abdominal cavity, leave it there for some time for osmosis, to get rid of stuff that your kidney usually does, and drain the fluid out. Rinse and repeat. Because it's a direct portal into your body, you have to be very strict regarding how you connect the bags of fluid to the tube. If you don't do it in a sterile manner, then you increase the risk of infections. For the last 10 or so years I've worked on heavy machinery, not the longest but longer than anyone else at the job. We have a cow logger that catches fire and eventually gets rebuilt, except the internal hydraulics were never cleaned out. They just replaced all the hoses forward. A year later a hydraulic pump burns up. The pump was way too young to fail, so I know something is up after taking it to a shop for an inspection. We agree the oil supply must have been restricted and burned the pump up. I take this info back to my boss and show him there are screens in the tank that need changed. He agrees and green lights it. 30 minutes later his son comes down and starts giving me the "we don't really need to do that, do we? We could just throw the new pump on and go, couldn't we? Couldn't we?" I realized my opinion meant nothing to this moron, so sure, I slap the new one on, and after 3 hours it burns out too. $2,500 down the tube, and boss is pissed. After I explained to the boss what happened, I never had that problem again. I'm in marketing in Australia. I've been doing this for 20 years. Had a meeting with an ad agency and asked the guy if he would give us the demographics around billboard sites with recommendations for selection. He then proceeded to explain to me what a billboard is, and that people are constantly moving past it, so you can't be sophisticated about it. I had to explain to him that there is a daytime population demographic depending on location, egg office workers, and moving population, egg people transiting past a billboard. Could be on a truck route or main route for parents taking kids to and from school. This has an impact on the types of people who will see the billboard, and therefore location selection according to my product. I was surprised that it was also my manager looking at me like a stunned mullet. When I finished speaking point, I took the company's business elsewhere, and this was one of the reasons why that manager was later made redundant. Got fired for this actually. I was a radio technician in the Air Force, had a degree in physics at the time, and worked as an operations analyst for radio systems for the Navy. Sufficient to say, I understand radios and electronic systems, and specifically, I know how to properly install and calibrate a system. I moved to a new city after working for the Navy, and while I was deciding if I wanted to go back to school, I got an in-between job working for the city radio shop installing police and fire radios. There was a guy there, we'll call him Bob, who thought he was an elite hacker because he used to drive around neighborhoods connecting to open Wi-Fi networks. And Bob hated me. Bob hated me because I was never impressed with any of his stupid brags. He claimed he could connect to any network he wanted, and when I said he was welcome to come try to connect to mine, except fair warning it has a 16-character password and I don't broadcast the SID, he stuttered about how, well, obviously he didn't mean networks that had any sort of actual security. And he would do things like install remote desktop access on the test station, and then sit in his cube and snicker when he started moving the mouse across the screen. When I asked him if he enabled remote access, he just scowled. One day I was given a box of radios that needed testing because their power levels were out of spec. No problem, you connect the radio to the test station via a 3-foot RF cable from the antenna port on the radio and monitor the output. Before I started I asked Bob if the system had been calibrated for losses in the test cable. His answer was, I paid $300 for that cable, it doesn't have any losses. Anyone that works in RF knows that there is no such thing as a lossless cable, they do not exist. And in fact, the test system had a calibration function where you connect a jumper between the input and test output port and then swap the jumper for your test cable so it can account for the cable loss in your measurements. So that's what I did, and the whole time Bob was glaring at me. The next day I came in and found that Bob had moved the test set to his bench and had reconfigured it. And because I'm an incorrigible smartass, I asked him if he had run the calibration routine. His response was to launch into a tirade about whether or not I think I was going to come in there and tell him I know more than him and he wasn't doing his job properly. And again, because incorrigible as whole, I told him that yes, I in fact had a background in physics and had worked on multi-million-dollar radio systems for the duty, and never once had I found a test system that didn't need to be calibrated. He went to lunch with the shop manager, and that night I received a call from the contracting agency informing me that my services would no longer be required. It was okay though, I did end up going back to school and just defended my PhD in electrical engineering, while Bob, as far as I know, is still at the same shop stewing about how smart he thinks he is. Me at my first job. Manager had a few people get Scrum Master certified, including me. I was the most experienced with the process in the company because we use the process in several groups projects in college for a number of years, and thus I aced the material and cert. Other people came to me for help. I started doing my job as a CSM. They freak out with the change, and the manager tells me not to do many things. I tell her the result is not going to be good if we half-ass it in general, and especially with the team I was assigned which had massive personal drama within it. It's an all or nothing type of deal. I'm right, and shit hits the fan. Manager calls me over and asks why I'm not keeping up with my CSM duties, what she told me to stop doing, and is stating I'm responsible for everything not working. I told her she told me not to do the specified things exactly. She tells me she's going to write me up for not doing my job and won't give me details about what to do. When I ask how to make it better, she wants increased productivity. I try to fix the real root of the problems head on in a future meeting. She pulls me aside and says she wants me to go 2 hours with her for disciplinary action for exposing negativity in the workplace and not doing what she says. I resigned that day. They offloaded the team to others. All of them quit. All of their replacements quit. Their third batch also quit. Several of the developers across the department quit. They're still backed up by 2 years worth of labor with so much experience being lost within a period of 3 to 4 months. If the company didn't have a legitimate monopoly, they'd be out of business. You can add water to a sealed lead acid battery. After I got out of the Navy as a net, I worked for a contractor designing/engineering, building, and repairing power supplies. To say the least, I got really good with batteries. So years down the road, a co-worker is installing an overpowered stereo system in his truck. He cheaps out on a used, sealed lead acid battery. His lights are dimming, etc. when the stereo is pulling too much. So I tell him it's probably a bad battery, replace it. He asks if he can add water to it. I tell him no, the moment he breaks the seal it's gone. So he takes it and gets the battery tested after work, and it's bad. Next day at work I see him messing with it. Yes, on the clock. So I walked up to him to check what was up. He has just duct taped the tops back on. I just gave him the look and walked away. I can't call him a complete idiot. He did follow the P rule with the fire extinguisher in the cab. The battery heated up and caught the carpet and seat on fire. He managed to put it out before the whole thing went up. I've done research on the potato famine that struck Europe between roughly 1845 and 1852, depending on the region. I can confidently say that there are only a handful of people out there who know more about it than me, and most of their expertise lies in different areas of that specific subject. I also know most of them personally. Point still, the few times I ventured outside of r/ask historians, when this subject was mentioned, I was told how wrong I was. They'd also either call me a liar when I mentioned my degree and my past in academics, or they call my degree worthless. The gist of my research was that I compared the impact of the potato famine and the governmental approach towards this crisis in different European regions. The two regions that were struck hardest, and were thus my main focus, were Ireland and Belgium. This research further affirmed what has been the official narrative, even amongst Irish historians, that the potato famine was not genocide nor deliberately orchestrated by the British government. Their response certainly left much to be desired, and it did exacerbate the crisis. However, many of the laissez-faire reasoning, and even the deserved poor ones, weren't uniquely British. These same arguments and corresponding relief initiatives were being used in other European governments. The biggest difference was that the only region struck as hard as Ireland was the northern part of Belgium. However, they quickly recovered. The research on this goes very much into detail, but the how and why boils down to the fact that Belgium wasn't geographically nor politically isolated, and that they produced a wider variety of crops and potatoes, unlike Ireland. The Belgian government also ultimately did prohibit the export of foodstuffs after a lot of discussion, while the British government kept trying badly informed and updated interventions, even though the crisis was even more extreme than in Belgium. Their response was entirely in line with the way most crises were met in Europe during this time point. I actually tried to link the success of the relatively unprecedented interventionist approach by the Belgian government to the weakened grip of the laissez-faire attitudes in later times, both in England and Belgium. While this time period does seem to be a turning point, and I personally see the potato famine as a catalyst towards the growth of interventionist attitudes during times of crisis, the direct paper trail is very thin. The potato famine also seemingly pushed forward plant research and microbiology, which both formed the foundation for the first genealogical theories. Again, the direct paper trail is fairly thin, though. So basically the narrative often pushed here on Reddit, that the potato famine was a genocide, is plain wrong. It's a textbook famine with the definition of SEN in mind: disastrous harvests in a region that's producing for a market. The incompetent government certainly played its role, but it would have been disastrous nonetheless. Especially given that one of the biggest remediating factors on the continent was the ease of migration, which was a big issue in Ireland, given its isolation. I always get told I'm wrong about this, and receive a ton of hate mail. So I simply stopped talking about it. It's been expertly covered in r/ask historians, and it's part of the fact. I'm Irish and have been living in France for 6 years. I speak French, and me and my French missus went to my old friend's wedding in Ireland. At the dinner table we were assigned a guy and his girl, whom we had never met, start talking about their honeymoon in the south of France, and how great they are about French culture. My missus has perfect English, and doesn't sound French when she speaks English, so they had no idea. I'll let a few false statements pass as he was just a show off, pretending he was so cultured. But when it was time to order steaks, the guy insisted that he knew the right terms for steak doneness in English, but he was completely mixing them up. No one else at the table knew, so they went along. But I kindly corrected him. He explained again about his honeymoon in France and about his amazing knowledge of French culture. When I insisted and my girl backed me up, he got annoyed and asked how would I even know, when my reply was, well, 1, I speak French and have been living in France for 6 years. And to this lovely lady next to me is French. He didn't even reply. He just kept his mouth firmly shut and didn't say a word to us for the night. As a surgical tech, I had a good working relationship with a particular orthopedic surgeon. I was in most of his cases and knew them pretty much forward and backward. Point: during one particular case, there was a point where a loop suture is used to pass through a tendon, and then you cut the loop and use a free needle to pass it through again and tie it. Point: well, one saying, said surgeon was chit-chatting and held out his hand. As was my job, I handed him the next thing he needed, which were the scissors to cut the suture before the needle driver with the free needle. He looks at them and says he needs a needle driver. I try to tell him, no, he doesn't. He has to cut the suture first, but he won't hear it. So I say, okay, do it your way. He gets this annoyed look on his face and says, of course I'll do it my way. I know what I need, blah blah blah. I was delighted when, after I gave him the needle driver he wanted so badly, he realized he actually needed those scissors. He hung his head and sighed and asked for them. Point to which I loudly, so the whole room could hear, asked, oh, you do want the scissors? Again, a good working relationship. Wish we still worked together. I'm a free-time freelancing photographer and also a now 19 years old student. Point: thanks to my young age, people often think I'm wrong in what I do and look at me like I'm a monkey that stole a tourist's camera, though I have more than 5 years worth of professional experience with cameramanship and photographership done for the government, parliament, various events, etc. So I think I know what I'm doing. However, I believe that at the age of 14 I didn't look mature enough for working in the industry. That one time, when I was the only photographer at a press conference in a small, kinda dark, white low-ceiling room, where I was using a speed light to illuminate the shots, an older guy whispered to me with a big fat confident grin that if you tilt the flash forward it will be better, because they will be lighter. Have you noticed that you're shooting upwards? I'm a photographer. It's just an advice. It might not seem like it makes any difference, but believe me, that direct flashes cause extremely dark, harsh shadows that are very unappealing and just make people look 10 times less attractive or handsome. That's why we bounce the flash off the ceiling, especially that we had a rather low ceiling, so it was as convenient as it can get, since I haven't had a softbox diffuser with me. I have also been getting some workers' advice when in particular events, staff approached me from behind saying that visitors can't be this close to the stage or whatsoever, and I should go further back. After showing them the press label and where I came from to shoot, they suddenly always became much friendlier as we have known each other for ages, saying things like, yo, I didn't meant it that way, you know, and yeah, you just looked young, but respect and it's all cool, no problem. Did IT for an office. Was there for 2 years and knew the common problems. We got a new help desk supervisor in who had done IT in the army while deployed in Iraq and had no problem reminding us every 5 minutes about how superior she was because of it. Point: a user lost their network connection. I knew the port underneath this particular desk was finicky and all I needed was the port on the switch that it was a plink to reset. However, for some dumbass reason I didn't have the credentials to do so. Interaction was like this: me, hey army girl, I need this port reset on switch X. Point: army girl, well, what's the problem? What's going on here? Me, the wall port is bad, and I've run into this like 5 times before. I just need port Y reset on switch X. Army girl, well, did you try all this other pointless bullshit? Me, no, I know what's wrong. I need port X reset on switch Y. I can't log into that switch. Please just do this. Army girl sits down at computer, starts browsing device manager and messing with stuff. Me, hey, no disrespect, but I'm pretty sure if you just reset the PO. Army girl, I fixed computers in war. I'm a combat veteran. Did you update their BIOS? Did you try updating their BIOS? I told you that's the first thing you should check every time something is wrong. Update their BIOS. Walks away. I then proceeded to spend 25 minutes updating their BIOS, had to use a USB to get the flash image since they didn't have any network. This obviously didn't fix anything, so I went to our director and told him I needed the port reset point. He finally made her do it and it instantly worked. I was like, yeah, this has happened about 5 other times before. I tried to tell her that. She resigned about 2 months after that because she wasn't a good fit. Our company supplies a certain kind of machinery usually used professionally, but sometimes by people who want to perform certain work as a hobby. Picture roughly cubic things that weigh 800 to 3,500 pounds. I loaded them into trucks, flatbeds, trailers, and people's vans. I made sure they were safely strapped without damage to machine, or vehicle or other people on the road. But I could not save one dog from a certain asshole who said it's heavy enough. Kid ain't going anywhere. Guy would not listen. He signed the I'm not listening waiver we had and all but patted me on my 30-ish-year-old head point. So his first stop at speed, he hits the brakes and a machine tumbles right from the rear of a quarter-ton van into his dashboard, cushioned only by a lovely, loyal and now smushed dead black lab. He came back a couple of days later and had me repair the broken sticky out eye bits of his blood-stained machine. That man was broken and humbled all to fuck. He paid up and let me tie it down this time and was almost crying when he said he should have listened. He's been a loyal customer for over 25 years since and now runs his own larger manufacturing company. My English teacher tries to tell my class that the word Bildungsroman is a Latin term meaning coming of age. I scratch my head and then put up my hand. I'm a Latin student at my school and it is completely unrecognizable. It doesn't even have the same word structure of a normal Latin word. Me, excuse me me's. I think that might actually be German or something. It doesn't look Latin to me. I explain I'm a Latin student. Oh man rake. I think I know what I'm talking about. I read the teaching materials this term, and it is a Latin word. Look. It even has the word Roman in it. Use your common sense, mandrake. I then try to explain that the Romans didn't even really use the word Roman, and that the A in this case is pronounced Roman as in barn. She doesn't believe me. I come back to my next English lesson the week after, and she says she got it wrong, and that the word wasn't even from Latin. I was waiting for a simple apology or something for her competitiveness, but didn't get one. I was once camping with a bunch of people and a group of people was in charge of making food for everyone that night. They had made a salad that had nuts in it. I had taken a few bites before I realized this, and being allergic to nuts immediately stopped. My allergies are not deadly, but my friend's, however, was very deadly. He had major problems with peanuts in particular. Luckily the salad had no peanuts, but they were still causing him a bad reaction and he didn't know if he would have to go to the hospital or not, which, mind you, is miles and miles away. I decided to notify one of the people in charge of the meal what was happening and said he might want to warn the group that there are nuts in the salad. He simply said no. People who have allergic reactions need like a whole handful of it before they feel anything. I was in utter shock. I said, well, that guy over there is throwing up and has previously been sent to the hospital after just smelling a peanut. I myself have had the same issues as well. He then said, he's probably just lying to get attention. I'm a wildlife biologist who studied at Montana State, which is an hour outside of Yellowstone National Park. I had a temp job working on a graduate research project studying population and abundance on black bears and grizzly bears in an area of Yellowstone. I've had close encounters with both bear species and let me say, there is a clear physical difference between the two. I can't count the number of times I've told people that the small brown bear they see is not a grizzly bear, but actually a black bear, and then continue to be told I'm incorrect. I even had one lady say clearly that is a grizzly bear, because it is not black. Black bears come in a variety of shades and can climb trees while grizzly cannot. I totally get that people won't automatically know the difference and that many people just aren't educated about it. Truth is, I love teaching people about wildlife. However, I'd think that people would believe someone who has lived among both species and has a wildlife biology degree. I'm a news videographer, and I was at some local makers event and this guy, 16 to early 20s, walks up to me and tells me he's curious about my job and can he follow me while I'm here. I'm thinking he's an HS or just graduated, not sure what to do next. So I tell him sure, but don't get in my way. I clip up the organizer and he's making all kinds of noises during the setup. Sighs, tuts, grunts. The lady kinda looks at him a few times and then does the same as me, ignores him. Do the interview, start grabbing my bra, and I'm just about finished and kinda going through the shots in my head and looking around to see if there is anything else when the kid finally clears his throat absurdly loudly and begins to explain how I'm doing it all wrong. I maked her wrong, I white balanced wrong, my sungun is wrong, I did my interview wrong, I'm carrying my camera wrong, I'm carrying my tripod wrong. All of my footage is wrong. He just won't shut up, and by now I'm annoyed and walking away, but he's following me. I finally turn around and lay into him. I graduated top of my class, hired directly out of my internship at a major market station, have the respect of my colleagues to do a good job, and frequently field questions on feedback on other people's work. I do everything for a reason, and did nothing wrong, and then explain the mic placement, the interview, and the white balance procedures, then told him to fuck off. Later on I found out he had interned at our station and held a grudge against us because we didn't hire him. Apparently he was horrible and did shit wrong all the time and would refuse to learn the correct procedures. Also found out that he barely passed the program, and it was mostly through an overwhelming amount of sympathy and a bit of a desire to not have him return that he passed. Barely. And since it might be asked, the way I do interviews to get people to calm down and relax as I mix them up. Make some small chat, usually joke about women's clothing, making my life hell as a guy. If it's a woman, explain to them to talk to me and that nothing is live and we can always start and stop. If we need to I get them framed, give them a very serious look, hit record and then say, okay, are you ready? Hardest, most difficult question first, pause and then give a goofy, sheet-eating grin, say your name, spell it, and tell me a title. If you have 1.99% of the time, you can see all the stress roll off their shoulders, they stand less rigid and are relaxed. They laugh for a moment, and then we get started. Well, this just happened tonight. Because of this post actually. Well, here we go. So I got into an argument with my friend about whether graph problems were on the JED test. He had took his and asserted there was not. Now me, having graduated and being a self-proclaimed physicist, lol, told him that there was of course at least one graph related problem on the math portion of the JED. All of this has started because his girlfriend had dropped out, and I assured her I could tutor her to help her get her JED if need be. And I had mentioned y equals mx plus b and graph problems, and he assured me that there was nothing close to the sort on the test he took. Fast forward a couple days later, and I'm reading this post and bring up the earlier argument. I eventually ended up pulling out a practice JED test and showed him there was a graph problem. He continued to be unable to admit he was wrong, and it all culminated into a giant argument, the police getting called and him almost getting shot because he would not admit there were simple graphical algebraic problems on the JED. And this post even fueled it further. I'm writing this after the cops had just left and my friend had almost got shot by the police for wanting to check how his girlfriend was doing. Happened today actually. I was watching an art stream on Twitch and she was talking about pricing for commissions and brought up her friend's price chart. I saw on it that her friend wrote that she only did female drawings as she couldn't draw guys, and to not ask. I've worked in the trades, I've worked as a photographer, I've worked as a freelancer, I'm constantly practicing drawing things I'm not good at, and I've helped run a business. I mentioned that as an artist it's up to you to learn new skills, if you so choose, but if you plan on doing commissions and you aren't good at drawing something, in this case male characters, you should practice drawing it until you can do it competently enough, otherwise you're limiting yourself. She completely disagreed and said you don't need to learn to draw something you're not good at, just mention that you can't draw certain things and don't take work for things you can't do. Now I like her art and she's fun to watch and chat with, and she normally gives good advice and information, but this took me by surprise. when she said that, because if they were to listen to her then they would be limiting themselves to only a portion of what they could potentially do and would lose out on money and clients. I've talked to her enough to know this wasn't up for discussion and I didn't want to interrupt the stream, not to mention context gets lost in text, and I didn't want it to come across as an argument, but I wish I could have gone into it a bit more because that thinking can be damaging, especially to people still learning or looking to get into art as a career. After teaching about hexadecimal numbers, someone argued with me at length about how lowercase and capital letters are different, and I was doing it wrong. I tried to explain that the case does not matter, but he wasn't having it. I tried asking him to explain to me how they were different, but he just scoffed and said totally different point. I never convinced him. Point for those who are not familiar, hexadecimal is a way of writing numbers in base 16 instead of base 10. It works just like the normal counting, you know, only instead of 10 numbers, 0 to 9, there are 16, 0f. After 9, you start using letters. 10 equals A, 11 equals B, 12 equals C, 13 equals D, 14 equals E, 15 equals F, 16 equals 10. This is popular in programming and computers in general because you can express a byte into characters with no waste, 00FF, and it lets you easily encode arbitrary data as visible, readable, pronounceable text. Point I think from that description alone it should be clear that case doesn't matter. I mean, if R is 10, then what the fuck do you think R is? Lowercase 10. About my ADHD. Not only do I have it, but I also work in education, and so I'm constantly doing research on it for the benefit of my personal and professional life, but also for the betterment of my students. And yet, everyone who does not have ADHD is somehow a damn scholar on the disability point according to them. I just need to get my act together and write more lists. And apparently using meds is a cop-out. I should just try harder, avoid red food dye, eat better, spend more time in nature. etc. Point basically, according to many, my developmental delay is made up by Big Pharma, and if I really cared, I'd just try harder at life. Point by the way, I did not get diagnosed until age 29. Before that I just thought I was stupid. Getting diagnosed has improved my life, helped me go back to school and get a career going. And I tried for a long time to manage my ADHD without meds. They are a good tool out of many that I use to help me function. Point edit. Also want to mention, some of the same people who have said this to me have also asked to buy my meds off me to help them power through a paper or project. I've spent a number of years in competitive air rifle shooting, and when I was a range instructor for the military I've probably disassembled and reassembled more weapons in a few short years than most average gun owners will in a lifetime. With that said, my roommate is one of those non-military grunt style wearing bearded guys that gets mistaken for being a veteran more than normal, and he's recently gotten into the world of guns and I've seen him dick around with his guns for hours trying to figure something out, but refusing to ask me for help. He has a fragile ego and a huge pride factor, just so I don't hurt his pride. Eventually I'll just passively say, hey man, you mind if I try real quick, and probably within 30 seconds I'll have it figured out and hand it back to him all fixed, but usually with no thanks or acknowledgement. He got real pissed one day. He released the slide on his Scorpion with his hand on the port and just about took the end of his pinky off, and I couldn't help but crack a grin and say, man, that brings back memories seeing someone do that, lol. I repair tires. My dad's been doing it for 35 plus years, and I'm only the second woman he's ever seen who does what he does. I had a ratchet old man rap on my office door looking for one of the boys to have a look at a sidewall tear in a tractor tire. No problem, I'll have a look. I think it requires a bit more than an office girl. Excuse me? I'm the general manager. I've been doing this for 20 years and have likely repaired more tires than you've had hot dinners. It's usually one of the boys, so today it's me. So you can either drop the attitude or take your tire somewhere else where they won't fix it before 5 PM. Up to you. For reference, one of the boys is referring to either my 55-year-old dad or our 42-year-old foreman. who both trained me in repair and vulcanization. As soon as I was able to hold a compressed air tool without killing someone. The amount of sexist, chauvinistic clients I deal with on a daily basis isn't even shocking anymore. You develop a thick skin. Not my profession, because I'm still in school, but I'm a dancer. I've been dancing since I was 7 and did gymnastics before that. I'm in my school's dance club, which is pretty renowned, and I do shows outside of school as well. On top of dancing, we do a lot of physical training to make us stronger dancers, etc., and they even put us on fast food bands sometimes because it makes the body move slower. I'm naturally a bit chubby, but I managed to turn the fat into muscle thanks to dance. I've lost weight, but yeah, I'm not skinny/slim. Recently my club had auditions and this girl, my classmate, who is kind of not very well liked, auditioned. I was in the room while she auditioned, but she didn't see me. She's very naturally skinny and not an amazing dancer, but whatever, I wasn't going to judge. One day we bump into each other and start talking. The topic comes to weight, and she takes one look at my thighs and says, I think you could afford to start working out. She's clearly one of those people that thinks skinny equals healthy and anything bigger than that is unhealthy. I have friends bigger than me that can plank for 8 minutes straight no problem. Anyway, she starts going on about how she just auditioned for the dance club, the one I'm in, and gives a damn TED. Talks about the benefits of dance and how healthy it is, blah blah, and I just listen to her and then say, yeah, I know, I'm in the dance club. I haven't spoken to her since. So I was at a sporting goods store 2 years ago and the exact thing happened to me. Most would assume that a skinny 12-year-old would be talking out of their ass about firearms, but I happened to spend a good chunk on the range, forums and Reddit doing research on guns. A little background. That August I completed my miner's license, Canadian gun license for under 18, with a 100/100ths on my written test and 100/100ths on my practical test, so I could say I know quite a bit. And one of the exam questions was the very thing I got tested on by some know-it-all employee. The juicy part, I was browsing the gun counter with my mom and dad, looking at shotguns. I spotted my favorite helper there, let's call him Anthony. He's helped me and my dad multiple times, and he starts showing us some Remington 870s. Mom, what does gauge mean? Why is that a 12 gauge? Me, gauge is the size of the shell it takes. Gauge comes from the old measurements for muskets and rifles, and it means how many lead balls the diameter of the bore equals a pound. So 12 gauge is 12 balls. Random employee walks by. Employee, actually, that's not correct. Shotgun's gauge is randomly numbered. Mom, is he right? Me, whispering, we can talk about it in the car. I didn't really want to embarrass him as that's not who I am. A brief Google in the car confirmed my answer. Anybody else had people like this at gun shops? I'm a young female who does competitive air rifle shooting. I'm yearly in my region's top 3 for my age group. My club does an Easter event where people come and pay to shoot and get Easter eggs for every shot above a 7. It's really cool, and I love helping out and have had a great time helping people shoot every year that I do this. But I've gotten so many entitled elder men call me sweetheart, or well, in German klein oder Liebchen, and tell me to step aside because they've done this before and think they know better than this dainty little 5'5" girl. I've even had a gentleman physically push me aside with his elbow as I was trying to help him set up his gun. The man insisted on shooting without a stand underneath this very heavy old-fashioned air rifle, because only then would he shoot better, and when I politely asked him to remove his beer from the shooting stand, he said that it was fine where it was. He then proceeded to start waving the gun around whilst talking to a buddy, even though I'd said at least 5 times to only point it towards the shooting range. An elderly female club member of mine actually had to step in to tell him to either listen to me or leave. It was humiliating and such an awful experience. Just this weekend, putting in car light bulbs. We went out hiking and she needed to put a new light bulb on the Honda Element. She opened the new bulb and put on a glove, and I figured good, she knows not to touch the bulb. I'll let them do their thing, and a couple minutes go by and they're not done. They're working on the driver's side. I got out to supervise and saw that they were trying to attach the rubber gasket to the bulb. Instantly I knew they didn't know what they were doing. I told them I didn't think that was correct, but no one listened to me. I look down at the passenger light and can plainly see that one isn't installed correctly. I look down at the light itself and you can see the bulb looking at the socket awkwardly. I pull the whole thing apart, clean the bulb, insert the bulb, lock it in with a metal tab, place it on the rubber gasket, and then plug it in. As I'm finishing I hear them saying I don't know what this metal tab is for, and I just had to tell them, back up, I got this. Your passenger side wasn't correct. I corrected it. Watch me and learn. A friend of mine had posted on Facebook about this puppy he just got and had questions as to what all vaccines he needed to get her and helpful tips. I told him of a few good vets in the area, the shot schedule I adhere to for all my pets and what they are, and the benefits of them. Also told him to not let his puppy touch the floor or shopping carts if he was out getting her a leash or harness, so she wouldn't risk contracting parvovirus. Someone else he's friends with went on a rant stating she was the only person he should listen to, and that she is a vet tech and the puppy really only needs one set of shots, and that her immunity would be built up by walking around the stores like Petco and PetSmart. When I tried countering her and linking scientific factual evidence, she was massively wrong and brought up previous experience with breeding and knowing what I'm talking about. She then continued to rave about how she and her vets and coworkers laugh at breeders. She owns a few designer breed dogs that otherwise would never have come to be if not for breeders, and when I asked if she thinks service dogs are a joke as well because they come from breeders, she tried to insist they all are rescues. How she passed any kind of exam to call herself a vet tech is beyond me. Not all breeders are in it for the money. All of the breeders I know are only interested in continuing solid bloodlines, so the dogs will have a long healthy life and function for their intended purposes of hunting or helping people. A lot of little things related to pets. I didn't go to school for several years for nothing. Sure, I can't perform heart surgery yet, that'll be another couple years. But no, you can't feed your cat anything but tuna and cow's milk forever. No, locking a dog in a room isn't going to magically teach it how to behave when it comes out of the room. Leaving pet food, canned, kibble, or raw, out all day and refilling the bowl when empty is absolutely the reason your pet is overweight. No, you can't just let your pet continue to be overweight for the rest of its life. That's going to cause a lot of health problems down the road. Not all people's food is bad. Example: pizza, very bad. Baby carrot, good as a little treat, totally fine in moderation. A fully cooked, fully seasoned steak that you cooked for yourself, very bad, especially if you cooked with onions. If you want to cook a steak for your dog, don't add any seasonings or flavorings of any kind. Don't add salt or pepper. A plain bland steak is absolutely fine in moderation, like to celebrate your dog's birthday. I had a client who wanted me to make her a logo for her salon business. I made the initial sketch and she liked it, but wanted to add a few things. At first, she just wanted me to make her nails longer, change the color of her hair, and add a little illustration at the farthest side of the logo. Fine. But then she asked me to add a magic wand to her hand and sparkles, and everything started to look really cluttered. She then asked if I could move her Instagram handle and other social media information away from the bottom of the logo, the only place it fit, and move it elsewhere. I tried to tell her it wasn't gonna look right otherwise, and she persisted. She wanted to put this on a t-shirt and business cards. The only other place I could put it was above and parallel to the magic wand, where it was in tiny letters and barely legible. It just cluttered the whole thing and ruined it, but that's the way she wanted it. Good luck attracting people with that mess. I warned you. We were investigating a buried natural gas pipeline for a leak and were in the process of aerating the soil. Essentially, what we do is drill holes zigzagging over the pipeline to introduce air into the ground to blow out any methane indications. Then we wait a few minutes to recheck those zigzagging holes, and wherever we get the highest gas indications, we are usually pretty confident that's the spot of the leak. Anyway, aerating with about 100 pounds of air pressure will usually cause air to blow up through any cracks or crevices in the ground. Enter the smarty pants onlooker that says he found the leak, since he can see and smell gas coming up through one of the holes. The problem with his conclusion was that we were in the process of aerating the soil with 100 pounds of air, so of course there would be air blowing through any and all soft or open crevices. When we were confident enough to dig, the smarty pants were 8 feet off. The association president of our condo building and I were arguing about what kind of paint to purchase for the hallways and stairwells. I suggested one finish, but he insisted on flat, saying that it was more durable. After explaining to him that you can't wash flat paint and it marks easily, he kept yelling / mansplaining how I was wrong. Since he's the president, it was his decision. Note, the only benefit to flat paint is that it is cheap and blends in well to clean walls when touching up, as the sheen is not a factor. If walls are bumpy, it hides imperfections better too. For high traffic areas with 50+ people, no point. But hell, what do I know? I've only been a professional scenic artist for theatre for 15 years. When painting the halls, he volunteered. He didn't put drops down, so was cursing after he dripped paint all over while painting the ceiling. Also proceeded to dip an entire roller into a 5-gallon bucket and slap it on the walls before rolling out the excess on a great point. It's been 1 year, and guess what? Time to paint again, because the flat paint is all beat up and full of handprints. Idiot. Not a professional in the matter, but it just seems common sense. Had 2 friends get irrationally mad and stubborn over the matter of they absolutely insisted the entire business is one big muscle and can be worked out to gain size and strength just like other muscles. I just about lost my absolute shit when they Googled it to try and prove me wrong, and as they slowly realized they embarrassed themselves and got way too upset over the matter. They tried to say, well, they sell business weights, so it has to be true. That was their only ammunition, despite the countless links proving the business is in fact not just a muscle point. This is all within a Chinese restaurant too on a double date point. If anyone could have heard how outrageous stubborn and mad they got, they would probably wonder why the hell me and my girlfriend were even hanging out with people like that. Point. There's a difference between not saying you're wrong and just letting it blow over and then getting so defensive and insistent that it becomes cringy as fact to even be around. I was an engineer, directional driller, and consultant in the oil field. Virtually every article I read online gets some technical aspect wrong. Many can't even make the proper distinction between fracking and drilling. Point. Then these articles get posted to Reddit, and I try to make a comment based on my actual experience and education, only to be incorrectly rebuked by what usually sounds like an 18-year-old kid doing 5 minutes of reading on Wikipedia. But since my statement of reality doesn't fit the popular narrative here, I usually get downvoted and hidden, while the ill-researched, mostly incorrect parroting of opinion by a kid with zero experience or education in the subject matter at hand ends up upvoted. And what everyone sees this, in a nutshell, is why a site like Reddit has outgrown its usefulness as a medium to discuss things rationally and has just become another mouthpiece for the majority to echo their preconceptions. Much like a Fox comment section. Don't ever get a degree in sport and exercise science. Everyone, and I do mean everyone, thinks they are an expert in fitness and will happily argue with you. Point. A guy in college, I'm studying engineering now, was arguing with me how he thinks deadlifts are the best lift because it's the highest weight people can lift in powerlifting. I advised him that it is a pretty poor exercise because it is so easy to cheat the lift. He concedes that yes, you can cheat it, but if you use proper technique then you won't cheat. I explained how you can't cheat a squat, but he was convinced that deadlifting is way better than squatting. Like at the point when your technique starts to fail, in deadlifting you can still lift the weight. That's exactly what people do, and why it's such a poor lift. That's just the most recent thing people choose to argue about. Point. An ex also was a fan of Joe Wicks and loved telling me how not all calories are equal. A calorie is a unit of measure. All calories are equal. It's the energy required to heat 1 liter of water 1 degree. Just because some don't provide you the same benefit as others does not make them unequal. I was in a DD session with a few others years back. Obviously we were all a bunch of nerds, but most of us had varying nerdy interests. I've always been a Godzilla fan, since I was like 5 for example. Therefore, I was the resident expert. Well, after a while, I got a text from my GF at the time, and my text tone is Godzilla's roar. One of my party mates gets excited that he gets to share his Godzilla knowledge. He was the kind of guy that wants everyone to know he's the nerdiest guy in the room, thus the most knowledgeable. He tried to tell me that the roar was the sound the gate leading to Toho's studio made that sound, and that's where they got the sound for Godzilla's roar 1. That's just blatantly wrong. It was a resin-coated leather glove rubbed on a double bass. 2. Are you seriously implying that they use the same soundbite for 60 plus years, or they didn't replace the gate or even oil the damn thing? Because I can tell you that's not true. Hell, I can pick out the era. Can't do specific movies for the most part, unless it was very distinct for that movie, in which that roar was used. That'd be one noisy faking gate. If this were true. 3. I'm pretty much known as the resident expert of the group. Are you seriously gonna challenge me with this casual bullshit? Fuck off. So, my boyfriend is really smart, and he's usually right about things. I just started going to college after being out of school a few years, and I'm majoring in history. We were having a political debate the other day, which apparently was amusing to watch, and we're on the topic of world leaders. He said Hitler was probably the closest person to take over the world. I had to stop him right there cause, has he never heard of Mongolia? The collective Khanate included about half of Asia including the Far East, Caucasus, parts of the Middle East, and parts of Eastern Europe. That was a significant portion of the known world. There were, like, maybe 5 or 6 kingdoms keeping them at bay, and the only reason they didn't go farther west, seemingly, was because they just didn't feel like it. But according to my boyfriend it was either 20th century Germany or Great Britain, which, I guess maybe with imperialism, but you know, my father also likes to argue with me about things, like whether or not Christopher Columbus was a great man worthy of a national holiday. He wasn't and isn't, and whether or not commemoration of the Confederacy is appropriate, it isn't. It was a legit slave society, like, what the fuck, dad? I had been studying chemistry for the last 3 years of my life when this happened. Specifically, I had been studying biochemistry and chemical interactions in the body on top of mainstream chemistry. I got into an argument with an anti-vaxxer and had to explain to this arts major while on campus that the mercury compound thimerosal in vaccines, in the levels present in the vaccine at the time, would not cause brain damage, and that someone would have to get tons of accumulative injections to get a lethal or dangerous accumulation of thimerosal metabolites. Also had to explain that not every mercury compound was lethal, and that chemical bonding can change the properties of the atoms found in them. Thimerosal is toxic, but its presence in the vaccines of the time was negligible, and it was removed to limit the amount of organometallic mercury released into the environment. Then I had to explain that brain damage does not lead to autism, and that the causes of autism are not clear, but that the medical community had definitively disproved this hypothesis. I have Asperger's, and hearing her drone on about how these poor babies were being turned into dysfunctional wards of the state was disheartening. At the time I felt like a social misfit, and this was just making me depressed. I mentioned that I had been diagnosed with autism by multiple doctors when I was 10, and that not all people with autism were all severely disabled. I didn't mean, I just said to be careful, because it's a bit of a broad term and you could really fuck with some people. She just outright told me that I was lying, and that I should feel bad for trying to win an argument by lying. Here's the good part of the story. She got frustrated and had a freak out. This was when this anti-vaxxing sheet was really getting started. She was really vocal, and we happened to be passing by the courtyard between the biology and chemistry research schools as she wouldn't leave me alone. She had been so in my face that she didn't notice that the chemistry department was having a BBQ in the courtyard. She was walking around the corner stating that I was an immoral prick because I didn't care about the accumulative effects. She had her back to the entire chemistry department while she was screaming at me about all the research she heard. Everything. I will never forget the horror/amusement on their faces. She ended with, "What would you know? I at least did my research," in the most smoky voice I have ever heard. I just stared at the BBQ. She followed my eyes to where my eyes were staring. They were staring back. "Hey, you right, I'm just a student, but they definitely know their stuff." Watched her sheet her pants as she was ogled at by around 40 PhD lecturers and researchers. They began to politely, but with the weight of their PhDs, break down her points and go into in-depth discussions about the research behind molecular toxicology and biochemistry. One of them said, "So in your research I would assume you looked into these medical journals and only used sources that were large peer-reviewed studies, such as these." And then he mentioned that he did his doctorate in something involving the effects of heavy metal exposure to the brain in mice. Then he asked her for her sources. That was the most glorious use of a PhD I had ever seen, and it inspired me to get a PhD. That schadenfreude is part of what drives me today. I had a customer come in asking me to fix his glasses. He had dropped them, then stopped on them, hard, on textured concrete from the looks of it. The lenses had popped out, and as you can imagine, were scratched straight to hell. I did the best I could, and put the lenses back in. He takes one look and flies into a rage. "Polycarbonate is such a racket." I just blinked. "They popped out, and are supposed to be scratch proof. Look at these scratches. They are supposed to be scratch proof." I tried to collect myself. "Sir, polycarbonate is just a tougher, lighter plastic. It's like the headlights on your car. It's going to scratch if you drop it and step on it. Every single lens sold is going to scratch if you do that. There aren't any scratch proof lenses. It's just scratch resistant. I'm sorry." He flew into a fit of rage. Flung them at me. Started off about how it's still a racket and the person that sold them to him here insisted they were scratch proof and he wanted his money back. His hair's going off. I quietly check the label inside. "And how old are these, sir?" "About 6 years. "Well, sir, our warranty for money back is 60 days, and we will replace them for scratches within a year. These are 6 years old, and the label inside our store has never sold this brand of glasses. You'll have to go to the retailer you got them from if you want to ask for a refund, because they aren't ours." I help people with computer issues a lot. I wouldn't specialize, per se, but it is something I'm somewhat good at. I went to a friend's house quite often to help his dad with whatever computer problems he may have. The first visit was where he learned that he isn't a gifted genius at everything, as he would try and seem like whenever I would give him advice about technology, which he always questioned and ignored. His wireless printer isn't printing wirelessly. I get it, they're a pain in the ass at times, so I say, alright, I'll swing by in a half hour and see what I can do. In the meantime, don't do a single thing to try and make it work. It's easier for me to fix it if we just work on the current state than if you fiddle with a bunch of shit, because then we have to backtrack through everything you did. That didn't happen. This man took down his Wi-Fi, faked with the settings on the printer, and did God knows what else on his computer, such as installing like 4 programs thinking it would make it work, all of which did nothing even relatively close to diagnosing or fixing his problems, and were basically bloatware/malware. After unfaking all of his mistakes, like 2 hours, because he didn't actually know where and what he faked up, all I had to do was reconnect the printer to the Wi-Fi. That was it. As I ran into a fuck up, I wrote it down, whether or not it was by his hand. After fixing it all, I showed him the long list of issues and asked, "Do you know what issues are related to the printer being messed up and the issues related to you fiddling with it? I want you to differentiate them with a P4 printer and an M for me. Take your time." According to him, he only caused about 5% of the issues, so I said, "Okay, let me show you the real answers," and proceeded to mark all but the printer not connected issue as M, which stood for his fuck-ups. He never questioned me or tried to fix it before I got there again. The Dean of Engineering at my alma mater paid a visit to my workplace, an aerospace engineering company, where a handful of alumni of the university now worked. We all met up for lunch to talk shop and, presumably, listen to a pitch for donations. I'd been in the field for about a decade at this point, and was midway through a discussion of the dynamic loads associated with re-entry, when he corrected me that there was no gravity in space. The whole table got very quiet while I tried to explain that decelerating from orbital speeds of over 20,000 km/h was going to impart an elevated G-load to anyone or anything inside, at which point he interrupted me to inform me impatiently that yes, he knew technically everything was still within the gravity field of Earth at that altitude. So it wasn't really weightlessness. I then tried again to explain to him that it didn't matter what the prevailing gravitational conditions were, because slowing down that hard always causes a force to be experienced. He still didn't get it and left it at a sort of agree to disagree spot. I think his background was as a chemical engineer, but you'd think he'd still remember F equals M asterisk A point anyways. No donations were made that day. I wouldn't call myself specialized, but I work at this observatory as a volunteer, and one of our jobs is to illustrate to the people who come by the basic things about astronomy that we do over there. Now, I'm just 17, but have been there for a while now, and I've heard from some of my peers the stories about their encounter with a flat earther. Never thought I'd actually meet one, but one day this dude walks in, so me being on my shift I start the visit. When I start talking about the moon, he interrupts me, saying that he doesn't believe in the moon landing. Now, it's common for people to have doubts about that, so I'm not shocked, and provided all the evidence I had on the matter. It was clear at some point that it was a lost cause, as he also said that we live on a flat earth and under a dome. Yay. At the time I just turned 16, and I was already tired from the previous visit I did, so luckily, when he kept ignoring all the facts I provided, an older volunteer came by and helped me with this guy. The advice they gave me after all of this, and I thus give to you all, is not to argue with a flat earther, because they simply don't believe in any of the obvious scientific facts that we take for granted. You can't, because if you try to give them facts backed up with scientific proof, they'll say they simply aren't valid or are made up. I was a mortarman in the army. We had sighting units that were system specific because of their internals. Plastic internals for the small mortar, metal for the big ones. Because boom vs boom, that were not interchangeable. If they break, they spew radioactive tritium everywhere. And they will break if you put the wrong sight on the wrong mortar. One day I was out training soldiers on the guns, and a mortar NCO from another company approached us. This guy had no business being anywhere near a mortar, let alone in a leadership position. I told my guys to disregard anything out of his mouth as he was approaching and out of earshot, and sure enough, the first thing he tried calling me out on was the sight units. He was completely backward with them and totally adamant about it. I told him he was wrong, and he threatened to smoke me. I basically said roger that, sergeant, and he moved out. Turned around, looked at my guys, they all knew, and we had a good laugh. That guy was a running joke, until I got out. In the field, I was talking to a peer about mammal scat, pointing out what species each came from. He brought his girlfriend with us, who was a pre-med major. She tried to correct me after I finished explaining to my colleague that the scat we found was from a white-tailed deer. Her thought was that it was from a wolf. There's no wolves in South Central Iowa. Hasn't been for decades. My peer is specialized in wild prairie plants. He and I discovered the deleted scat had traces of dogwood butts, wild cherry flowers, and had no muscle fibers or cartilage. Wolf scat would have hair and look like dog poop. Wolves don't eat tree buds. Deer do. She was adamant she was right, to the point we brought it to the lab and floated it for abdominal worms. There were presences of them, but not digested, like they would be if a wolf had consumed deer and then passed it. She refused to believe me, to the point I brought in a professor who was a mammalogist and his PhD student who has been studying white-tailed deer for 7 years TLDR. A 1A nurse tried to tell me what kind of poop we were looking at when I've been studying mammal scat and have conducted a research project on white-tailed scat. Poop specialist for the win. Not my story, but my favorite example of this. I had a professor at a good college. Public but still pretty exclusive and hard to teach at, which meant many of the professors were from schools like Harvard and Princeton. We were talking about language in a language class and somehow it came up how a language sometimes expresses these logical fallacies. So one of my professors told us a story about her years teaching in a private high school. A student there failed her class and the parent came in to complain, assuming that someone working at this school who failed his kid couldn't be well qualified. I remember she told us that we should always try to anticipate certain responses in order to avoid them, and told us that this father, in his aggravation, pointed to her and said, "Where did you even go to school anyway?" What makes you qualified to fail my kid in this subject? I have a degree in this from Harvard. The guy had no response because he wasn't expecting she was more educated than he was. I just love that story. This is kind of a funny story that falls along those lines. I work for a non-profit and there is a group of people around trying to sell candy to fundraise on our behalf. Basically they are buying candy at the dollar store, approaching people and trying to sell them a pack of fun-size candy bars for $5. I have had the pleasure of running into them a few times and I always question them on what location they are from, etc. One such time I was wearing my shirt from work with a logo on it. The woman was talking to a construction worker and I approached and said, "Excuse me, I'm from XXXXX. We are not affiliated with this, and this money will not be going to support us." And the girl started to question me, telling me I have a piece of paper that talks about it over there. She was walking up and down the street with a backpack. Maybe she had set up an office? She said I didn't know what I was walking about, and I looked at her and pointed to me shirt, and I said, "I'm who you are talking about." I worked as a locksmith in high school and college. The amount of things that I would see people try and pull just blew my mind. You'd get people try and get keys cut on both sides, so they only had to use one key, insistence that they could use different locks with the same key across brands, and that somehow they were a master locksmith because they bought a shitty pin your own kit from Home Depot for $20. We secured one customer's house, and he insisted he could take off our security screws with a bit that he got at the store. Since that particular bit is protected at a federal level, and possession of it without locksmith certification is actually a felony, it's similar to the bit used by the power company to secure meters. They got a law to protect it. I knew this wasn't possible. He sat down for an hour while we were working on another part of the house trying to take this one screw off, and never did actually get it to even turn. I once worked for a publishing house as a proofreader. Years later I was working at a non-profit when one of the executives found out I'd been a proofreader and editor at one time. So she asked me to proofread a piece she had written and to mark any corrections needed. Point of course I did what any trained proofreader does and made standard markings with a red pen. There weren't many, mostly a missing comma here and a misspelt word there. Jesus, I didn't even edit anything, just the fiddly stuff people usually make mistakes on when they're writing and haven't done cleanup on their work. Point got treated to a 30-minute tantrum on how my red pen and proofreading marks had been a deliberate attempt to make her feel and seem stupid. She didn't want to hear this was standard and how I had been trained. Finally I had to go back in and make the marks in black ink with lots of praise to each error to keep her from having an absolute meltdown. I never proofread anything for her again, just said I didn't have time. Why didn't I tell her to stuff it? Simple, she was our vice president and really thought highly of by so many people. Yeah, I should have hit the eject button on that job at that exact moment, and I still kick myself for not just packing up my sheet on the spot and getting out right then and there. I was a digital marketing advisor for a newspaper that outsourced digital advertising for clients to a third agency. I would make sure the paper's clients were actually getting what they paid for. The agency was terrible. I had about 5 years of lead gen experience at an affiliate by that point. I was on the phone with an account manager for a client who wasn't getting any phone calls on the track on a search campaign where he was spending around $10K a month. He had spent around $50K at that point and had gotten about 7 call-ins on the tracking number. He was understandably upset. I was basically going step by step through this account and landing page on the phone with the agency. Every single thing I said got an argument from the AM. Eventually the straw that broke my back was when he said search isn't the best channel to get leads. After that I had to get that AM removed from about 3 of my other accounts and made sure he was never assigned to anything I was working on again. I have this amazingly annoying friend at upper secondary school who constantly wants to correct something in my guitar playing in the music class. I've been writing music and playing guitar for more or less 6 years now, and he's the kind of fella who only talks about his musical skills, but never plays anything. Kind of questionable behavior already. The dude always starts talking gibberish about what I should do to make the guitar sound better with the song we are playing. I have many times faked with him by actually playing the notes he says, because I know they're in the wrong key. Needless to say, it always sounds like shit, and I stare him dead in the eyes. Well, okay, sure. Maybe all musicians don't know how to play guitar. He's always keen to play the piano though, but turns out he doesn't even know how to play a single chord. Literally not even the C major, which is the first chord basically anyone learns. I don't care if you can't play an instrument. I know it requires practice, and if you don't have the interest or willingness to practice it, you don't learn it. I'm not mocking him for not having any skill, because it doesn't matter. Even the fact that he pretends and lies to everyone that he's a musician and can play is perfectly fine by me, as he's just feeding his ego, but not really concerning anyone else in it. But when he starts telling me or anyone else how to play their instruments, oh boy, it's funny as hell. It's all good though, we are friends nonetheless. I really enjoyed solving different types of Rubik's cubes when I was about 16. Whenever I went shopping or something with my mom, I would bring a cube with me and walk around solving it. I would bring these things everywhere. Well, one time I had brought a 5x5 cube with me and was walking around solving it, and some dude was like, "Whoa, you must be a genius with math." And I tried to explain to him that most people do that. Solve Rubik's cubes, don't actively use math to do it, and it's all about recognizing different patterns and then learning how to solve those patterns. To put it simply, as someone who sucks at math, this dude really annoyed me. Well, he didn't let up and started trying to teach me about Rubik's cube, saying that's all those things are, is math, you just be a genius. I'm like, yeah, I know they are based on math, but I don't use math to solve it. It's just patterns. He still didn't let up, and I snapped at him and rudely said, "Okay dude, do you see me solving it? Clearly I know what I'm talking about. I don't use math to solve it. Alright, point there." Dude finally shut the hell up, and suddenly there was an awkward silence at the waiting line at Subway. I play pool pretty regularly. Not a professional, but I practice weekly, sometimes play for money, and I can hold my own against pretty much anyone at the local bars on any given day. I was doing my usual Friday thing last week with some friends, holding down the table, pissing off the older guys. This guy, a little older than me, mid-30s, comes up just ready to go. Way overconfident. I don't even think he was drunk, just an aggressively overconfident guy. He starts to rack the balls, doing it wrong, but it's whatever. He got the 8 ball in the middle, so I rolled with it. I break, make a stripe in, and go to line up my next shot. NAWW. Man, what are you doing? It's my turn. Alright, maybe he didn't see it. I go to point it out behind the glass, and he gets all huffy, not even looking at the ball, still claiming it's his shot. After a while, he lets it go, and I shoot again. Made a bank shot, then went to line up my next shot. NAWWW. Man, what the fuck? It's my turn. You hit the side. Learn how to play. I don't really need to go on. This is already an overlong post, but this went on until he finally got his shot. Misses, and lines up for another shot. I tell he missed, so it's my turn. Dude threw the cue on the ground and stormed off. Some strange people out there. I worked as a live sound engineer. During a sound check for an up-and-coming artist, his acoustic guitar started to make crackling noises. I changed the cable, the sound was still there. So it's the battery in the acoustic guitar dying. I tell the manager, then the singer, they need to go buy a new one before the show starts. Of course they don't listen, and 2 songs into the show the guitar dies. No sound. Everyone in the venue is staring at me like I'm an idiot. The manager comes running over and yells at me. I asked him if he bought a battery, and he just looked down. Then he tells me to put a microphone on the acoustic guitar. Mind you, he has a full backing band and a loud drummer. I tell the manager that I can do it, but it won't fix the problem. The mic will only pick up the loudest drummer I run on stage during the song, and put up a microphone. Go back to the soundboard, and like I said, you can't hear anything from the microphone. Just the drums. Again, Mr. Manager comes over to yell at me. I don't say a word. Put my headphones on his head so he can hear. You had one job to do, buy a battery, and since you didn't do it, I can't do mine. He walked away and never came back. I was having girls night on my boat one night and was stopped by Marine Patrol around 10:30 at night. We were just idling along around 4 knots. He asked me what we were doing and I explained that it was girls night and we were just out cruising. He then asked where we were heading and I pointed ahead toward a bay and a river that I wanted to show my friend. Marine cop told me I couldn't go up there because it was too shallow. I told him that I knew exactly where I was going, had checked the tide charts, and had a depth finder to show me how deep the water is. I told him, I know that you see this boat out all the time, it has a very unique wrap. He said, yeah, I see this boat out about every day, but I've never seen you. It's my boat and no one else has ever driven it. I know every bit of the bays, rivers and the Gulf around Tampa Bay, and have been on them for years as a solo skipper. Just because I'm a woman doesn't mean a Marine cop knows better than I about boating the local waters. Music. I don't know if this falls under this category, but years ago, I had asked a friend and music producer for his advice on what to do for music composition. He gave me some good advice on software and that's simply where the relationship ended. He tried telling me that to make it big I'd have to do a parody video on YouTube to get noticed. When I told him that was inappropriate for my genre, he went ballistic. He tried telling me I had no business in the scene and knew nothing about songwriting or the industry. I actually almost quit music that day in his studio, especially when he tried taking credit for my career. When things started going well, I was like, dude, you told me what software to buy. That was it. Then I learned that he was actually a scam artist, knew nothing about music. He had many fraudulent businesses and was actually a pimp using his studio as a front for laundering. I wouldn't say I specialize in it, but I'm a self-published author. I aced every English/literature/composition class I've ever taken from grade school through university. I've read about 25 books, fic and non-fic, every year since 2011. Lots of classics and worldwide bestsellers. And I do extensive research during my writing process to make sure I'm grammatically correct. Not to say I don't publish with some typos and errors every once in a while. So a guy I know opens one of my books and 30 seconds later says you have a lot of errors here. So I asked him to show me, expecting it to be one of the slight misspellings or forgetting a space or something. Nope. He tells me my sentence structure is bad. He says you're never supposed to use conjunctions in writing. Sentences never start with "an." This sentence is a ruin. It was a 3-line paragraph. And then proceeds to tell me I need to read more/study grammar/ not just write without thinking, and then proceeds to tell me that these are the reasons I'm not making the same amount of money that most authors make, and why I haven't gained notoriety. This was coming from a guy who constantly tells me he has never read a book outside of the few he needed in high school. He never took composition courses, didn't even complete a year in uni. The reason I haven't gained notoriety is because I've only been published for 4 months. Most authors do not make good money. They need real jobs because books are a dying industry. This was the first of about 6 times this has happened the exact same way. I once had an ex who turned out to be schizophrenic, literally. Didn't realize it until years after we stopped dating and tried to remain friends. One of her most paranoid beliefs was that the actors from the X-Files, Duchovny and Anderson, were stalking her in real life. She had found a group of role players on Twitter and started playing along with them, and at some point she became absolutely convinced that Duchovny and Anderson were pretending to be role players, pretending to be Mulder and Scully. I told her that was silly. They're professional actors. Why would they even bother pretending to be role players, pretending to be themselves? And left it at that point. Over the next year or two her delusions became worse and worse. She got involved with these rappers and they were apparently not pleasant people, or perhaps she was unpleasant to them and they returned it. I'm not really sure. But at some point they got mean with her and she began to believe that they were stalking her in real life. Very once in a while they'd tweet something that was vaguely related to something that happened in her life, and she became convinced that they were sending her coded messages, that these were threats to her life. She began to suspect that they had somehow hacked her phone to install tracking software on it. Back then we were using Blackberries, and I was a Blackberry programmer. Eventually she tossed the phone and started resorting to track phone disposable phones to text me every week or so. She had a new phone number because she determined that the old one got compromised. At some point, she started blaming me. She kept saying how Duchovny and Anderson had hacked my phone, and because she had texted me, they were able to infect her phone through the SMS system. I tried telling her that there was literally no way for that to happen, but apparently that was the worst possible thing I could have said. I didn't put it together that she was devolving into paranoid schizophrenia at that point, so I was still approaching it as if she was a rational human and would understand logic and facts. She began incorporating me into these paranoid delusions, accusing me of collaborating with Duchovny and Anderson to spy on her and track her whereabouts. She kept calling me a liar, alternating between telling me that I, a cell phone programmer, had absolutely no idea how cell phones worked, and accusing me of being in on the conspiracy. Eventually it got so bad that I contacted her family about seeking help, because every other day she kept sending these faked up texts like, "If I am found dead, I did not kill myself, someone murdered me." But her family wasn't interested in helping her, and she got even angrier at me because I somehow betrayed her. I really didn't know what to do anymore. She stopped texting me for a few years. I think she really decided I was no longer trustworthy. Honestly, I was relieved. Then one day she sends me a pic of her lying in a hospital bed. I still had feelings of friendship for her, so naturally I asked her if she was okay and spent the whole next month following up. When she didn't respond, she read all the messages because I saw the read message notice on Messenger, but never once responded. Finally, after a month of this, and after 15 years of declining civility, I decided I needed to move on once and for all. I've blocked her from every and all media that I could. She found a way through my email once and sent me a message a few months ago, but I just deleted it. Anyway, mental illness is scary. I wish I knew a way to have handled this better. I had to have a very specific type of surgery that isn't unusual, but there are 3 versions of it depending on the body part that has been removed, and most people have only ever heard of one, colostomy, but there's also ileostomy and urostomy. I missed my annual appointment at a retina center at a major teaching hospital while I was dying, undergoing major surgery to save my life by removing my shredding colon and spending almost a month in the hospital. So I go back for my appointment as soon as I'm well enough, and my ophthalmologist is looking at my updated notes on my health history. Important note, I said ophthalmologist, who hasn't seen me in well over a year. He announces to me that I made a mistake because I had colostomy surgery rather than ileostomy surgery. I'm dumbfounded. Because who TF does this guy think he is to tell a 46-year-old woman that she doesn't even know what surgery she had? I explained to him that I do indeed have an ileostomy, not a colostomy, because they had to remove my entire colon down to the ileum or I'd be dead. And he continues to argue with me that that's still called a colostomy. I finally just shut up and let him check my eye because he did seem to actually know something about retinal issues. Veterinary student studying to be a wildlife pathologist, and I moonlight as a vet assistant to help cover my bills. I also have another side gig in the veterinary blood bank, and I do cross-matching, blood typing, and health checks, so I know my animal blood pretty well. We get the standard stuff that all clinic vets get: vaccine issues, motor oil dips for fleas, giving human meds to their animals, people who treat the staff like garbage and act like the doctors didn't go through a 4-year doctorate, etc. But we had one client whose dog came in really sick. We did a CBC and found it was anemic, so I made blood slides to help characterize the anemia and found Heinz bodies, which indicate oxidative damage, along with a ton of reticulocytes showing a regenerative response. We asked the owner what they might have gotten into in terms of toxic foods, or if they gave any medications or any of the other textbook causes of Heinz body anemia, and they insisted the dogs only eat raw chicken legs and would never dig in the garbage or eat anything else, and they would never put chemicals into their dog. We figured it might be one of those weird idiopathic teens body anemia reactions from some kind of unknown toxic insult. Usually the dog gets into the garbage and eats onions or something, and the owner never knows. Anyway, we get to the end and we ask if they needed any heartworm or flea/tick medicine, and they got furious that we were trying to sell flea and tick meds, and told us that they read online that flea meds make dogs sick and are used by vets to make owners dependent on the hospital, so they only give their dog pure, natural garlic for fleas and ticks, because vampires. And at that point the whole Heen's body anemia thing clicked, except that even when shown our photos from the microscope of actual RBC damage on the blood slide caused by the garlic, they insisted it was a trick to sell them flea and tick meds. They went so far as to bring in some article they found on some natural pet blog about administering garlic to your pets to their follow-up appointment, and insist that I read it and educate myself, but thankfully they stopped giving the garlic when the dog started improving. I have a disorder which means I have to have intravenous injections every 2 weeks. This is something I had since birth and have learned to mix self-administer treatment myself. I had one nurse who was doing bloods, which I commonly have, so there's no issues. However, she had forgotten to prime the syringe of treatment to be administered after the bloods were taken. I tried to ask her nicely if she could prime the syringe and she responded with "Oh, don't worry about that. We don't need to do that with this type of medication. It's all fine." I've had this treatment thousands of times and have had treatment be incredibly painful or needles twist on the vein due to air bubbles many times. I get it. You're a nurse, but I've had this all my life. Side note, doctors have asked me how long I have had this genetic disorder for, despite the fact it is identified at birth, so dismissal and ignorance is common. For context, yes, if there is a tiny air bubble in the syringe, it won't do anything. However, when a sizable gap is between the port and the plunger with an air bubble filling half the space, this can cause problems with the process of an intravenous injection. Was at a trivia tournament, and not all my regular teammates were available, so my 2 teammates, my husband and I, teamed up with 2 married colleagues who were desperate for a team. We get along okay, things seem fine, then we get down to trivia. The question was in a Roman theater, what is a vomitorium? I said it's the entrance or exit, usually under the seats. No, this Jenny come lately says, I know this one. The Romans ate these huge elaborate meals. The vomitorium is where they'd throw up, so they could keep eating. Said I. I think that's actually a pretty common misconception. The root of the word is vomit, for sure, but that's to spew forth, because the entrance kind of vomits up the people, as they all enter or exit at once. That's how I remember what it means. No, that's not it. That makes no sense. I've heard this before. I know it's these little rooms they build to go and puke up their meals. We had moved on to the next question by this point, but she just kept insisting she was right, and I kept correcting her, saying I'd taken courses on theater years ago and knew it to be true. She was so ridiculous about it. I said, fine, put your answer down. She was satisfied. Well, the answers roll around, and lo and behold, guess what answer was right? The team, including her husband, groans. She blushes, mumbles, I thought it was right. Well, I said, my degree is in theater, so I was pretty sure I had that one correct. Why didn't you say so? I would have gone with your answer. I really don't think you would have. They were never again invited by any team to come back to trivia night again. Not me, but kinda me. I was at a college graduation party when a girl knocked over a plastic wine glass from the counter and smugly said, it's not like it was a Riedel glass. It sorta struck me that she was probably trying to say Riedel, a luxury glassware brand, but I'm not a beach, so I brushed it off. We all continue talking, and one of the other girls remarks that she likes the black box brand of wine that we are drinking, and she also really likes barefoot wine. The first girl responds by laughing in the second girl's face. This boxed wine is terrible, she chortled. Even a Riedel wine glass couldn't make this wine taste good. She was just being a beach and made the second girl feel so small. I quietly remarked as an aside to her, it's pronounced Riedel, not Riedel. She gave me the death stare. My dad knows everything about wine and he says it's pronounced Riedel. She screamed at me. I blinked, put on my best head swivel, sassy pants look and responded, well, my dad lived in Austria, has been to their factory, is a certified sommelier, and he says it's pronounced really like needle. It was a perfect mic drop moment. Everyone got super quiet, and she just blurted out "fuck you Princess Goldie," and stormed off. Heard she cried about it later. I wasn't trying to be mean, but man, when she made that other girl feel like shit, I just couldn't take it. I'm a percussionist, been playing for 10 years, and I'm getting a degree in music education. Basically learning how to effectively teach someone in the most efficient way, all while playing and performing all of my instruments basically. This girl who started to minor in percussion, with no prior experience, started to tell me that the plastic mallets I was using on some parts I was playing didn't voice the bells like they should sound. For any well-meaning educators out there, you'd know I had an option to either get mad or teach her. Well, I tried to teach her that they were brass cord mallets and teach her how the sound would project well over an orchestra. The part was for the sorcerer's apprentice. Didn't work out well. She doubled down and insisted I used my silver, aluminum mallets because they sounded prettier. Lots of assumptions, and not enough credit goes to percussionists and how much goes into making our music effectively. So I'm a robo nerd, and I'm pretty good at programming and constructing robots. I won 8th in the state last year at a competition, and I don't tell many people BC I would sound like a nerd. I moved states this year and barely anyone knew that I was a bit of a nerd. So it was this year in my first semester of school, and our science teacher made us use the exact same program that I used before, but in groups. I'm pumped BC I would seem semi-smart if I showed what I know. On this program I'm so used to it to the point where I can eyeball the surroundings and program without the trial and error method as much as other people would have to. I'm doing this, and I easily complete what I was supposed to do. And this kid, let's just call him Bob, came up to the computer that I was on and deleted the whole faking thing. BC apparently I should check out with everyone else if what I did was fine. I told him what that he's an idiot. B, he should have just told me instead of deleting it, and finally C, should just let it be. If it works at the time point, long story short, Bob can catch these hands. I wouldn't say I'm specialized at it, but math point I was playing a game with boss battles that's massively multiplayer. The boss in question has the possibility of dropping 2 different swords upon death point. It can either drop one sword, the other sword, both, or neither. Their drops are totally independent. Each sword has a 0.5% drop chance on the boss death point. Now that that's established, I made the statement in the game, damn, I've not gotten a drop in forever. You'd think with there being a 1% chance of me getting something after killing the boss this many times that I'd get a drop. One player was not happy when I said that. P will represent the player, me will represent me. P, what do you mean 1%? The swords only have a 0.5% chance of dropping. You must not have passed freshman math, me, right? But since there's 2 swords you would add them together. P, no you wouldn't. It's like a dice roll, you'd multiply. Me, you wouldn't multiply. That would mean your chances are slimmer of getting something. You would add. P, they are 2 different instances. Me, no they are not. They are 2 different independent possible outcomes of a single instance. Look, let's say I want to enter a contest. Would I have a better chance of winning if I entered one contest or 2 contests at the same time? P, to me, it's the same thing with the swords. The kill represents the action of me entering the contests. The swords are the contests. There are 2, meaning my chances are higher. The only way a decimal percent can grow other than through division is addition. At this point he sees that he's wrong, but baits me into another 15 minutes of arguing and circular reasoning to try and explain it to him, where he's adamant he's right, just so he doesn't have to admit he's wrong. At the end of all that, he says I gotta go. Do you wanna friend me and continue this conversation another time? To which I reply, no, I know I'm right. Have a good day. That was the end. I got into a discussion with a guy who claimed that his speakers in his car are very good and even beats professional studios. At first I thought he was trolling, but later talking a bit more about acoustics, He tried to explain me why speakers made of ultra rare woods would be ways better and cost around 10 euros therefore than casual ones of well-known companies, Yamaha, Tannoy, Genelec, etc. I tried to be as objective as possible and tried to explain why the material itself is way less important than the shape of it for the sound it delivers, but he then only tried to discredit me. This guy works at the biggest electronic retail shop in my country and is even the boss of the acoustics section. He later got a 17-year-old worker of his who would say that his boss is right and I'm wrong. I was working there for a specific company for only that day, so I couldn't even leave the place and got treated later on as if I don't even know how to count. I was so brutally mad about how stupid people could be and get into a position where they actually teach that bullshit they know to the next generation and customers. The problem here though is that this guy doesn't do it to sell more expensive stuff. He literally tries to explain with some next level idiocy why that wood is better than regular one and how you can hear that difference with your ear. I'm Lebanese and I've heard people argue with me about things concerning my country and spewing ignorance and even arguing about it. Once a guy would not believe me when I told him I was Christian. He thought every Middle Eastern person is a camel riding Muslim. I told him we don't have deserts in Lebanon at all, and we are the only non-Muslim country in the Arab world. He started asking me whether I or my parents converted, and my extended family is Muslim. For the record, I'm Melkite Catholic, and we predate even Roman Catholics. Many people wouldn't believe me when I tell them we party a lot and drink a lot of alcohol, or that women aren't forced to cover up their hair. Some women walk on the streets in bikinis. I've also had people say everyone in the Middle East is backwards before they knew I was Middle Eastern and then argue with me about how my culture is all messed up. Imagine the balls on these people. Recently I saw someone non-Lebanese argue with a few Lebanese people on Reddit about Lebanese politics, claiming that all Lebanese support Hezbollah and those who don't, they support Israel. Several Lebanese people were telling him that's false and most people don't like either, but for some reason he thought he knew better than them about their country and kept on arguing. Ridiculous. Context: I'm from the Middle East, brought up Muslim, fluent in Arabic, read the Quran, and went to Muslim Sunday school when I was a kid. As an adult, I'm not religious, work as a scientist in the West, have a mostly American accent when I speak English, and I'm often mistaken for a mixed-race Westerner. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. Just to give you a visual reference, I get my own culture, religious background, and history explained to me almost weekly by people who've never been anywhere in the Middle East, don't speak a word of Arabic, and haven't read a single important related document. And whenever I present any information or evidence that runs counter to their narrative, the first reaction is always to look for reasons why my experience is invalid. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of things I don't know. I'll never have a full grasp of what it's like to be a woman in rural Egypt, for example, and wouldn't claim to represent such a person. Doesn't mean I know less about contemporary Egypt than a British dude who read a few articles in the paper. This is equally true of left and right-wing people, in my experience. The main difference is the narrative they cling to. Not an exact answer, but at work, housekeeping porter in a hotel, one of the other porters is an asshole. So one morning our manager said I had a lot of stuff to do on my floor, so before we head out we'd sort something to split the jobs, because he had none. She suggested that the asshole puts in all the extra beds and I do all of some other things. We agreed, but then she remembered we have a third porter in later. Dunno how she forgot we have at least 3 every day, so we'd split some of the jobs with him. For some reason Mr. Asshole suddenly has a problem with the plan, so she says we'll leave it for now and wait for the third guy and make a new plan. We agree to this. I go to put a bed in on my floor, and as I'm walking out the asshole is walking in with a bed and gets really mad with me because he was supposed to do all the beds. I just told him yeah you were, but then you changed your mind and now we are waiting to make a new plan. He just starts shouting and pointing his fingers in my face, and I'm just like, look man, you were supposed to do this, but then he changed the plan because you suddenly had a problem with the plan. He was satisfied, but realized he had no foot to stand on, so shut up. Had a process auditor challenge me on my machine's inspection capabilities and verification about its results, but It uses image-based analysis. It is its own verification and control. What you see is what you get. It's not pulling a live view. It's literally snapping a photograph, then makes its decisions based on that photograph and the settings and tolerances that are defined on that basis. If the camera degrades the image quality, then you're inspecting a shitty image which is liable to fail on its own accord. When you're working with micron level inspections, any camera abnormality will result in a failure. The expectations of a good result are defined by international standards as well as business standards. But at the end of the day, if the thing it's looking for is there, attached properly, undamaged, and in the right direction, that's your criteria. If a bad photo comes up, it will fail the inspection because it doesn't look like the good photo. There isn't that much to what it does. It's just looking really closely at tiny things. Then he asked about pulling the image data for outside analysis. Lol. 1. It's stored in some proprietary bullshit archive format that I've tried to unpack multiple times for my own interests to no success. 2. We have literally millions of images that the software works with. What exactly are you going to do with that information, dude? 3. No, you're some dipshit auditor picking a fight about something of which you have zero understanding. Get the fuck out of here and write a markup for a stapler being 2mm out of its labeled location. The operators know how to run the machine based on the paperwork provided to them. That is all that you should care about. I have a degree in physics, however I am in the process of moving toward teaching both physics and earth science, a way to combine two areas of interest. My mother is a geologist and I've been a huge rock hound my entire life, so while I'm not specialized in the field, I do know my way around the common local rocks. I was in a bar with a friend, and they brought a bag of rocks for me to identify. A drunk guy comes up to us unprompted and boasts that he would identify them for us. I told him thanks, but I got it, and he got upset that I wouldn't let him show off and started grilling me about my background in rocks, dismissing me, saying that his geology degree trumps my rock enthusiast status. So what do I know? He sulked back to his table and I resumed my conversation with my friend. I began identifying the rocks, explaining how they were formed, and after a while the guy came back to concede that he was in the wrong. He was actually super sweet about it after the fact, and he said, "Okay, you nailed it. You did such a good job and your descriptions were spot on," and then walked away. I totally get where he was initially coming from, but it came across as rude because he didn't even bother to hear me out. I didn't get any geology information before he was trying to correct me and assert his dominance. I understand that I don't have a degree or a certification in geology, and while I'm not the most knowledgeable person in the area, I'm confident in what I do know, and I'm very aware of what I don't know, and happy to admit it. I didn't take any special classes for it, and I barely even finished high school. But for the last 3 years, I'd made it my career choice to go into the business of retail with phones, T-Mobile, AdT, all that good stuff. Now for some reason, and this happens at least 2 to 4 times a month, I'll have male customers come in and look at me skeptically anytime I try to explain the features of any phone they're looking at. I even had a guy completely convinced he was being hacked because there were pre-installed apps on his phone. Pre-installed apps that actually download by themselves as soon as I activate the phones. But no matter how much I tried to explain this to him, he gave me that same look. It was only until he said, "Is there a male rep here? Maybe he might know a little bit more." Then he pointed at my male coworker and was like, "Hey, you, are you the manager?" And my coworker, watching the whole thing, laughs and points back at me. "No, she is." I didn't end up helping anymore after all that. Kindly advised him that we obviously don't have what he needs here, so he will have to leave because I'm not helping him. I left that job a month ago after another guy came in and rubbed one out across the counter from me, and my boss said we couldn't do anything because the cameras didn't catch it. Ag medicine. My training and actual care of people with an illness always gets challenged and mocked by Dr. Google. I can plead any evidence-based fact I want, but Dr. G or someone's aunt's cousin's sister's anecdotal use of colloidal silver and turmeric will win. Also, conspiracy theories abound as well as mainstream celebrity, think anti-vaxxers, influence. Sigh. We didn't go into medicine to harm. We genuinely want to help. I'm still saddened and bothered by a situation with a relative. They were diagnosed with cancer and told me that chemotherapy was harmful and too poisonous, and they were going to cure their cancer with insulin therapy. I tried so hard to convince them otherwise. Studies, data, clinical trials, etc. I finally said chemotherapy is necessary. You have a potentially treatable disease with correct therapy. It's an all-out war. When you have cancer, you simply cannot battle a nuclear bomb with a slingshot. Fight fire with fire. Sadly, they lost their battle. I often think of the industry that took their money for this sham treatment. That is criminal. I used to work as a nanny and have qualifications as well as experience in childcare. Point: the little boy I was looking after at the time was about a year and a half old and had spina bifida, which basically means that he's paralyzed from the waist down. I'd been doing a lot of work with him so he could reach his goals that the area Senko, special needs coordinator, had set in conjunction with his parents and me. So she comes in to have a chat with us and see how he's doing, and so I tell her everything I've been doing, what he can do. He was exceeding his goals and I had it all recorded. She listens for a couple of minutes, doesn't look at anything, and says back quote, he can't have done all that, and then starts talking to his mum. So I start playing with him, getting him to do everything that he back quote can't do right in front of her. After about 10 minutes, she finally realizes what he's doing and says back quote, he can do it, to which I'd just say yeah and carry on. I'd like to say that she then actually listened and we got on, but she still didn't really listen to me, and I didn't like it when she came round. I don't like to claim expertise in anything because there is always a bigger fish, but I have practiced some form and followed martial arts since I was a kid. I wish I could point to one instance that was bad, but they all run together. I keep hearing that in a fight you can go for the eyes or hit the groin and cheat like that. Point: no biting will not save you. No, you're not going to disarm me if I have a knife or gun. The amount of self-defense bullshit you see is mind-numbing. There is no such thing as pressure points, meridians, Kai, or a silver bullet that will let you insta-win a fight. If you think taking a seminar or two will let you overcome anything and anyone, you're doing yourself a disservice. Point: but no one wants to hear that it takes time, effort, and physical ability to pull off even the best technique. Don't believe me? Go to your local BJJ, boxing, hell anywhere that practices their stuff against a resisting opponent, and it'll be quite eye-opening. I umpire City League softball for adults 18+. Been doing it for 4 years. Our city has a rule that when you have 2 strikes, you get a free foul, and then the next one is a dead ball and you're out. So with a runner on, the batter has used up his free foul. He then hits a fly ball down the third base foul line, and the outfielder, with his feet in fair territory, reaches across into foul territory and makes the catch. The runner tags and advances to second, but I sent him back to first because it was a dead ball due to the outfielder making the catch / touching the ball in foul territory. Well, the on-deck batter decides to argue that it should be considered a fair ball catch for the out and that the runner can advance because the outfielder's feet were still in fair territory. What's his basis for his argument? That's how it is in football. I just shook my head in disbelief and walked away. After the game I pulled up the rule book on my phone and showed him the exact rule. He still continued to argue until his own team told him to shut the fuck up because I was right. I have a friend who's unbelievably stubborn and quite hypocritical in what he think is right and wrong. He literally hushes teachers who he himself asks to explain things when he believes he's right, and I can't understand how anyone could ever do that. Point: anyway, I'm a total Smash nerd, and one day we are playing together. We started discussing the differences in Echo Fighter, and he just had so many wrongs that I knew were wrong, but he just refused to listen until I literally looked up every single difference online. Point: I said something about how the differences clearly are not that consistent. As Peach and Daisy we are basically identical, while Marth and Lucina have completely different swords. Then he just triggers me by saying that the difference in both was basically just pixels, and how individual pixels can make something busted. Point: I got super mad. Shit like this happens fairly often, and I keep it bottled up, but sometimes I snap. Called him retarded for saying that Daisy being like 2 pixels thicker than Peach is even remotely comparable to Math's Tipper and Lucina's even sword point. So in conclusion, he will make claims about shit he clearly knows nothing about and pisses people off. This might be an it response and I wouldn't really call myself an expert, but cross-dressing point. I'm a straight man, but I cross-dress. I constantly get corrected by gay men or straight women. They are convinced I'm just in the closet. I also get corrected by those in the trans community. They always tell me I'm just a faker and that I'm just seeking attention. No, I'm a cisgendered man who just so happens to like wearing pretty dresses. I'm not a woman in a man's body and I don't want to be referred to by feminine pronouns. Pronouns seem to be the biggest issue trans/gay people have. I'm constantly greeted with hey girl or what's up beach. I'm fine with being called that if we are first meeting, but I will correct you and express the fact that I'm a man. If you still insist on calling me by female pronouns, you are no better than anyone else who refuses to use the pronoun you identify as. A direct quote from a rather obnoxious gay man was, yeah, whatever, I'm still gonna call you a girl. If you didn't want to be called that, then stop dressing like one. I work in early intervention, which means I travel to families' homes and coach them on how to help their child learn and develop and address different issues, disabilities, health problems, and behaviors. These kids are all delayed or have some kind of impairment. They have autism and or sensory issues. They have serious behavior issues. They have serious medical issues and diagnoses. I always have a lot to learn, but I'm considered an expert in my field and have worked with other specialists for about 10 years. New parents and parents with lots of kids lean on me for information and guidance on how to help their kid or kids. I'm also a new mom with a 4-month-old. I'm not saying I know everything. Believe me, this is the hardest thing I've ever done, and it is truly humbling how much I have to learn at each stage. But you would not believe how much advice I get, mostly from second, third, sixth time moms who are sure they know better, that the choices I've made, toys and contraptions I've chosen or avoided, are silly and their kids are just fine, so blah blah blah. That's great. No judgment. But I know what I'm talking about. I'm a liberal studies professor, teaching students planning to become teachers and teach language acquisition, literacy development, and English/language arts courses within my department. I also have 3 kids. One day another mom was bragging to me about how her first grader was really good at reading and gave me advice on how to get my first grader better at reading. Mind you, my daughter was doing just fine at reading, we just didn't publicize it. She kept on telling me that I needed to teach my kid more sight words and have her read these books. I just nodded and tried to change the subject. I don't flaunt my work or areas of expertise, especially while I'm at school pickup and in my mom role. She got frustrated that I wasn't asking for her advice, since she is clearly an expert in reading development. When I finally shut her down by saying, I'm a professor of language acquisition and reading development at my university. I know how kids learn to read and teach teachers how to teach reading. Some of the teachers at this school are my former students. I appreciate that you are so interested in my child's reading development, but she's doing just fine, and I don't need your advice on how to teach her. She shut up after that. I work at a pet store in the fish department, and we had a fake plastic lionfish floating on a string in one of our freshwater tanks. Now this thing gets a lot of people pretty often, but if you take even the slightest look at it, you'll realize very quickly it's not real, not in the correct environment, and surrounded by small fish it would eat in an instant. So this lady comes in, takes one look at it, looks at me, and tells me I'm an awful person for keeping a lionfish in fresh water as it's clearly a saltwater fish. I then tell her that there's nothing wrong with where it is currently. As I'm getting ready to inform her it is a plastic toy, she responds, "Don't tell me whether I'm right or wrong, I'm a marine biologist." Needless to say, she had nothing more to say about the situation after I informed her it was plastic and left shortly thereafter. Now this probably isn't the worst thing someone's ever tried to correct me on, as people have tried to correct me on things that are vital to their fish's health in their tank and been wrong. However, this incident was by far the funniest. I'm a software engineer, had a new girl come in who was a notorious underachiever, but thought otherwise, and would root through anything trying to find dirt on other people, to deflect the eyes from her. In a meeting she brings up to our manager that she cannot finish work that she was given due to hard-coded data in the API, to which I look over to her and laugh, because it most certainly was not hard-coded. She was adamant that it was hard-coded and was trying to blame me for taking shortcuts because the version number on all of the entities she was observing were the same. This is where I facepalmed so damn hard, because she was observing a filtered array of entities with that version. So after she wasted our time and made herself look worse, I ended it right then and there with "it's not hard-coded." I didn't accidentally write 86,000 lines of a response while building the service. She was let go a couple weeks following the event. On UK Point Legal Point moderated, something came up where there was a confusion about what happens in England when you die. One poster was sure that there was a separate legal entity known as the estate. That's not how it works when you die either. All your property belongs to your executors if you have a will, or if you don't have a will, it all belongs to the public trustee. Point. Well, this guy doubled down on his error, and we had a long argument about it. It was actually quite hard to find some chapter and verse to contradict him. Trite law is like that, but I did find something in Williams on wills and in Halsbury's Laws of England. Neither cut any ice. Eventually he dug out some Penguin Guide to the Law paperback which agreed with him, and that was that. Totally unshiftable point. At the time I was a barrister of about 10 years, doing quite a lot of chancery/property work. I'd had to litigate dead tenant cases a number of times where this sort of question really matters. Sigh. Lots of people think they understand the law, but they really don't. Point. I had similar problems editing Wikipedia articles on law, but let's not get into that. Point. By contrast, lots of lay people who don't think they know it all can be pretty insightful. Law week, one of my clients emailed me with a contract and his analysis of it with words like, to my non-legal eye, this looks like it means. He was spot on. But I think he felt more comfortable with my telling him he was. Also, of course, he can sue my firm's insurers if I'm wrong. Throughout college, I work seasonally at a scare park on the security team. The last 2 years of which I was the head of security. I had a guy on my team this one season who was always telling me how I was doing my job wrong and constantly told his coworkers what to do, sometimes contrary to my instruction, despite the fact that he has no prior experience. Unsurprisingly enough, whenever we had to stay a little late for training or a view of how we handled occurrences that night, usually because of something he did, he was always the first to start whining. How he even got hired is beyond me. Point. Now I definitely wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I know procedure and I know what my superiors expect from the team. This guy was close to being fired, but we figured it's only a month, so we tolerated him and didn't invite him back the following season. A few semesters later, I had an introductory chemistry class with him. On the first day, he tried arguing with the teacher about something chemistry related. I don't recall what exactly. She's the teacher. She has a master's in biochemistry, yet he felt that he knew more than she did. I guess he's just the type that has to be right about everything, even when he knows nothing about it. Such an as. I would not say I'm a specialist in any way, shape or form, but this was a situation where someone who didn't know what they were talking about was trying to critique me. So when I was in maybe 8th grade, I used fanfiction websites to practice my writing. It was a good way to casually release works and see how people like your style. I have maybe one still up, and it occurred to me a few nights ago that I hadn't checked on it in a while. I saw a lot more likes than the last time I checked on it, and I quickly went through the comments, curious. Most of them were pretty normal, but then I came to the very last one. It was rather long. This person started by saying amazing job in new world building, and then proceeded to critique this 3-chapter story I wrote when I was 14. Some lines that stood out were, there are some places where you didn't capitalize things, but that's an easy mistake to make. And I personally would have added commas in certain areas, but hey. And my all-time favorite, I would have preferred if the characters with the growing romantic relationship were more passionate and dynamic. Okay, a few things jumped out at me about this one. I literally put no effort into the world building. I had an idea and started writing, winging it as I went. So I'll take that as a compliment too. As I just stated, didn't really take this all too seriously. I rushed quite a bit, which would explain the minor grammar mistakes 3. Lastly, these two characters who were involved in a growing relationship had literally just started realizing the affection for each other, so please forgive me if they weren't I faking all the time. All in all, I just assumed it was one of those older writer who like to go on archive and criticize 13-year-olds fanfictions. So I went to the profile to get an idea of this person's writing style and what they had. I saw a badly drawn anime character as a profile and a single line that said, "I'm a bearcat. I have a few works on the way." Nothing had been posted to the account other than that. All in all, I thought it was funny. I'm so open to critique, as long as it's respectful and they know what they're talking about. And if all this person saw wrong with this story was grammar and not enough passion, I take that as a win. I went to veterinary school, but left just prior to graduating due to being burned out from it, and worked as a veterinary technician 4 years. Last summer I traveled in a group with someone who called me a monster for picking up a sea star in Zanzibar, taking a photo with it, and placing it back in the ocean. It was out of the water for about 20 seconds, while I showed and explained to others in the group how sea stars walk. They were fascinated, learned a lot, and found new interest in animals that they previously hadn't cared about. But this girl got super pissed off and started spouting false facts about how just taking one out for 2 seconds is a death sentence. Said she knew more about animals and animal health than me. She works at a fast food chain in Switzerland. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I went to faking veterinary school. I know more than you. Hated her after that. Nothing major, but I've been at my job about 2 years, and they bring in a brand new person a few months ago. The following has occurred 392 times. How do I do this thing? Me. Stops what I'm in the middle of, walks to her desk, takes a look, and gives her exact instructions that are very simple to follow, that will accomplish exactly what she asked about. Pointer. Well done. I know that, but I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it a different way. I don't think your way even really works right anyway. Point me. Dies inside and goes back to work. 45 minutes later. I figured it out. When I do exactly the faking thing I told her to do 45 minutes ago, then it does what I want it to do. Glad I figured that out. Did you know that was how it works? Or alternate ending? 45 minutes later. Well, I guess you're right. I did what you told me to do and it worked, but I swear there's another way to do it. I've done it before, but in a different way. That's odd. I'll keep trying. Continues to mumble narrate every stupid thing she's doing that isn't going to work for another half hour, and then gets angry when she looks over and have my earbuds in and am ignoring her. Being a welder and having had a couple different jobs means I've met a lot of people who have their preferences on how to do things. I've been welding 13 years, and I started a new job 2 weeks ago and have a welding supervisor who has been with the company for almost 40 years. We specialize in food and medical grade stainless applications, and our work has to be fairly clean for sanitary reasons. We have a contract with a major restaurant chain and do their kitchen work and ship to their stores all over the country. Quality is a must and I get paid well for it. TIG welding looks like this. Of TIG welding, you generally have a torch in one hand and add extra material with another into the molten puddle. Sometimes you don't add material, but that's irrelevant to this. Point in order is that the process of welding is what it is. Most of it is common sense, and the way it's done is well understood, that you just do it how you're supposed to do it. I was told by my boss when hired to just weld how I weld and not how my supervisor wants me to. I was told he's now supervising because he's a terrible welder and I'm replacing him, but they need his knowledge on the jobs we do. Well, imagine my shock on my second day when my supervisor asks why I'm using a filler rod to weld legs to a table. I actually froze and stammered to get words out. He goes, "No offense, I'm just asking." All I could say was, "That's how you do it." Maybe you have to be in the industry to understand it, but it was such a stupid faking question it actually broke my brain. Thinking about it now, I'm wondering how long I will be able to last at this place just because of him, but I have learned to be patient. I've never seen someone unnecessarily micromanage so much to the point where I can't even focus on my work because I'm always listening for his feet shuffling into my area to question me on how I'm doing my work. I'm a software engineer specializing in back-end software development and DevOps. About a year ago we hired a new guy at my workplace. This person gave an abundance of red flags even during their interview. He insisted that hashing and encrypting are the same thing, but for whatever reason my boss decided to hire him. Anyway, he lands the spot as a media developer and is assigned to my team. Note that this person is basically twice my age and has less experience than me. I was the team leader at that point. Fast forward and I'm assigned to do his code reviews. First review, I open up his changes and immediately Mylint goes off about code duplication. A quick glance reveals that the guy had blatantly copied and pasted the contents of a whole class file, something that I had written a few months back, not even trying to make it look like he put any effort into it. Anyways, I fail the review. We are very strict about copying and pasting and call him over to inquire as to why he did that. The guy starts insisting that what I'm seeing is in fact new and original code and that he did not copy paste it and that I have no idea about what I'm doing. I had to diff the two files in order to make him admit he did indeed so. Fast forward a few weeks in the future and I get another of his reviews. I fail it due to an improper and unneeded usage of parallel streams, Java, and he comes over trying to justify his doing by saying it's parallel so it's faster, albeit he was using it to process a collection with less than 50 elements. In any way, this person is the epitome of trying to convince you and correct you about stuff that knows little about making any progress very hard. So I love jazz music, and one time this kid in my college class tried to impress me with his knowledge of jazz artists and how much he loves jazz. Now, I don't show off that I listen to jazz or anything. It literally just came up in conversation once, and he decided to talk about how much he loves it to impress me. I don't know. Anyway, a jazz festival was coming around town that I always go to, and this guy talked about how he loved going to it and said, "Do you think Miles Davis will be there?" For those of you who don't know, Miles Davis has been dead for a long time. So I told the guy he's been dead for 20 plus years, and he just scoffed and said something like, "Well, how am I supposed to know? All these guys sound the same." Miles Davis is basically considered a god in jazz, so if you didn't know he was already dead and claimed to be such a virtuoso as this guy did, you would be lying. He was beaten red, ha ha ha. I used to live in a Canadian province famous for an internationally beloved series of novels. In the summers, many tourists go there to take advantage of the natural beauty of the land as well as the many book-based tourist traps for all the hardcore fans. I had an awesome job at a local theater for 2 summers between years of undergrad. The theater was a small theater that ran a showing of musical based on the second and third books in the series every day of the week except Sundays. It was across from a theater 10x larger than itself which also ran a musical based on the books, but the first book in the series, which is much more popular than all the other books. Because we were a small theater hosting a small production across from the large theater that hosts a much more popular production, we would get a lot of confused, angry, and disappointed tourists. I did my best to have empathy, but I argued a lot with people. Even people who would debate about whether our musical was faithful to the source material. But one day, I didn't get into a book-related argument. Was working the podium outside the theater, but not standing at it. I was sitting beside it in a chair, and whenever a passerby wanted a brochure, I would stand, get it from the podium, and give it to them. In front of the podium was a large handicap parking space and a parking meter. It was around 2:30 p.m. on a weekday, definitely a time where meter maids would be checking things, and so when a group of tourists in cowboy hats piled out of a van and asked me whether or not they needed to feed the meter, I told them that yes, it would be a good idea. I wouldn't risk it personally. They point out it's a handicap spot. They inform me they are from Texas and ask me, "But do y'all in Canada make the handicapped pay for their parking?" Yes. Sir, our province thankfully offers many benefits to the disabled population and allow us to have normal lives, and as such, we pay the meters like everyone else. He didn't catch my phrasing, I guess. You see, the reason I use a chair is because I'm disabled. I have cerebral palsy. I know all about being a handicap in Canada. But he decides to argue with me and say that can't be true. At one point, he refers to the fact that there is paint on the meter that says 0, therefore the meter must be free. I inform him that there is a local teen who likes to tag things with his graffiti name, 0, and that it is not a provincially sanctioned way to mark that a meter is free. The group just decides to ignore me, then, and tries to feed the meter dimes, because they have no Canadian quarters, and do not wish to waste their more valuable American ones. This does not work, and they waste their dimes. They decide that it is because the meter is free, not because the meter doesn't accept dimes, and one of them loudly declares that I don't know what I'm talking about because of course Canada wouldn't make the handicapped pay for their parking. One of them pantomimes cocking a shotgun and shooting me in the head when he thinks I'm not looking. I wanted to call the cops on them for not having a handicap permit, but when I looked at their license plate, it read veteran and had a picture of the wheelchair symbol thingy, so I figured I wouldn't put them through the ordeal of having to justify their special needs when they were on vacation, but I was shook. Our province is known for having a gentle demeanor, and I had honestly not experienced blatant rudeness like that before. Texan Redditors, don't worry. I love you. Two of my absolute favorite university professors were from Texas and they were the warmest, kindest, most mild-mannered and empathetic men I have ever met. I assume these tourists were a minority. Also, many men have argued with me about whether or not high men seal vaginas, and whether or not women pee from the vagina. I'm a phenotypical woman by sex and by gender. I assure them they are wrong, and yet they argue with me. Not the worst, and I'm not a specialist, but I'd done some research into HDMI cables. Basically for £1 or £1,000 you get the same picture. No difference in quality. I work for Currys. In training my assistant manager tries to tell me there is a noticeable quality difference in the picture when you use a £5.99 Logic HDMI, our cheapest available HDMI cable, vs an £89.99 gold-plated Sandstrom HDMI cable, our most expensive cable, which ironically is still a Currys own brand cable. I told him there can't possibly be a difference, and he shot me down like I was retarded. The guy tried to make me look like an idiot. I called Currys customer service and they immediately told me there is no difference and couldn't possibly be. Only when we start using 8K could there be an issue, and the £90 cable will do nothing more than the £6 cable. In the same training session he asked me what RAM is. I say it's like short-term memory for the computer. He immediately jumps on it saying, who told you to say that? You're wrong, completely wrong. I asked a computer scientist and they agreed, only adding that it is also volatile and is wiped when the computer is turned off. That assistant manager is a thick fat cunt. Pete, if you're reading this, I think you're a thick fat cunt, you thick fat cunt. I was at a chill party where several groups were discussing. Me and two of my friends were supposed to take care of the music, and since no one was paying attention to what we were putting, we started jamming to some snarky puppy as soon as the edibles kicked in. I was talking about how almost everything in that specific song was written by the bass player, and some stupid guy behind me mumble yells, "Yeah right. Bass is shit, and so are bass players." I tell him absolutely not. It's actually the link between rhythm and melody, a key role in music, and he goes, key role my ass. Bass doesn't sound like anything. I'm mainly a guitar player, but I can also play bass, drums, and percussions. I'm also a student in jazz music, and have basically been a huge music nerd my whole life, to the point of it being the most important thing in my life. This was so aggravating. I usually try my best to be assertive, but I just kept making him look stupid about every argument he was trying to throw at me, in a rather violent manner. Night goes on, and he starts talking about movies, trying to debate with the party host, who was like the biggest movie nerd I know, and also going to get his second audiovisual diploma. I mean, it was kind of a sausage party, but the guy was like the Og mansplainer. Dunno if anyone will see this late in the post, but here goes. I worked on ATMs for about a year and had an issue I was working on. If I recall, it was an issue with the dispenser where something was probably stuck in the bands. I remember I couldn't get into the dispenser, so I had to call dispatch to get some info for it. This dude filling out lotto starts talking to me while I'm on the phone. He says something like, "You probably can't access it unless it's out of money." He more or less was trying to tell me why I couldn't get in and how the issue ought to be fixed. I tried explaining briefly what the technical issue was, nothing that could be used to access it, of course. He just continued on and on about why it wouldn't let me in and how to access it. Eventually I just kind of blew the guy off and ignored him, but it really irked me in the moment. Some weird people you run into working in that field. I have a double whammy. Half the time I work as a 911 dispatcher. The amount of false information about that is astounding. Argued with a guy once that thought when you call for fire, police, or ambulance that you get transferred to the unit that is driving to you. He did not believe me despite the fact that I sit at a desk all day and have never in the history of doing this job transferred someone to a unit on the street. The other half of the time I work on movies. Everything from $200 million to zero budget stuff. I argued with someone once who said everyone that works on movies is overpaid. Everyone. Not just the actors or directors. Everyone. I tried to explain that really, no one is. Even actors, they said they show up for a couple days, say their lines, and then they take their millions of dollars and leave. When I tried to explain that for an actor that is paid the big bucks, that movie could take up years of their lives and they very much do not just say their lines and go home. They also thought the director just told people what to do and that they also didn't sink years of their lives into each movie. Meanwhile I was about 4 months into directing a 20-minute short film. I work with home and auto insurance and there are tons of misconceptions that get thrown out daily. Red cars don't cost more to insure. Tickets can follow you even if you were in a rental car or borrowed car out of state. Accidents are chargeable even if it was a rental car or you don't have the car anymore. We do find out about them even if you switched insurance companies. It's not illegal to charge a billing fee if you are making monthly payments, so stop telling me that you are going to sue us because no lawyer will take the case. It's legal to use credit score to rate insurance policies and all the companies do it as far as I know and have for years. If anyone knows of one that doesn't, I would like to know. It counts as an accident even if no other car was involved and no one was hurt. If you back your car into your own garage, or a guardrail, or a shopping cart, it's a collision claim, and could impact the rates and you don't have to report everything. If you slide into the mailbox in the winter and no one is hurt, and you fix your own car, and there's no police report, you don't have to file a claim. So when you do, and the rate goes up, it's not negotiable. A claim was paid. Yelling about it won't help. That's just auto insurance. Your home insurance does not cover the car if it's in the garage. It's not discrimination that some companies don't insure mobile homes or ranches or houses where there's a daycare business. We do have the right to ask for proof that you actually did repairs if we paid, let's say, 3 roof claims in 5 years, or $40,000 for interior water damage from bad plumbing. Mostly just call your company and ask questions about your coverage. If you are not sure, don't wait until you have a claim to find out that your roof deductible is $17,400, because after the loss it's too late to change anything. I'm a sommelier, wine expert. Not like a beginning sommelier either. I won't give specifics because it wouldn't be very anonymous, but I have a shit ton of certifications, plus I've been in the booze industry since my early 20s, 10 plus years. I'm a woman. I'm easy on the eyes. I'm not that old. I can't even begin to quantify the amount of mansplaining I have encountered in this industry, but probably the most irritating has come from customers when I was still on the FB side of things. So many times I had, mostly, older men ask me, "Is your boss available? We would like to consult the sommelier / wine director / cellar master." And I just wanted to scream, "Beach I am the faking sommelier / wine director / cellar master." It got so bad at one job I eventually gave up on trying to explain that it was my moth faking wine program / list, and I just gave in. I had an assistant who was a middle-aged, very dapper gentleman with a European accent, and I made him basically my avatar. I would tell him exactly what to say to the customers, and then he would tag me in, and I would be the one to perform the wine service. It worked, but it was hard. I'm not in the wine industry anymore, moved on to other booze with a lot of success, and a lot of it is directly linked to this type of thing. Expert is maybe a strong word. I'm not a professional dog trainer, but I'd like to be if I ever get my health under control enough, and I'm good at it. Last year, I retired my service dog, who was mostly owner trained, and got a new puppy to train as a replacement. He was 3 months old when I adopted him, after a careful selection process. Not kidding, I met roughly 500 dogs, give or take, and temperament tested 12 before settling on him. He's a shelter dog, so it's harder to find a good prospect than through a breeder. Anyway, my mother and brother were hateful about it for a long time. I was told over and over that he was far too high energy to be a service dog and didn't listen well enough. But, duh, puppies suck. I was told I was bad at dog training and didn't know what I was doing, and I should give up and rehome him. Blah blah. My brother was actually really mean about it, to the point of shouting and insults. Never mind that he's literally never even taught a dog to sit. Now that my dog is a little over a year old, he's doing really well. We are not done training yet, but mostly what we have left to do is task training. He has 3 tasks so far, but have a few we haven't completed / started. Regarding public access, he needs refinement on his spatial awareness, but is otherwise pretty much done. The only place I wouldn't feel comfortable with his training is going through the food line at a buffet, and he's almost good enough for that. He's comfortable and behaved in every other environment he's been in, meaning anything I can think of, including other types of restaurants. A couple weeks ago I went out to eat with my family. Both my mother and brother commented on how well he did. He was so quiet under the table that when I stood up, my mom actually said, "Oh wow, I forgot he was there. Apologies, though, not even remotely." I guess it doesn't matter that it really faked with my head at the time, messed with my self-esteem, and has made me really distrustful and closed off. They acknowledge he's good now, so they don't have to actually admit they were wrong, apparently, let alone apologize for treating me like dirt about it. It's not a particularly cool field, but I'm an expert in furniture delivery. I have 12 years of experience, and I own a company that specifically functions at helping some of the largest furniture brands in the world with the most sensitive deliveries. We deliver furniture to high net worth individuals, and usually we are called in for deliveries that are highly technical. Basically, I'm one of the world's foremost experts at putting big things into small places. Recently, on a regular delivery for a normal customer, the customer had purchased a hutch top and buffet that was easily 2 feet longer than the maximum allowed to be able to fit up the only staircase they have to the 2nd floor kitchen. I took one look at the staircase and of course knew it would not fit. Not even close. Naturally, the customer, who was a young guy, insisted that I was crazy. All you had to do was stand it on end. It was so easy. How could I be so stupid? Man, if only I was educated like he was. That's why I do a menial job, because I'm lazy. I didn't want to attempt the delivery because it was heavy and I obviously couldn't handle it, per the customer's own words, so I grabbed my tape measure and explained to him the dimensions, showing him the turn in the staircase in which I would inevitably get stuck. Again, this wasn't close. It was a full 22 inches shy of the height I would be comfortable delivering. Naturally, this wasn't good enough. More verbal abuse ensued. I offered to carry the furniture in to show him, so he could see it with his own eyes. He gave me a finally, and I went to work. I grabbed the hutch top and pulled it to the turn in the staircase, and of course, it was comically not close. Touching 3 walls simultaneously, wedged to the point where it was about to create damage, and meanwhile he is standing 3 stairs up yelling, "Now turn it," as I'm calmly explaining to him that there were multiple walls and the ceiling in the way of me turning it. He proclaims to his scummy girlfriend not to worry, because he was going to have me leave it on his front porch, and he would get it up there. with his buddy Ray. Apparently, Ray is some sort of a superhero. The procedure from here is that I have the customer sign a waiver which says I'm leaving the furniture in a place that isn't its final destination in perfect condition. This absolves me from liability when he ultimately fucks up his furniture, walls, body, and pride. Once he signs this sheet, he cannot return or exchange the furniture for any reason. He owns it for better or worse. Oh, you thought that was where the story ended? No. It gets better. About a week later my wife and I were coming home from dinner and I took a detour by the house. There on the front porch sat the hutch top and the buffet. These were in excess of $4,000 together, and they were absolutely destroyed. Glass panels shattered, wood gouged to hell. I laughed so hard that I was in pain. Furthermore, typing this up just now made me laugh so hard that I'm in pain again. Point I guess Ray wasn't quite the superhero we all thought he was. I'm a zookeeper and look after a wide range of animals including reptiles, primates, small exotic mammals and more. I'm also a zoology student, final year, so it's safe to say I know a lot about animals, especially the ones I work with. I overhear a lot of members of the public getting animals wrong. The most common and infuriating are when someone called our shelter pusic, European glass lizards, snakes just because they don't have legs. Another is people calling our lesser Madagascan Tenrex hedgehogs, which do look similar to but, because of convergent evolution, and are in fact more related to elephants genetically than to hedgehogs. Another big misconception is that chameleons change color to camouflage, which isn't true. Their color shows their mood and temperature. It's made more infuriating as the correct names and descriptions are right there next to the animals. Most times I hear, in passing these common misconceptions, I interject and try and teach them a little bit about the animal. Most times when I do this the member of public is confused, but appear to enjoy learning something new. But every now and again I'm met with someone who refuses to believe me, or say something along the lines of, well, if it's related to an elephant, where's its trunk? Or, well, I saw a video of a chameleon changing color to match objects. I've learned to pick my battles when correcting people about animals. Not me, but I'm a political science major and all of my professors so far have been as moderate as possible when teaching and try their best to not let their own political opinions shine through, which I appreciate. They tell us how things are and how the government works. Most political science majors that I have encountered are open-minded and want to look at things from different perspectives. However, I have had several classes with one guy I shall call Mike. Mike is not afraid to share his opinions on anything and will get frustrated if you don't agree with him. He basically acts like a child throwing tantrums. I cannot tell you how many times I have heard this guy openly argue with our professors about how they are wrong and they don't know what they are talking about. All of us other students just sit there shocked at how rude and disrespectful Mike is. He is arguing with people who have PhDs while he is barely earning his bachelor's. He is basically one of those people who get all of his information from Facebook memes and extremist pages. I'm a blacksmith, not really specializing, but I know quite a bit, even as a hobby, and once had someone tell me that rubber would make a better knife than a file. I said it would be easier to make, but the quality would be terrible for the rubber. He insisted that the mild steel rubber would be much more of a blade than a file-made knife. 01 steel. I kept telling him it would be easier for the rubber, since 01 doesn't like to be forged at high temps, but the rubber wouldn't stand a chance when it comes to quality. I eventually pulled a metallurgy book out of my backpack. This all happened at school with a classmate, and showed him a graph of the effects of carbon on how hard something is. He still didn't understand, so I just gave up, because I was getting tired of him, and we'd just gotten back from gym. We were in the locker room where this happened, and I needed to get to my next class. Lol. Oh god, I have a couple of those. I studied medicine. Last year my friend got injured and was prescribed prophylactic antibiotics. She couldn't take them regularly because of partying and just forgetting them. I told her it is better not to take them at all if she wasn't going to follow the schedule, especially as she had no active infection. However, she disagreed and continued taking one every few days until they were all gone. Same friend got upset that she didn't have enough money to freeze her eggs, so they would be the younger in case she decided to have a baby later. I kept telling her that she could extract them later and they could test the genetics before implanting, creating virtually the same effect. She disagreed. The final straw came when she insisted that a mutual acquaintance had an eating disorder because he wouldn't eat at a restaurant and instead had a chocolate bar. I worked in psychiatry and that definitely is no basis to diagnose anyone with an eating disorder. We started arguing and she kept saying that if she doesn't have the right to presume things then neither should I. So I've poured close to, if not actually, 10,000 hours into research of religion. I have written a 500-page book on the subject. The number of fools I have had try to correct me, based on assuming I'm ignorant, is beyond my recollection at this point, as the thing with nuanced subjects like religion or philosophy seems to be, if you don't agree with me, you don't have higher understanding. Most points of contention are pretty benign, so depending upon how civil the person wants to be, we can actually have a conversation. However, the absolute worst I can recall was a friend of a very devout Christian acquaintance of mine trying to inform me that the point of Jesus' life was to write the Bible. Not fulfillment of the covenant or prophecy or any sort of remotely right answer, but writing the Bible. I guess he won the argument in the sense that I realized anything I said would be futile against that degree of density. Lots of times, arguments will make people mad, but this one made me sad. Garage door technician here, residential, commercial, all of it, years in the field. Had a guy with a broken spring tell me that he wanted the largest springs I had, because the larger the spring is the longer it will last. I tried to explain to him that spring sizing is determined by the specifics of the door, if there is insulation, impact glass and its location on the door, how many hurricane reinforcement struts it might have, track height etc, and that if I put larger springs that have too much IPPT power, the door will rocket up and smash into the track, stops possibly damaging the door, and additionally his motor doesn't have the power to push back against this amount of force and he won't be able to lower his door. He told me I didn't know what I was talking about, so I told him to get up there and replace the springs himself and left. Additionally, I blacklisted him to where my shop won't service his address anymore. Given that he was extremely rural, he most likely didn't get that door fixed for a few weeks. Used to work at Festival Foods in the meat department. The amount of people who challenged me on sales, expiration dates, choice cut quality, and much more still astounds me. I mean, I know it was just a job with no crazy technical training. I had one guy come in once claiming that we buy from a company that uses child labor to farm their shrimp and that they genetically modify and grow, yes he said grow, the shrimp in Japan. I told him that the company is sourced in South America, not Japan, and they are wild caught, but he didn't like that answer. So, after getting the manager to tell him the same thing, we finally just googled it and he stormed off. Also had an old lady tell me that the meat we had in the case had gone bad because there was a very small spot of blow on it. This is a very common misconception about meats. I told her it is actually used as a sort of verification that the meat is safe to consume and won't harm her in any way. To this she simply stared at me for a few moments before screaming at me and telling me I was a monster for lying to people and trying to sell meat that could kill someone. At that point I'd worked there for over 2 years, so I just told her that if she wasn't satisfied with it, I could go in back and cut her a fresh piece. To which she said, hell no, I'd rather shop at Piggly Wiggly, local store near Festival. I think she was looking for me to fight for her or something. I just said okay, but be warned, they use blue dye there too. Have a nice day, ma'am. She wasn't happy to hear that. I work for a big box electronic retail store as a phone operator. I also collect, refurbish, and modify gaming consoles and accessories for fun. Currently at 29 consoles ranging from Atari to current gen, and I'm a networking major in college. I'm not an expert, but I do know a thing or two about gaming consoles and internet requirements, especially basic customer questions related to these topics. One slow day I get a call from a middle-aged lady wanting to buy a gaming console that doesn't require internet access. She was interested in the PS4 vs Xbox One S specifically, no retro consoles. At the time, the Northeast's Classic and similar products weren't out, and the consoles we sold required internet access for either firmware updates or the games themselves generally required internet access in some way. As most gamers know, as I start to inform her that the PS4 and Xbox both require internet access, she cuts me off with "It's okay. My brother is a gamer," and told me all about this stuff. Is the PS4 with COD in stock? Being female, I hear this sort of thing once in a great while, and decided to not fight this battle today, and hope a sales rep can clear it up for her. Bad move looking back, but it was a rough day. I confirmed the console's availability, and completed the call. I finished my shift a few hours later, and as I was about to clock out, a coworker asked me to cover returns, so he could use the restroom. No problem. I had only one customer. A middle-aged lady returned the PS4 because her brother and her didn't know it needed internet access to play COD. I don't know if this is specialized either, but I have a degree in Spanish with a minor in Portuguese and a master's in international affairs and international business. I also lived abroad in Chile for a while. So I was hanging out with a friend from Brazil and this man proceeded to come up to us to chat. Now, I'm in my 20s, and so is my friend, and this was a 50-year-old man that came up. We are speaking Portuguese, and he proceeds to tell my friend that her accent is wrong, and how it actually sounds like this. He says he lived in Brazil, so he knows what a real accent sounds like. Literally, it was quite the monologue, and my friend just nodded along with him, as did I, and just let the guy get it out of his system. Then, he decided to wrap up that monologue and move on to talking about what we are eating. We were eating alfajores, a very popular dessert in Chile. He now goes into another monologue about how the name of the dessert is pronounced, teaches us some sentences in Spanish, and tells us some more facts about the language. Mind you, the majority of his sentences that he was teaching us were grammatically butchered. We just let him go on and on until he wanted to talk to someone else. I periodically looked at my pal during this conversation and tried so hard not to laugh because she looked like she was so unapologetically faking interest. It was incredible that this man kept talking. We definitely got a kick out of it afterwards. It's a relatively common thing for people who studied anything global or international to try and culture you. It's an ongoing joke among my friends how pompous people can be, and this man was no exception. I'm not specialized or a mechanic by any stretch. I ride a 20-year-old Ducati motorcycle that has a dry clutch. For anybody that hasn't been around one, it basically sounds like 100 like nuts being rattled around in a metal bin the entire time. It's a very unique sound. While sitting on my bike outside of a store, some guy comes up to me and tells me to shut my bike off. I give him a puzzled look. He says there is something wrong with your bike. You should not be riding it. Sometimes people ask why it sounds like that, so I'm used to it. I explain that it is just the clutch making that sound, and not to worry. He double, triple, quadruple downs on it, explaining that he has seen Ducatis before, therefore knows how they should sound. He's actually in front of my bike at one point urging me that it sounds like it is faked and dangerous to ride. I actually got to the point that I was so pissed off by this random dude that I said I was going to slap him if he didn't walk away from me. Dude looked at me like I'm the crazy one and walked off. I'm no expert on motorcycles and don't claim to be, but I know what it is supposed to sound like. This random guy was just spewing nonsense. This happened like 3 years ago, and I still get irrationally angry about it when I think about it from time to time. This happens all the time, well often, to Irish people interacting with Americans. Despite the fact that everyone speaks English and that it is the everyday language used in Ireland, we have our own native language as well, which is still spoken as an everyday language in a few dwindling areas by a minority. We call our language Irish, but are constantly told/corrected by Americans that that is incorrect and that our own language is actually called Gaelic. Although only a minority speak Irish fluently as their first language, pretty much everybody studies Irish in school all the way up to the age of 17 or 18. I don't mind Americans calling Irish by the name Gaelic. They call what I describe as a shop, a store. They call what I call a lift, an elevator. They call what I call a path, a sidewalk. There is nothing wrong with having different words for the same thing. My only objection is being told my word is somehow wrong. Since I speak Irish fluently, it seems extra insulting to be corrected on the name of my own language.